19 HP.
Oh yeah, fair. That's not fun. No kit either.
Nah, you're feeling kind of hard done by that after all that work that they put into middle. Still.
Potentially wants to retrieve AWP. You can see that.
Where was it dropped?
Let me try and chat for a second. Okay, CT's lost bonus. Let me check what's happened here. So the T's just won a round, which means the CT's have gone down to 1900, which means that 1900 plus the highest number, 3600. We've probably gone all, but it's not pretty. And that's how my brain thinks. There it is.
Yeah. Good crack.
I tried it.
You had a good
First
shot.
time.
Yeah, and it's not bad. It's not bad whatsoever because, look, there's lots of numbers. Added them together. And Zen gets an AK. So that's not too shabby whatsoever. Farley won't actually be able to purchase the AW himself. Now, the thing that we need to remember is if a player is going to drop your AWPer, the big green. Right? We call it the big green because it used to be big and green. Now it's big and lots of colors. Yeah. Lots of different looks. But it costs $4,750. Now, you would want, if you're going to drop that across, to have enough money as an individual to hopefully be dropped something by the AWP player and to be receiving... Oh, Maiden's actually picked it up. I was going to say, and be receiving armor of your own.
Why are we the same person?
I don't know.
Same noises, but both very excited by the prospect of CT-sided aggression. First time we've seen the kind of push towards Palace that time rather than Ramp, and well, it pays off.
It really does, and that spray control is a combination of luck and skill. Lovely from Zen there, catching Yampy just as he got his body to the box. They can call them bomb mid as well. They don't have to contest it. We've seen Ents more than happy to linger in middle for a large period of time, and this is them hoping for a misstep.
It's another 3-on-5 situation. It doesn't look great for Ents, at least before they had a site control and Godsent rushed it.
I love their A-hold. Like, they have so much info. Sticko being so pushed up in Palace. Maiden can float between Connector and Ramp if he's feeling confident or if the calls come in. But at the 50-second mark, they tuck into the ladder room. A boost. Promising. Crystal and Farley to be tested. Aerial late arrival from the apartments. 40 seconds. They need...
Tucked in there.
Yeah, that's the sound cue. They're playing this really nice. I like the boost as well. But contact's coming.
Farley posted in. Crystal to start things off. Finds Zalu, spots Sunny. Call to be made, spots Aerial. He knows where the last two are. Information now pouring through, but 25 seconds. The teaser down to it. Farley perfectly played. Never lost his cool or his calm. Very well handled.
Great stuff from Crystal. Like, the reason that's fantastic is a lot of other players would maybe overcommit and try and go for a kill there. Counter-Strike, I know that we're 10 rounds in, going into round number 11, but he's playing the percentages right there. He's seen both exactly as you pointed out, Lauren. He doesn't need to fight either. Look at the trap that they've set up. You know, he is in a position to completely win the round, and he does.
I mean, we both made eye contact here because we saw Crystal have that, like, opportunity.
Yeah.
And then realized... We have one boosted. If they want to hunt me, I just need to not show. He was still doing his job. It was great. It's just good to see the decision-making in terms of converting as a team. No heroes here. No need. When everybody is providing what they are supposed to. Sticker flashed off. This is going to be fast, and they're already into the site. Oh, good shots. Not the second. Aerial's the one that adds the second, start to pluralize. This looks real dire straits, but again...
Why they can the plant?
I don't know why they haven't planted, and now a 3v3 gets more awkward. That smoke will fade. Aerial will be potentially in a prime position here.
I'm still not down.
What? I swear I heard them start planning.
GLR beams. Zen's conscious that there is a potential jungle presence. There was a smoke there. He doesn't have that info. Crystal's still thinking about middle. That's long gone.
Maybe with the delayed plant, he was considering someone could be trying to get, you know, the around the world going, but no, it's Aerial tucked in towards window. This could be nice for him. Gonna spot out Crystal. Does he wait for the second? Yeah, it's gorgeous for Aerial. This is 4, bear in mind. And honestly, if you're the AWPer in CT right now, you're probably gonna back away and consider, how do I keep this rather large weapon very safe?
Yeah, that was strange. I get why you don't want to rush a scenario like that, but it felt like Ents had control, or at least we could see that they had control. I missed it. I'm out of the loop.
It's hard to miss a weapon that big.
She's trying to get me to go down the dark path.
Don't go there. We just started,
so many
Alex.
jokes I can make. I'm not doing it.
We get the newspaper out.
Keeps the AWP in play. Now then. Let's see this again. This is a quad kill from Aerial in this second one. Look at that. Brrrah.
Lovely.
Freebies. Nobody looking his way. All he had to do was make sure that crosshair and spray was as it should. Now into the 12, first map, first game. Seeing a nice eclectic mix of MP9s and M4s. It certainly is what many would consider a full buy in modern-day Counter-Strike. You can see all the util flying around, and Stico with that weapon, as soon as he gets into ramp, it kind of nullifies the disadvantages that are innate to that of the SMG. Seeing 3 gather towards Palace as well, that does incite a little bit of excitement. Farley's vulnerable to that at the moment. And their setup could be ripped out if Sunny gets this fight and somehow... Oh,
Shadow?
Oh, Shadow, yeah. And double peek. This is the swing, though, and it's working out wonderfully. Their setups are calculated, and at the moment, working wonderfully, as is the headshot from Zico. That's the round over already. Very impressed to see that one. It was simple, but you could see the crossfires. I wonder if the skybox lines would help us demonstrate the crossfires they had established there.
Potentially. Let me see if I can set something up. We might do it in the...
yeah, hold on. Oh, there's a timeout, Chad. Perfect.
Oh, okay. Well, let me see if I can get it quickly for everybody.
No pressure.
I'll look through it.
What was the countdown music? Yeah, I loved countdown back in the day. It was great. You know, if you skip school, you're
all right. We do have time, everybody.
Oh, here we go.
Can do it quickly. We can throw into this for everybody playing at home and see what Alex was talking about. So Zen here is behind the firebox. You can see his nice little blue line there looking towards connector. Maiden is also in that connector position, so mid is relatively locked down. There's crossfire on the ramp. As they come out the palace, the T's are normally looking towards Ticket. Zen would be hidden, and then Farley was the first point of contact. So it's a really, really hard crossfire to deal with. These are the 2 angles the T's are going to have to be dealing with, which is not normal. They're normally back towards Ticket or over towards jungle and stairs. So this setup here, great stuff. Like you said, simple stuff, and they made it work. So let's get back underway.
Perfect timing, Chatty B. That was your Skybox, brought to you by the America's Navy. Now we can see exactly how the Ents boys look to try and claw us back to 6. It will be just a deco. Never want to write out these fast pistol rounds. Zen's given a warning shot, but...
Sunny got one.
Yeah, he handles it. Sunny. Oh, wow. Good catch on Yampy. That could have been the plan. I think that was the bomb. Yeah, it was. Drop now towards the firebox. Ali to check his sandwich. Costs him his life. Ali with the element of surprise. And now you can overwhelm the Orpa Maiden. Not one to be overwhelmed. Just Ali's deagle then. Doesn't look too enticing. Smoke grenade to isolate the fight peak on it. Makes sense. He's tagged up Maiden, but pushed on as well. So 10, double digits for Godsend. And this was the black box, because Chad's been using a lovely analogy for a team that have not had many officials, if any, actually on Mirage, with Farley joining the roster. So this is an unknown entity in terms of how much they could have prepared or equipped themselves for what they'd be facing.
And this is the problem with when you go for a punish pick. You're assuming that they're so scared of your best map, right? That's what they remove. They remove train. Like, we don't want to play Ents on train. Get that out of here. Throw that away. But what you've done is you've gone into that premeditated, and they weren't expecting a ban like this, considering you've never played an official on Mirage. You can only play this trap card once. It won't work against the next team or against the team with a different set of vetoes and maps. You have to be careful. And once again, it is this close ramp setup, and the run boost from Alu could be instrumental. Has to deal with Farley. Oh, and he's just dipped back out of the spotlight.
Oh, he's going back in on it, though. This is brave from Farley. This time, though, thinks better maybe of sticking around a touch too long, because Alu was very much on the case.
Yeah, he's even pre-aiming the boost. He's ready for any sort of hijinks the CT's plan to get up to, but at the moment, mid-control given to them. It is a gift from Godsend. There is no contest, no players, no presence. They really want to force Farley offshore. They know the AWPA typically supports over from that B side. But they are, once again, calculated. Oh, barrel. And frag. Alu set up in middle, now draws blood. It's going to get awkward for Seiko. He is alone on the A side. Zen can't really feel. Crystal pushing. Good catch from Rushley. Ariel did shut that down, so already it's only 3 CTs. What on earth can they do about this one? He sends his playground now.
Where's that bomb? Okay, tucked in with Yampy towards middle.
Ariel sticking around. Imagine if he gets them both.
Oh, God, this would be very, very considered play if that's the case. And Farley's had none of it. He's having a match. I think this is the Farley we wanted to see, which is very exciting. I hadn't seen much of him yet, but Sticko could still be a problem potentially. I say potentially in a very light manner. He is in a position where he could cause troubles, but bomb to be planted, they seem quite aware. Bear in mind, Sticko has been playing towards ramp, playing towards dark. They can be hyper aware of this. Sergey, but first on the chopping block to take the challenge, but he's got the information.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So now, element of surprise. He'll upgrade to the AK as well and just try and maneuver around the side. He's got to keep people guessing. Looks like Farley saving. Okay, so...
Oh, is he going for a cat flank? He's going for a cat flank towards connector.
Okay, so it will convert.
Never mind.
Stico to convert, yeah.
I was getting excited.
Yeah, no, I mean, it felt like there was real next to that, but it does seem like they'd rather play the percentages. They certainly would have a better shot in the next. The final round of play.
11-4 does sound better than 10-5.
It does.
Yeah, especially if you convert that pistol and you can run away with against the force players. But instead of just slowly milking these rounds down, the game doesn't feel crazy high intensity. It's just a default spread, a couple of executes thrown on in. There's not a huge amount of multi-kills. You missed all that Counter-Strike. That was the weekend Alex and I had.
Just like
had
nutty
moving and brawling and fighting and retakes and
cool.
clutches.
So when the play-by-play happens, I'm gallivanting with PUBG.
Sorry, Lauren.
Cool.
Driving around cars.
Yeah, it was really good fun. FaZe had a really good weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, love it. Love to see it. You know, the Mill to Power endings. Reminds you of G-Core, right?
Oh, G-Core.
It's wild.
Throwback.
The FaZe Counter-Strike team had a very bad weekend.
Well, at least part of them did.
Yeah, part of the org.
Here we are. Half and half. Ents had a good weekend, funny enough, as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Finns are in it. Those 360 hertz monitors. Did you see
I,
the tweet? They're all on them now.
I saw that they put one of them in the Ents office, and Natu just said, first one who picks it up can have it. And I was like, well, that's mine now.
That's fair.
That's a very honest thing.
Keepers, losers, weepers. Alex the oldest, he knows how to play by the rules.
Yeah.
Well, 5 kills so far. He's not had a belter. We want a bit more from Alu. He's been pivotal. He's been one of the big players, big instigators in the Ents kind of rush back to form. But as said, that final round could really change how the scoreline reads.
Yeah, he's been kept very quiet. I can't believe Farley's going for this line. Do they flash it? Oh, they double peaky leg shots. Oh my God, he nearly got all 3. Alu down to 34, but Farley's just thrown their plans out the window, ignited them with a lighter mid-air as well. It's all over for Ents. What are you supposed to do? You got your star rolled down to 34. He's been quiet all game. And speaking of quiet, Sergey, nothing but a whisper from him. 3 frags. Bombs over at B. He's taken down Ariel and Yampi. I'm very, very impressed to see an Oppa go for something so audacious. Now we will see the smoke into window and a regrouping towards A.
They're clearing mid right now. Godsend have actually pushed all their chips in to take one key part of the map away. But even with Sergey limping up towards the site, the retake, well, not the retake, the defense of the site, they know where they need to be. You can see Maiden going to drop a smoke now towards Palace. There's nobody home, but there's 2 players postured and ready, and Close is down on the catwalk, and if they want to swing and try and get over towards the firebox, he'll be able to pop some shots with that AWP. Maiden rotating over towards CT spawn, and Crystal clearing out B app, so they'll have all the information they need very shortly, but looks like Ent's going to give it to them first.
What are they waiting for? What's the marker here? 25 seconds. You are running low on time. Down to 20. They've still got a touch of utility left. I think Alu just put out his only smoke. 19 seconds now. Player towards ticket, player towards stairs. Sticko just falling back a little bit. Sergey takes his head. Lovely work from him. That's the site. Not secure, because Maiden again, out of nowhere, does incredible things. But with 5 seconds left, no bomb plant. Sergey on the warpath, but it's all for nothing.
That's a frustrating way to end the half. It is an 11-4. Looking fantastic. This punish pick ain't so punishing. Certainly not for Godsend. We'll be back to see how it concludes.
Would you give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender? Would you give up your right to let your life slide away? let your life slide away.
High energy in the Godsend camp, and understandably so. There are already 11 rounds to the good, and heading into battle on the attack. It is Mirage, and thought they had the number, punishing a map that we've yet to see an official from Godsend, but this is the, as Chad put it, the only chance they get to play this card.
Better work.
Better work. They have to convert. 5 rounds needed, charging up to middle. Hello. There's a double dink. That's Alu's head gone. And a fast smoke up connected. We've seen this pistol round before. They're going big on this. Maiden's trying to sell the fake, and with his frags, he's going to get away with it.
Oh, they're walking.
Okay, who was it on short then? It's Aerial, solo on HP. Yeah, they're going, and Aerial could still bang a shot or two. A little bit of a tag. He tried to buy a touch of time, and he's done just that. 2 players making the push. They've denied the plant. Smoke goes in, but there's Sticko. P2 Swifty in hand, looking good, but Sunny now in the 1v2.
Show me what you got, Sonny. Show me what you got. Sticko's gone. And Crystal's got 10 HP, no armor as well. This pistol round's got back.
The bomb.
Yeah, okay, the timing's going to be important here. Crystal does scoop it up. He's got so much time. What's his plan here? Is he really going to walk into the kitchen? Nope, straight into the crosshairs. Great play from Sunny in the end there. Hitting that shot. 3 frags in the round. He does save his squad. And it looks so promising with the Maiden opening. So hence dig themselves out of that hole.
Here's a storyline that I forgot to tell everybody at home.
Okay.
Sunny and Stika, they used to play together on Mouse Swords.
That's true.
What's that?
That's 3 for the day. So
Is that the 3 German phrases for the
no, he doesn't get. He gets as many as he wants.
Okay.
But we just keep tally. It's like a swear jar.
Not my best work.
That's all right.
Dash dumped is really quite addictive, which means that's true.
Das ist wahr.
Dash dumped, man.
Ja,
Dash
ja.
dumped, ja, stimmt. Ja, natürlich.
Genau, Junge.
Fantastisch Deutsch. Fantastisch, Chad.
Schnell Godsend.
Ja, los geht's.
Los geht's.
This will be a quickie.
Should be. It's looking...
Bit sticky.
Sorry, Chad.
Quickie got sicky.
Oh, look.
That's what he's trying to say.
Alex.
That's what he said.
It's a 3-on-3. That was a 3v2.
All right, we're going to have to
It's
flip
getting
it. Stop saying it, please. I don't want to hear the word sticky. It's very strange.
Well, if they win, Ants are going to be feeling icky.
Oh, Christ.
All right, let me take this one.
Alex.
No, Chad, I realised there was that man that got upset at me on Reddit. It's because we talked silly in the Glock rounds, and now we talk silly in the Glock rounds, and he's sitting there rubbing his hands together like, look,
That's
we're
okay.
talking about silly things, and Counter-Strike happened. I hate them.
You got downvoted though. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about this 2-on-3.
Go on.
Because it's actually winnable. The bomb is actually towards B. So if they're able to isolate Sergey and get the kill, it will force out the rotation. Zen has to hold his horses right now. This is perfect. That might give away the game though. He has been spotted. Aerial's on the case. They could mop this up.
They could, but will they? 20 seconds. He can't get that bomb down unless he kills him, and there we go. That's going to be Ents surely digging themselves out of this hole. Finally gave it a good damn go. Ents do convert, but it's more costly than they anticipated, and no one's recovered Sunny's M4. I think that's a point worth making. That he threw all of his schmeckles into an M4 second round, and now it's, well, evaporated into round 17. We head into the 18th now.
Problematic here. AWP is out though, so you can see at least Alu's going to have that, and it'll be against the 5 AK-47s of Godsend. They have enough utility to go for whatever style of execute they're looking for, and they'll be happy with the damage that they were able to inflict in the previous. So smoke towards top mid. We're going to finally Maiden heading towards that side of things, and ahead of the smoke.
Damn. That's the start you need. Try to claw it back. Yampy's actually tucked himself in nicely now. He'll be able to control, patrol, short and window. Another on the cards as the smoke fades. Maiden can catch him here. Element of surprise. He's trying to nutmeg. Oh, Sound Q's taking a big risk here. Alu's not ready for this. Big gap.
Aiden, this could be so good. The timing's everything. He's found one. Alu. That's the Alu. All the fins were waiting to see. Quick to the trigger and gets it just right. Yampy still watching towards middle. Posted up well. That's exactly as to why. Controls it, Zen now. 4 and 2 still stand. Crystal and Sicko, what do they have? Smoke, flash, and a molly, and one was just retrieved. So it really isn't much. Crystal with the bomb. Push pretty far ahead. Sunny.
Nice.
They're headed. That's going to be an opportunity now. Wait, Crystal?
Is he going through the
He's
smoke?
left the
What
bomb.
a madman.
He's dropped the bomb down. This is kind of dirty. I kind of like it. Alu, let's see what you can do with this as well. He's waiting, probably considering what's going on here. Bear in mind, they've probably spotted the bomb at one point. High flash. Molly goes in. That's a bomb plant, and Crystal's in a belting position. This guy is having a round, and now the 2v2. It could all be for nothing. It could all fall apart. But do remember, this was a scenario they should never have gotten to this point on.
Yeah, they've been finding Steeko. Crystal has to save the day. Oh, he's flubbed the jump, but still not out of the realms of possibility. Ariel's the one on it. But it's connecting and not quite enough to confirm. Good attempt for sure.
I liked it. I liked all the things he did. People with him pushing through the smoke, maybe not too familiar with why he did that. He wanted to maintain mid control. If he could force them back off Cat, make sure that window was covered off, and he already knew they went jungle because he was patrolling around that side, it was going to set Steeko up for an open plan. And they were able to do that. They just weren't able to convert. I think that's the kill right there that almost guaranteed the round. Crystal did his absolute best to pull it all back in. Alu stopping Maiden. Alu stopping Maiden right there in window. That was basically it. Some nice conversions there from Alu. He was quiet in the first half. Let's see if he can come alive in the second half. And so they really need to be bounding back in, well, a slew of rounds, and so far so good. No one's home to receive that nade, but they're coming to the door very soon. Crystal looking to lead the way here with Maiden and Farley as the entry pack on top. Middle coming through underpass will be Zen, and over towards Palace is Steeko on a bit of a lurk. Now the bomb heading back towards spawn. They've been able to withstand any early aggression, which we can see there absolutely is none. Godsend playing this very, very, very slow.
So Farley's in a position to throw util, right? He's sitting there for a reason.
That's the top mid smoke, and he has the A ramp.
So it's a mid to way finish, perhaps a little late. Zen becomes the lurk all of a sudden. Okay, I'm on board. He pivots through mid. You've got your defaults. Just a question to see how they plan to and intend to finish this. That late smoke middle's got Alu paranoid, but hasn't be able to gain any additional information. It'll be Sunny's first contact, but instead, he's hearing utility, wants to drop his own.
Now this mid play is going pretty unchecked. The CT's falling back towards slightly more tucked in position. Sergey obviously and Alu being them, but Sunny, timing's everything is. Zen's already up. The other two are playing through connector. They're going to get contact. Sergey deals with Crystal. Now here's the steps. Alu's got his back. That's a lovely crossfire. And there's still that threat from window. There it is. Zen finally comes in, and there's the answer.
Jesus, it's going everywhere. Jumpy's done some serious work. Puts Farley into a winnable 1 versus 2. Only Galil. And time to reposition. Decision-making time. I'm seeing a kid on aerial. 21 bullets to find and isolate these jewels. He's right to look for Yampy. That was the jewel he wanted, but saved by the newest pickup. That's a big round and a big one to pick up, keep them on their toes. And so the CT start from Ent, it continues on an unbeaten spree. From the pistol, that's now going to be 4 as weapons are retrieved. He delays the defuse in order to acquire both. 8 for Ent. So they definitely have tidied themselves up and kept it competitive. It was a little bit alarming. After that close one-on-one pistol, it could very well have spiraled in Godsend's favor. But this is Ent's pick, and certainly for a reason. We'll see how Yami got that second frag, because Maiden just swung in. Yeah, that's just a quick adjustment. Nice handling. That was Farley's chance. Galil versus M4. Didn't actually get a single bullet onto him.
Yeah, that's that nasty left eye peek we keep talking about. So for Farley, unfortunately, having the disadvantage with the weapon and the side of his eye that he was picking on through. But look at this. Mac 10s are plenty. Couple of deagles over towards B we go. It looks like it's going to be a set piece. Then throwing out a little bit of early utility. There should be a second wave to this.
Oh, he's burning. See, let's wait for that second wave, because if this is it, I haven't been able to do too much. There's the flashes, and in we go. Aerial is blind. Yampy catches the next. That's lovely. He's making this a little bit more deadly. You can see Aerial's in all kinds of stressful scenarios. There's now just 3 that he stands. Alu between the legs, leaving Yampi to clear up the mess on the cross. Nice adjustment with Yampi to control. Very well handled, but you could see the mayhem that they caused with those delay flashes.
Yeah, it could have been a bit of a mess right there, but Ant's able to hold it together. Now that we're sitting into round number 21, it's 11-9 in the favour of Godsend. We still hold this lead, but that lead is quickly slipping away as the AWP will come out in the hands of Farley here, much better than the glue we saw within the previous. He needs to find an opening, so let's see if they allow him to do whatever he wants, or if they're going to use him within the system. Over towards mid, he's heading fast to be a heads-up duel with Alu. He doesn't get the better of that one. Legged on down, Alu will take some spray damage from Maiden here in the flurry. Underpass though, Zen on the chase. He takes down Aerial, so this is a big pickup. Yampi wants to equalize it, dropping on down. He's done a lot of work here, and now they can get out of dodge.
Good find for Mr. Wayne. Now, yes, the CTs will try and dig themselves back into standard holes. Sunny looks like he's relocating to be responsible for B.
Ooh, there was a gap there, but Godsend weren't to know. So Sunny will be in the site, no dramas, before they're able to set up any execute they would like. And Seiko goes down to the AWP top middle, so everything is falling apart here for Godsend.
Sunny tries to remain calm as they're very much at the door here, but Farley solo and Aiden on his own. Nice work from him, but where's the support? It's been very patient. Alu misses the shot on the cross. The bomb should go down.
Low HP though, that's the real problem.
It is, but never right Farley out around. Needs this clean one. Just going to pre-fire. Lovely play from him. And then they had head in hands after that first half, but I believe this is going to be enough to reinvigorate them. That's now a convincing 5th round in a row. Now 6. As I hadn't quite gone over on my overlay, but taking a quick look at the scores, you can see exactly that slew of rounds I'm referring to. And you can see the Godsend have been no slouch in getting that bomb down. The previous Tech 9 rush was the elimination execution, but bomb's been going down. They've been getting into the sites. Combination of multi-frags from Yampi.
Hello.
Jumping frags from Yampi.
Not quite Batman's phrase. Hello.
Hello. Hello, guys.
It's with the chimney.
Here we go.
Have you seen more Batarang, mate? I was Australian. I don't know.
I don't know how we got there.
I don't know what happened there.
Oh, God.
So, look. Plant's no problem, but what has been a bit of an issue is opening kills. Zen onto Aerial. That was their first opening kill since the pistol round in the second half here for that of the Godsend side of things. So let's see if they can get a few more of those headed in the right direction and then not immediately trade it back. An opening is great, but then if you give one back straight away, well, you're finding yourself in a 4-on-4, which we do say favours the T's.
Top tier analysis there, Chad.
Well, we're going to get this one underway. Round number 22.
Ooh!
There you go,
Top tier play-by-play from us. Oh, we're really on point today, aren't we?
This is our Monday,
Hold on.
okay?
This is fast. Look at what's happening here. The CT's pushing towards ramp after losing that mid control. This is a brawly round. And for now, the Finns staying cool under pressure. The trade's coming back in, but it has been substantially favourable towards Ents. And now it's just Farley. You said to never write him out of a round, but he's got to prove it here. And sadly, Yampi is looking solid.
Wow, that was...
Yampi.
Yeah, you can do the... You sound like Natu. Like,
I've worked on it for years. I dream of one day becoming Natu. So
Well, this is why This is why Lauren's only just come back to Counter-Strike, guys, because she's been practicing how to pronounce Yampi's name
That's it.
for the last 3 years.
I've been in the lab.
She wasn't even aware that he was coming, but she knew that
There'd be
she
a
needed to
time.
be ready for it. And
it.
Lauren is
Here I am.
always making sure she's ready for it.
That's Natu's name.
You just keep going.
I wanted to practice. Screw you guys. Nate's hurt. Pistol's fine.
Maiden has a hero AK though, Alex.
Yes, Chaddy, that does look exciting.
Let's see.
Where's he taking it?
Yeah, early posture towards A lurks makes sense, and there is people behind it. So Sergey could be, oh, Farley should get him here. Should get the trade. Okay, disappeared. Cheeky boy. Sergey positioning himself and playing a fantastic game so as not to get caught out by these sidearms. It is not a full investment. Should be Ence's 12th. Scene set as they continue their advance. Silently mantling into the window room, and they'll notice, oh, okay, well, that might deter him from anything more aggressive, but he has got a real chance here. And Sergey deals with Farley first. Advance. Oh, he's getting a wall. Third found. Zen was walking through the jungles. He's just played that position on the balcony so well. alert, and now a hero AK. Not really going to get you fast. Sicko's going to try and get the information for his squad mate. He does have the armored vest.
Yeah, he can get a freebie on the balcony here. Oh, that shot from Sicko going awry. Bye-bye. Well, this is going to be a very, very quick finish if the rounds continue like this.
Right, so ends first half. It's shit.
Maybe they've just...
Second half, Chad.
Yeah.
We're back in business.
Well, what if we frame it the other way? What if we say, Godsend, first half, fantastic Counter-Strike, isolating the 1v1 duels all over the map, making sure that Eds could get into the science. You know, I'm trying this whole positivity recently. It's not that you're wrong, it's just that Eds...
No, you go for the flip, but...
Yeah, the flip.
And I like it, but you'd feel as though those things that you highlighted could surely apply to the T side, but it's just simply not there, Yampy. Outstanding start.
Oh, that is exceptional. Getting both of them as well. Such a tight line to be holding. I'm sure we'll get that from his POV, but regardless, up and mid, going to have to claw their way back from the early casualties, and this is a much more threatening task for what they thought they'd be going into. They had Farley and Zen in the plan, there was smokes, there was flashes, and now, unfortunately, it's a mid-round up against the full CT setup.
It's just limping into every round, it feels like. Either with a lower buy, or they always seem to be losing the opening duel, the opening kill never going in their fashion. Still, the only 2 opening kills came on those rounds I prefaced before. That was round number 21, and the pistol round of the second half. And most of those rounds as well, they've been losing the first 2 frags, not just the first 1 kill. So there's been no trading going on the side of Godsend. And now with 50 seconds left, they kind of split up again.
Trading places to try and find Sergey on the eddy. Can't force him off just yet. He's tucked in on that balcony and now does take him down. Real problems for Crystal. Some consolation frags. His best bet, not going to be given them. Sergey, that's 2 times in a row he's been tested on A. Doesn't even break a sweat.
Nor are we right now. This is such a...
This is 2 very one-sided
You see this, so...
Yeah.
How much did he work with? Wow. Really solid work. Because you can see, I mean, we saw it from Farley.
Slither gap
it was
from Farley, yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Not nix, das ist Deutsch.
What?
Nix means nothing in German.
Bitte?
It's a nice, easy one to remember. 3 letters. Can't really flub it up.
We were trying to do numbers last night, but that went well out of control.
We're on our way.
Really quickly.
I can get to 9. All right, and then someone explained, I'm sure there's a way to do it very easily. I think someone's explained to me before, but my brain goes, no. And so does Aerials. Goodbye.
That's
Crystal.
an opening.
You happy with that?
That's what they need. That's their 3rd in the second
Here we
half.
go. We're not
It's
quite cooking with gas
different.
yet.
No, there's certainly there's a gas canister on order.
It's on the way.
But here we are. Goes down. Crystal struggles to find out with the hero AK, and this unfortunately is the foreseeable flurry of frags. Ooh, gets away with it. Sicko lives to fight another day. Zen's got the bomb, and he's got a bullet in his chest.
Oh dear.
The 2 words after 9, Lauren, they're some of the funniest German words for the numbers. Like, elf is fine, 11, elf.
Elf.
Aber let me tell you now.
Let me tell you now.
Aber zwölf is funny. Very zwölf. Zwölf is 12. A lot more fun to say than the other ones. I know, I like fun. Fun. You can make it sound like a grenade launcher. Number 5.
It does sound like
more like you've got your noob tube, you're like thump.
Okay.
Across the map.
With you.
German in chat, just loving this probably.
I don't mind the sound effects.
How is the German lessons going?
Yeah, well, come join us. I'm really bad. Alex is pretty good. Lauren is not trying.
Not really trying, yeah. I'm really living up to the typical Brit approach of just...
Embracing the ignorance.
Exactly, it's where I like to live. If I set the bar real low, I'll never be surprised by my failure. And another molly, so Zen... feeling like he can't get much done. I'm sure Farley's still kind of reeling after that last hit coming out from Yumpy, that double AWP. Really gorgeous in play.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued to know whether or not they can exploit the door. There is certainly room for that manoeuvres. All you need to do is just throw a barrage of smokes. Just do it like your standard A smokes, and then retaking with an AWP sucks.
Ooh, this is a really rough one here. The position of Sergey, if they don't Molotov it, he's probably good for at least 1. And then Sunny, I call that position Gatsby. I don't know why. There's a big door.
Yeah.
Great Gatsby, but now these moving forward.
The off angle on it?
Yeah, this crossfire is going to be very potent. Smokes are coming over, the hit's on.
Tucks himself in. And no Molly, as you highlighted, Chad. It's only going to get him one, though. Now, perhaps the frags and the round favouring Godsend. Yampy can't really contest from short. Alu and Ariel gathering their resources for something from CT. But it'll be off the back of flashes from Yampy, I assume. And he's miles away right now, so just jiggling into the lines dry cost them the life of Ariel. 2 remaining for this retake. They're already on 14. It's been a flawless defense so far, and it seems Alu's not quite done yet. Wants to make it as costly as possible at the bare minimum. Needs to keep them on their toes. A smoke ramp. Really wants to get more fights, then will eventually behead him. And yeah, they'll just save one of the 2 orbs.
Look, good round from Godsend. I want to see if they can replicate it. They actually traded efficiently onto the bomb site there. That was all you needed. I think Sunny may have hit his mouse against the keyboard as he was turning away from
That's what the shots were?
Yeah, I don't think, unless he was trying to bait, but I would say most likely a bit of an accident, and that gave away his position on the site very clearly. That sound cue made it probably a little bit easier for Godsend to make their way into the bomb site and take him on down. And now, as we're seeing it on round 27, the scoreline is 14-12. Here's the openings. Sergey from Sandwich getting taken out. Sunny was dealt with very handedly, and this shot here from Farley onto Ariel, well, that's all she wrote over towards A. And as Godsend, they need to string a couple more of those together here if they want to look like they can deny the bank. But this one's fast.
Oh, it's got some pace to it. Main's already out. Krista behind, and they're going to be pretty much ahead of the CTs. Sunny on try box. Bit of a spray. It's not beautiful, but it's got the job done. But Sunny, unchecked. Oh my word. Sunny side coming up there, looking real tasty. Now 3v3 though. Where's that bomb? Is it down? Is it on the side? Sticko not gone for it here.
No nades to work with here for Godsend, so this is going to become very tricky, but they tuck tail and they're leaving A. They're going to vanish in front of the eyes here events as the smokes will clear and they will start their investigation. Who will be the first to rotate? The closest port of call is Alu with the AWP, and we can see him pivoting. If he gets towards the top mid, he can actually cover off mid and the B swing. This is fantastic stuff from Alu here, and he's still close enough to rotate over towards A as soon as the warning bells go off.
This could be the first check. CT's sitting pretty deep on this, honestly. Alu's good watching the cross. I think they've got the idea. I guess he's sitting safe for B as well. High flashes. 35 seconds. Farley's still looking for the opportunity. This re-aggress is going to be rough. The CTs are still postured pretty close by.
Yeah, these orbs should be vulnerable. But they're getting that bomb down. It's never an easy task. Yappy doesn't want to contest. The prime angle held. A reaction test for Farley. Doesn't quite get the green light this time, but they are retreating. And so they'll go for another bite of the cherry. Makes sense. It does seem like this.
Do you think it was B?
Yeah, I think they were clearing out for a flank here. They're definitely going for this.
Geez, okay. I mean, they have got plenty of cash to splash, but now they've just kind of rotted the clock. They'll have to smoke the bomb. Farley given a free onto Alu. Maybe there's a real shot at this one. There you go, his face. He goes down.
Wow,
That's a retake, ladies and gentlemen. I gobbled it up. I assumed. I made an assumption. Now I'm the one that looks like an ass. There's so much cash. They go for it. Perfect retake. The nade onto Farley confirms it. That is magnificent stuff from the Finns, and that puts them in good stead to convert their map pick here.
Boy, I didn't see that one coming. Sunny did fantastic to get 2 there. Obviously, they're all around over towards Tetris. And then this is the finish. Ariel just back in the right time. Nade to the face is never where you want to take him. And a frustrating one right there for Godsend. That should have been their round. I think they thought they were saving as much as we did. Alright, well, Ents just need one more round to take map number 1 here and take us to Nuke, which is Godsend's choice. Setting up for an A piece again. The site is relatively open, just overseeing from Ticket will be Sergey, not committed into the site this time round, and the first rotator will be Yampy. Let's see how much action he can get down.
Loving the Sergey util set. It's not quite going to get him what he wanted, though. Just softens him up briefly. Some good ground covered. Crystal onto the side, trying to suppress any CT angles. We can see Sergey's just holding the line. Sunny's unloading a mag. Bomb is down, courtesy of Maiden. We've got a full 5-on-5 afterplant, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in.
Look at the difference in nades for this retake. Zen with the only bit of utility left.
Huge disparity, but still 5 guns trained. Defending this bomb site. Playing it back in is going to be goddamn tricky. Here comes the util. Molly goes in, flash goes high. Maiden on Tetra is going to deny 1. That's Sergey going down, but these kills coming in for the CTs. Are actually looking pretty deadly, but time's ticking here, Alex. I don't know if they've got enough time for this.
Yeah, Sonny's not sure either. He starts fragging, starts defusing
off the bomb.
to get him off the bomb. Then doesn't hear it. The spray from Stiko is not there. Oh my God! Uses it in front of their face. Oh, red faces all round for Godsend. It's 16 on the board. Ends take their map. What a CT side that was. Sunshine and rainbows in the first half, but it gets a little dreary and it gets a little grey for Godsend as we do conclude map one of our first game of our 3-game day. 4 if you include the final simultaneous streams, but Ents take it in the end, realising their dreams. Chatty B and Lauren Panzi in the studio with myself, Machine. Now, guys, Chad, maybe you can help me quantify this, because I saw that half, and I was like, wow, it looks like, you know, this black box, this surprise, as you framed it, was paying off, and it looked like they were set to convert. doubts shed for you on that T side?
Yeah, and the T side is obviously the one which requires potentially a little bit more cohesion. The CT one, if you're just standing up and getting multi-kills or finding new entries or those aggressive moves. We were pointing out Sticker going aggressive towards apartment. They had those cool crossfires. We had Zen on the firebox. We had the two close up towards ramp. Those kind of setups right there were good. Farley was also good for them, but on the first half. He called a lot in the second half. The entire team called a lot in the second half. I think we were like 6 or 7 rounds into the game on their T side, and they only had 2 opening kills. One came on the pistol round, and one was a Zen kill that was immediately traded by Batman, I think, as you put it there, Lauren. Yampi dropping down, who actually had a very good game. So I think here that there were definite signs that they haven't had enough, obviously, official games with Mirage.
Glimmers of hope, though. I think it was like a couple of moments here and there for Godsend, but the problem is that I keep feeling there's just bits and pieces that look good. I need to see the full picture. For Enslow showing they've got depth here, which we haven't seen them push and have to kind of turn it around yet. I feel they've been mostly doing quite well for themselves. So honestly, if anything, it's a really good signal for the man on the screen as well. He had a great second half.
He really did. And I mean, taking a look at a deeper dive into the stats as well, you can see Yampi had 7 multi-kill rounds, went 3 for 3 in opening duels. And I'm having a quick look at the flash assist as well. We've got some highlights on your screens. Just want to double check to see how high they were. Actually, significantly not present for either team. Doesn't sound like much flashing was going on.
Yeah, and the reason that was, if you watch that game and why we were also not screaming and shouting in the same way we normally would, is because until the tail end, when we started seeing all in executes from almost both sides, it was strung out duels. It was 1v1s across the map. They were just, and the game was playing out with this because they were giving each other the room to work with. And then once they had the room, well, the T's would walk on in, they'd go for a fight, they'd die, and well, that would be it. So there wasn't necessarily a lot of in-your-face type Counter-Strike, those multi-frag moments that we had just on the weekend gone by. It was a very slow game. It was, quite drawn out, it felt.
The weird thing for me is with these matches especially is when you look back and you see score lines of like quite a close affair, but then in reality it was 2 very one-sided halves. You're like, it never felt like it was getting there. It was a very slumpy game, but a good recovery from Ents, though, I'd say.
I'd say so too. Now, we are getting ourselves equipped for Nuke, and I think we want more time on that side just to focus on the map. You want to do it now?
I was trying to get my refrag to work, but you know me, I'm so inept with technology. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to get it working for everybody. We can try and go bye-bye now and see if I can fix it in the break.
Okay, let's go bye-bye now, and we'll fix it in the break. As Chad has said. Be right back, guys. We'll be back with your second map, Nuke. Thanks.
ready? Huh? Hey, what, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand? Without her, it's not fair. I need you back. No more crying at the end. I'll do it again.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
We're back. It is season 12 of ESL Pro League Malta online. We've got Ensign Godson heading into our second map, and we've taken to our stalls because class is in session live from the studio. We've got our teacher for the day. It's very cool. Down with the kids, trying to be one of them. It's Chad Birchall, Professor Birchall. What have you got on the menu?
You can call me Chad.
Oh, cool.
No, or Mr. B for short. But look, I want to get into something, guys. I want to show one of these little strategies that Alu's going to have to be dealing with today. So let me unpause this. We're going to get on into it. Alu, AWPing yard, nuke, CT side, godsend, that'll be selling the T side. So check this out. You're an AWPer. You're probably not going to hit into the boxes like I did just there, but you're going to make your way into yard, and then you're going to have a little bit of look. Okay, so the smoke. Oh, they cut across red. I'm dropping back. I look towards yellow. All right, well, I'm smoked off. A Molotov Everyone's coming in. Oh, I got to keep going. I've got to keep jumping back. Oh, they smoked windows. Oh, they smoked heaven. If you're an AWPer, you're now in no man's land. And you can see here, this is Crystal. He's not going to shoot me. I put it on ignore. This is the restart feature. He's actually going to get taken down on this flurry. But what I wanted to show you, and I'm going to show it to you one more time, we're going to go at it from a different angle, just so you can see how all the smokes look and how quickly it comes on through. So I'm going to be taking it more of an angle of if we were the T's looking towards yard. This initial smoke you see here, it allows them to cross on over towards the red box, right? Oh, I've gone the wrong bloody round. 1 second, guys. This is me just showing my ineptness once again. So we have a couple seconds longer. We should be able to get over there. There won't be too many dramas. Everyone hold on to your hats. The first smoke, you're going to see it. It's going to land here. The second smoke, you're going to see it. It's going to land on top of the CT box for credit card. There's a smoke towards main, so all of you is covered. We have windows and we have heaven. So look at how much space they've taken. They had to use all 5 smokes, but this is just one of the strategies they use to get top of ladder that control. That's what I wanted to show you from Godsend. Yeah, so we'll see that one today. I hope.
Hopefully bringing in the strategy we got to see from Refrag, and of course brought to you by America's Navy. I guess I'll stand up.
I'm just chilling now. I'm quite comfortable. Oh, don't get
No, I'm old. I need
a little bit.
to stand up. I need to stand up.
See, up.
There we go.
All right, it's time to take a seat, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our second map, Nuke and Godsend. It is Godsend's pick, or rather, it's Zed's pick.
Yeah, Zed's pick.
All right, sweet, let's get in.
Look right here, Sunny with a smoke and a kit to kick things off. On the other side, we're going to have P250s in play. 3 P250s, Alex. Maiden has one, Farley has one, and Zen as well.
Okay, I kind of like it. These weapons really help you take yard, and there is a prime example as to why. No longer at a disadvantage when going USP on P250. In fact, that long-range benefit really getting you across. Smoke will not enable them to get across. Sergey's getting that info for free. Maiden's having a great start here. Low HP, long shots, headshots, and now trying to pivot back towards the upper side.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. They rotate it off. It's a wide open site. This is a fantastic T-pistol.
Heidi. It gets down towards main as well, so they can actually control that on the T side to make sure the ends can't pick it up for a quick defuse. You do see a lobby crunch coming in, Sergey towards top ladder, and I think the danger man is Alu coming up secret. He needs to find a kill here quickly.
Ouch.
Okay. That's 3 for Maiden. And that's all they need.
That is surely the round. Sergey's hitting some bangers, though. Maybe we're onto something a little more elaborate. Sergey, no, he's tapped away at Farley, down to 23. The kit was at main. Great shooting, suppressing what looked to be a flawless T-pistol, but regardless, the one is in that column. And that's going to be a tough decision for them to deal with now. Looks like we're going to be seeing Godsend up for, like the Crystal Map 10, bro. I've got a feeling.
Yeah.
He's bounding off the silo. He's strafing around corners. He's going squeaky fast. They do like to put the SMGs to good use here on Godsend's T-side Nuke.
Can make a lot of space with the Carney. You pointed it out before when we were getting into Godsend in the second half of the season. Even when he has enough money to go for an AK, he'll just go with the Mac 10 purely to find space for his team. The jumping ability with it, well, the jumping accuracy with it, the mobility. Oh, we've seen one of these little tanks before, and another one set up over towards ramps. So, ends are looking pretty. If Stiko and Crystal continue around the corner for a little bit of a duel, aerial patrolling to make sure they can't get flanked, and as we can see, things have stalled out quite a lot as the 4-man pistol groovy edition of Ents here is just waiting to see if anyone wants to come to their party, and I don't think anyone's coming anytime soon. Godsend are waiting for aggression, they're taking it slow. I think everyone at home.
Okay.
Come on out.
I like the stack, though. And that's going to really ruin everything. Crystal, oh my god, he's got more than he bargained for. A wild spray of his mouse. And they'll be calling for the top side take, just flanking. CTs are locked down by some smokes, and so, yeah, this one, unfortunately, for Ents is not going to manifest into anything else. I don't think they necessarily expected that, but as they all come on in, gathering into what's now covered in flame, even more souring the mood.
Bernie.
Wherever they go, there's just mollies thrown at them, the poor guys. They're in a really rough time. They try to have a nice little party over by a ramp. Nah, not allowed. Head out towards heaven. Nah, fires again. But they got the Mag 10, I guess.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Kills.
Got Sticko down. See if they can get any more damage done. Let's have a look. See what the... Oh, almost had Sergey, not quite though.
Important though, look at Sergey's money, 5,950 smackaroos. He can drop the AWP over towards Alu for them to go into this first gun round well equipped. And he's going to do exactly that. So very, very important kills for him to be getting right there to make sure he has enough money to get armor. He's going to be dropped over an M4 and then whatever else he wants to buy. You can see that he has opted to go. Well, he hasn't bought his armor yet. There we go. So he can get a smoke and a flash. He's got a HE and a flash. Curious there. I thought the smoke for zoning is where people seem to be prioritizing on the CT side, but they might have a different idea.
We're going quick. Stick
Looks
on.
like it.
Here we go. Let's see how he goes down the vent. Unscathed too. We'll be taking that. Now,
It's rotated, Lauren.
have they noted this? They've got to have noted there was a possibility with the smokes and everything up, but he's gotten a great deal of room.
He is well and truly in the back lines here, and now he can cover off towards ramp or the van as they set up the standard wall of smokes towards yard. The bomb now on the back of Maiden will be corralling its way on over. Zen just doing his best to deny any vent rotation that he can. And everything seems covered off. Look at this. Do they know? Are they going to check? Ariel's got his pistol out.
Oh, and he's actually going to get caught. Zico can't believe his luck. Access and an M4 granted. They'll descend through Secret. Alu on the rotate. How can you lock him down, though? A smoke grenade or maybe even a frag. Zico is given the chance. He's spotted him out. Plant from Maiden. Oh, gosh. With no smoke down, they're going to hope to try and keep him busy. But yeah, Alu's just popping all the shots he needs to. Kept equal. Nice shots from Maiden. Look how patient Yampi's being. This element of surprise. Tip of his head, visible. Good toggle the X-ray. You can see camouflaging that yellow face over in front of the yellow pole. He's really brutal. Maiden is going to give it a good go, though. Here we go.
Oh, this could be everything. Needs to be so crisp with it, though. Now Farley into the 1v1. It's Sunny down. Very well played in the end by Godsend, but it got damn close towards the end there.
And that vent drop coming in on the third round of the game is now something Ents have to worry about for the remainder of Godsend's T-half. Ariel did get caught out. He definitely got caught out. He had absolutely no idea. When you're jumping through the window like that, you're not expecting a player, and that's how it all kicked on off. The fact that they opened back up with some equal trades, I'm curious about the utility usage that was coming in from Godsend there. I didn't really double check who has it and exactly where they were standing, but I felt they had a smoke and Molotovs. They could have corralled off towards the ramp position to have a cleaner round, but regardless, 3-0, and starting where they kicked off on the previous map of Mirage, very slowly.
It's no fun if you don't get the combat story, Chad. You gotta.
That's true.
Gotta keep us on our toes.
Everyone loves a Mighty Ducks arc.
And for anyone that's not over 30, everyone loves a comeback story.
How dare you? You're outnumbered here.
It's such a great set of films.
Who's not seen it?
I don't know.
I mean, you've seen it, right?
I don't want to tell Chad. He wears the shirt. He references it all the time.
Got a hat with it on.
Just nod and exhale through my nose loud, like slightly.
So like when Simple goes like ham or someone just starts doing something mad, that's like knuckle puck time, right? You get that reference?
In that flying V. And
Of
then
course.
Winning like a 2v5 and like the star duo, they could be like the Bash Brothers.
Oh, that was...
So many of your
I
references.
really think you should watch that movie, Alex. It'll really, give you some depth in life. Give you a real bit of something. Yeah, Ariel. This shouldn't go well. It doesn't, and Ramp is under control. The thing is, I've been jaded by Mirage. I've seen these one-sided halves, but we'll see if there's any damage or if, stability comes in. That's not bad from Alu. Another would have been perfect, but it does stop Sunny. And now suddenly this round that seemed all but not that much of a threat has suddenly become a problem. These two players, Alex, aren't looking so pretty.
Yeah, Alu's double D, followed by Sunny playing that hole in the wall. Lovely for the trade, but does seem like sanity is restored. Sergey and Yampi, though, have definitely got a large chat. Oh, look at that gap. Well found from Farley, exploiting a little line of sight he had. Sergey falls as well. It's a Farley round. 4 in it, converting the 4th as well for Godsend.
He won the clutch just before, and now he's really bowed them out right there. That did get extremely dangerous. No pun intended with the Danish meaning of Farley's name. Alu with some big ins and a little hidey hole from some. The 5.7 sounds nice when it's slowed down. That was a nice noise.
Mind that?
Oh, what's this gentleman dressed up as today?
Ice hockey player?
Like a goalkeeper uniform?
Yeah, maybe he heard us. Goldberg.
That's the one.
There we go.
How much do you watch this film? Like, I just vaguely remember it.
My favourite childhood series of films.
Fair enough.
The third one lost me a bit, but 1 and 2 were great.
Did you watch it before a match? Did you get you all jazzed up?
I liked the end when We Are the Champions is playing after the first one. And it's not the smoke wall we highlighted, it is just the standard smoke wall, but you can see Alu still can't see a lot. Yeah, he can see some feet. He's going to find one immediately traded. That's fantastic work from Maiden. Damage done as Sergey with the wild spray from range.
Hi. Well, uncharacteristic to see Alu not hit that. Maybe I've had my standards set incredibly high by him being really on point for the last couple of games we've seen.
Oh man, Sunny's going to struggle to get more than one here, and that really is the objective and a disadvantage. Farley, he's had a mad one in the round prior, so they will hit the spearhead in. Oh, it's no fun for Sunny. Only a flash as well. Can't retreat off this. This really is a one and done. That frag on top site. Yeah, Stiko's luck was tested in lobby, and they're just going to walk away completely silently. Ooh, very loud Maiden. Okay, so they all agree they have to be loud now, which does mean the flank is likely. No one's looking, and no one's down, but Ariel will have to descend. Steps now from Sunny. Maiden in a position to punish, but with only 30 HP, margin for error 0.
Oh, that's a gift.
Yeah, and Ariel, unfortunately, as gifted as he may be, too much to deal with here.
Oh no.
Oh no, 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 no.
Oh no, no, no. Don't go back. Stiko's got it. Oh, what? Okay, Stiko don't got it. Fair enough, Ariel. Nice little snap.
Imagine if he gets Farley and runs to the top side.
Bolts.
Yeah, I mean, it's not planted for me. Like, that could have got
True.
weird. Could have got a bit freaky deaky.
So 5-0 on the board. That means max loss bonus is in play. 3,400 will be trickling into the bank balance of Ants here, but on the CT side, with no saved guns, not buy territory in the usual case. So you can see here just what they're working with. Ariel's gone for a UMP, Deagle's in a 5-7 for Sunny. Bit of utility as well. The smokes to hold them back on any early aggress. No Molotovs to force them back. And Godsend can just continue as they were. The other day we saw them with a really, really slow start on their T side versus Na'Vi, but they were able to bounce back on their CT side and make a relatively competitive game out of it. The fact now they already have 5 rounds on their T half, if they can add any more, likely be a 6th right now. And it's looking pretty. Similar smokes, this time they've actually thrown one off to cover off towards the windows, and into top they go.
And already with a flurry of frags, puts Sergey on notice, and yeah, procedural. Easy, for lack of a better word, with Ariel just patrolling these vents. He's been dealt a real dud hand. So Godsend's T-side posting 6 on Nuke. It's definitely justifying their pick on the T-side.
Just taking a look at the kill distribution right here, because not a lot else is going on otherwise. Unfortunately, Ants aren't giving us anything to write home about. Sergey has 4 kills. We have 3 apiece for Yampi, Ariel, and Alu, and only 2 frags for Sunny. So not a lot of impact being found here in the early stages. But one of the keys for Ants may be aggression, potentially taking a fight to the side of Godsend, going more aggressive towards Yard, denying those crossover smokes, seeing if they can take that fight and win it. And remember, they have to keep in mind that vent drop that we saw on the first gun round of the game, where Stiko got down for free, caught Ariel sleeping, having no idea that did come into play. And if they want to rinse and repeat that type of a strategy with the smoke wall in tandem, separately, however they want, they're 2 positions which Ents have to respect, which in turn, it softens up other parts of the map. Okay, so now maybe we don't have a game helper over towards ramp. Maybe it's just one individual over towards ramp to have to deal with everything. So they go for a pounce onto ramp after doing the smoke wall and Yard. It'll be forcing the rotators to get towards that vent quicker, or get to the lower bomb site quicker if they think someone has dropped under. There's a lot of problems that can really start to come in fans. And the way to deal with it, and the way that I was speaking about, was that aggression. If you take the fight and you actually have the information on where Godsend want to go, you're not chasing your ass. You're actually, well, we'd say in Australia, you're not a headless chook.
Yeah, headless chook, chasing your tail. 9-0 for Farley. Wonder if he can maintain that. Watch him die first.
Why have you done it?
Why have I done it? Why have I done it?
Crystal fell foul to the curse. Stiko this time again. Ooh, not able to make to the vent this time, but perfectly positioned to do some damage if he gets the opportune moment. Spraying in. Goes past Stiko, the flash there to set him up for success. His son is dead all day of the week. Nicely played by Stiko. Sticks landing and through the the smoke. You can't ask for anything more.
Perfection. Top site taken. Bomb likely planted. Looks like it's just lying idle on the top side. They don't have to rush that at all. Farley's given the responsibility as his heart is still beating in the undefeated spree that is 9-0. Sticko, perfect positioning from him. It's simple. It's like very effective in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. I've seen multiple players, if they don't get caught in the initial spray, other players are very good at catching that spray, and you know they'll pivot between some shots in the smoke towards the door and to the walkout. But yeah, with one flashbang, you can see how effective that was. You just have to have the conviction to follow and chase that CT vent player. Really cool.
It is a nice variation, right? And that's what they're playing with right now. It is variations. Run boost.
Ali's not ready for this.
Over the top.
Oh, no. Could have been. Should have been. Not to be.
Oh, no.
Lalo holds on to the AWP. I'm trying to find some positives, fans, but if Bad Churchill comes back out for a little second, they're 7-0 down. CT side of Nuke. Their frag distribution is, as I mentioned before, very, very limited. The kills that Alu got there are not impact frags, right? Those are just stat padding frags. They don't mean anything. We don't really count those in any scenario because the money is starting to swell a little bit out of control on the Godsend side of things. There has to be a buy coming on through, and it's a very odd one. Famus, MP9, M4, Organ, and all. That's an interesting CT buy if I've ever seen one. So this is where it needs to start. Ents can't continue to let this slip. Even if they start going round for round from here out towards the tail end of first half, they can five, let's give them five. 5 CT rounds is what Ents are going to need to at least have a chance in this map.
I needed the number. Thank you, Chad. Eyes on 5. Round 8. Alu does manage to connect into the shin of Crystal. Fortunately, he had his God-sent shin pads on. Now, this gets interesting. On the fly, they walk towards Maiden. Trying to activate, take that duel, but Maiden, he's very quick to the trigger. Very, very capable fragger here. And already starting to deny a lot of space. Sticko's just been caught walking out a little unaware. Sunny, with that punish, wants to upgrade his weapon and clear this angle as well. Sergey to clear lobby. This is all going to be a changing of the guard here. You'll see a complete reversal. It's T's and CT angles, CT's and T. And with 40 seconds left, that bomb needs to leave Mini at some point.
It really is the flipperoo, isn't it? 30 seconds now. Sonny walking back in unannounced. Makes his presence noted. Crystal goes down. It's a bit of a hit and run. He's not going to stick around too much and does get found by Maiden in the end. So trading it back into what, a 3v3 now?
Zen, this is ballsy. He knows his likely lobby was forgone, but with Alu emerging from the hut, he does have a chance for the flank. Here's the scope, Farley on site. Sergey hunting for the heaven. I think Sergey's frag must be the one they're waiting for. Aerial jiggles and confirms the AWP's still on site. And there goes Sergey. Now they have to go. And there's the frag they were waiting for. Alu's a clutch. He needs another. Does find Maiden. Surely no. Clean. One-on-one.
Okay.
Fakes it. Leaves Zen. And he's so close. Nearly puts his eye to the scope. Zen blows his eyes clean off. And that's 8 for Godsend. This T-side spree is getting out of hand.
You can see what the gap was, right? With that rotation from Zen in towards Squeaky and Alu sneaking into hut and not making any noises, there was the gap and there was the chance that one was going to be done and dusted. As soon as he postures out, I think Farley's surprised that he was being hut because they would have assumed it was clear. So Maiden's stepping up wide, he goes down, and then Zen is lucky there's no kit. Alu could have made something of that.
Yeah, you're right. This is the smokes, lots of them. And Yampi's just lying within them. He's going to get sprayed down. Surely yeah, you can see they know what it could be. But how committed to clearing are they? Will Yampi find his gap? Here it comes. Alu to deter.
1, 2. Oh, the third. It could have been lovely again. Alu, though, making some room here, but it's still not converting to rounds, keep in mind. We're looking for that final punch to come through, but they are getting these T's surrounded by these T's.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
They were locked in.
I don't know why.
Top a secret, right? Yampi's top a secret. They can't get out. Sergey was vent. He could have just covered off from the vent position, unless he thought they had already gotten past.
Perhaps a gap in his knowledge. That's a good catch from Sticko. He's often given that lobby responsibility, and you can see that with his patience, it often prevails. Aerial, the nod of, I know I'm screwed. A hard shot for Farley to hit here. It will just be a tip of the head and a reaction shot. Now dead. Aerial gone. 3 for Farley. With a 13 KD at the moment.
He had a very good start in the first map of Mirage, if you remember. On his first half, he was looking very, very good. Cooled on the T-half, but so did the entire team of Godsend. And that was a gap that they had left within their map pool. Something that we were saying a little bit earlier. They haven't been playing Mirage. They don't have a single official with Farley on Mirage. The last time they played it was back in January with Makalele. So for them to be allowing it to be floated through, they did a decent job. It was a close affair. Heading towards top. Could be another one of these pounces. Oh, they're backing off. Never mind. Stico's just dealing with any aggression. They're going back to set up the wall. Smokes for Yard. Yampy's trying to play spoiler. Maybe that'll deter them from going for this.
Right. I mean, forcing him off this line is certainly not something out of the T-side playbook. Smokes and a Molotov usually solve that mystery, and there they go.
Oh!
Yep, he's rumble. Oh, Crystal running out. Bullets 8 down. Sunny, 1 for 1. Top side's the target. Bombs there with Zen. Yard distracted. Oh gosh, it's scary. Stuff all over the board. Everyone's taking damage from somewhere. Finally, Ariel and Yampy are both added to the tally. Should be the plant. Alley.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, it's sketchy, but up to heaven. I never want to write out of a clutch.
No. But I think he knows when even
Got
he
himself
might have hit the net. Yeah, I think he's realised that one.
Oh, we don't know if they'll hunt him again. They can just let them hold on to guns at this point. The max loss bonus is happening every single round. 10-0, Lauren.
What do you say? I mean, this like it is a good T-side from Godsend,
Yeah,
right?
for sure. We can sing the praises of the way they're going about things, but Ents haven't been able to change anything up. Doesn't feel like they're finding any impact whatsoever. There isn't much we can say. We can give the big thumbs up to Godsend. We also need to question a little bit of how Ents can be dealing with this, what they can actually do, how they can try and fix it. Holding onto the AWP, it's a good start. He can drop across another AWP if they wanted to go double AWP CT-sided nuke with him and Yampy, but it will be an F4. So let's see. When you're 10-0 down, you may as well start buying up for the rest of the game. Right? I find it difficult at this point in the match to go, okay, yeah, no, we'll take another eco. Just, you may as well continue to buy in, keep those guns up, give yourself as many chances. I said 5 at this point. Can I adjust the number, Alex? Does it start to be 5? 3 at this point would be good.
Okay. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Looks very good for Godsend. Still flawless. Alu tags Stico through the fence. That's enough to deter the run.
So much attention has to be put here. I love the fact that Stico being in that position, constantly being a threat, has caused the adjustment from Ents now.
Yeah, I mean, Bogdan's law in play. Low HP on the AWP. And to test Mr. Ariel, he lands a dink onto Crystal as well. Gathering some ground, ramp room denial. 5 versus 5. They're so happy to deny info and then regroup. You've seen this. This has kind of been their whole strat book. It's make sure no lobby pushes and then go back to outside smokes, then finish top. I mean, they definitely have got a good sus on the nuke map, at least the T side. Let's see if Crystal's going to go down to the D here. Ooh, a chance for Sergey, but swandered. Yampy to draw first blood, and now another chance falls by the wayside. Farley, Zen into the site, top side lost, smokes it down. Ooh, fireball spray. Zen half health now, thanks to Yampy's bullets. But what's the go? It's Ariel, off this flash, trying to make some space. The legs break and damage inflicted. Poor Sunny has done a lot of the heavy lifting. They're all low. This is very viable. You'd have the wide swing at this AWP. Damage inflicted, upgrade, so low. Yeah, that Stico has taken damage from 2 different players. An AWP bullet through a wall, and Famas as well, but he lived to tell the tale. And I wonder if that, of course, this is knowledge that we have over Sunny in terms of how much damage there's been inflicted. Probably be more intrigued had he known.
Yeah, 1v3 is very difficult to win.
Oh. Nothing's working.
It's not, is it? Do we start? At what point do we start going? All right, guys, let's find a concede button in Counter Strike. No, you never give up in Counter Strike, ladies and gentlemen. There's always a chance, of course there is. It's felt pretty dire and pretty bleak many a time before, but that's what makes this game exciting. That you can come back from these deficits, these margins. You get another chance. You get to go to their side. You get to see if you can do it. So let's see if Ents can do anything. Round 12, 11-0 in favor of Godsend. Blistering pace in terms of just the way that they have been adding rounds to the board here. Up close and personal, Yampi again. Crystal aggressive towards Yard, this time crossing over towards Secret with 3 others in tow. Can they find Yampi, or he will strike first? Maiden goes down, a key factor here.
Yeah, he was one of the best at finding them. Now hunting through the smoke, a dink for Farley. He'll have to run through the rest of this round with just a scrap of health to his name. Steacoke still being a rascal, still keeping Sunny honest. He can't assist out Yard. He can't try and trade off Yampi because as soon as he turns his back, Steacoke's there to keep him honest. Aerial now, the next to be tested by the ever-present Steacoke. Good angle and good frag.
This has to be the round. It
has to be. No excuses. Numbers advantage. Farley tagged to even extend that sentence. All gone.
I guess this is the big shot, right? We've got 43 seconds. Players posted up on upper, but Crystal's over by Secret, so this could be a look. See, Sergey keeping his head down. Zen now. No idea. This player's posted up. Slowly working it, keeping Sun as ever. Wins the fight against Sunny, so now it's game on. Calls Sergey into question, he gets it. Bomb goes down. Now, Crystal found. This looks like the first one, I think, at 10 HP and all Farley. 13 seconds, nothing to be done now.
It's with a whimper, but it's a round. So Ents are able to post there first. CT side nuke, in case you're not necessarily a Counter-Strike fan, maybe you're just tuning in for the first time. Traditionally, the map is very, very CT-sided. In recent times, it's started to trend where the T sides, on the attacking side, are able to get many more. But we're talking about 9-6 halves. We're not talking about 11-4s. We're not looking at the scoreline as drastic as what we have on our screens right here. So let's see. Orbs out. Org again for Aerial. Couple of defuse kits. They finally have some utility. I said 3 with the adjusted amount available. 4 is still on the cards. It's Crystal looking to lurk in that smoke like we've seen before. Sunny on top of the heart. He could ruin this.
Yeah, he's very cognizant of the potential walkouts. One of the very best in a hard position. Back to turn. No one goes down. Maiden's in trouble too, but jumping down was Sergey. Oh, Sunny wants to fight. Oh, goodness. They're just feeding them. It's feeding time here at the Nuke Zoo. Godsend, my goodness, they have been sated. Bomb needs to be retrieved. That's not easy feat. A flash to encourage it.
Where do they take this now? At least they've got the bombs. They've got options, right? They've got that one little tick in the box here. So Godsend not out of it. They don't have much step now. Only util left, 1 molly. So everything else is going to be heads-up Counter-Strike at this point, it feels.
Curiously, I think they just want to maintain control of Squeaky, because if Zen finds some room or gets a kill, or could maybe even get across to Secret, maybe they want to go for a vent drop. Potentially coming around from main to give them another angle as well, but Alu, he is present. He's seen the arm.
It's enough to at least give him an idea. Yampi, got to be careful here, though. Made it so far ahead. Well played by Yampi to keep at least a little bit of consideration in mind. It could be a possibility. Farley and Zen, the last 2 alive now. Ali going to shove him down the vents as Aerial caught, but still, surely this is another one for Ents. It is 2 on the board now.
Okay.
Got a bit of sketchy towards the start of that one. I like that they were ready and willing to fight. They wanted to stop the full 5-man roster from flooding out the lobby. Makes a lot of sense to contain, but there's Yampi trying to get them back into the mindset.
I like him getting him fired up.
Dude, I mean, that was one of the things that stood out to me when we were first asking about the Yampi pickup, was that he's a motivator. He's like a loud, I mean,
nice.
Look at the interview, he was much more communicative and capable of expressing his emotions.
He had some sass.
Yes.
It was nice to see.
And I think that's probably, it's quite rare to see. Alexi was one who brought that fire as well, so good to have it back on the Ents roster. Perhaps sometimes it's easy for the negativity or the absence of anything to linger in your minds longer than it needs to. 2 have descended very fast on this. We haven't seen people follow through. Aerial breaks the blast, trying to suggest he's playing close, but into the site with only a UMP. It's going to be real tall order for him. Door open. And look at that, nearly 2.
Well,
Bomb can't quite go down uncontested. He has potential for the dunk, and now he's a bit late on it, but Maiden not long for this world. Dunked on. Eco trades, looking to descend the round. This is an important power position he has to maintain. They will descend the vents loudly.
No subtlety here. The last standing bastions for the T side in this post plant. Very present on the side. Molly goes in. Sicko truly up to the task, believing in Farley to keep him covered, and it's worked perfectly. You couldn't ask for much better in this, and Sergey knows that this is all but over in this one. To be able to pull this off would be somewhat of a miracle. 1 flash and 3 to find. Farley denies, and Godsent living up to the name here. This has been an exceptional T-side so far. I mean, I think a lot of it does also come down to the questions we're going to probably put to Ents on this half, that it simply wasn't quite up to what we expect. But for Godsent to take that opportunity, he deserves the credit there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also Ents just getting caught out by the individual duels. You know,
Yep.
Farley, Maiden, they're all keeping up. Stico on 15 as well with his lobby lurks.
Look at Crystal's kills to death.
Oh, yeah.
We love a supportive
They're
player.
winning 12-2.
Yeah.
Oh, the poor guy.
He's there to set it up, make the space, find the calls. Yampy in the smoke again. They've been struggling to deal with him. Stico just dealt with everything. It is all on to the aforementioned Yampy. 2 players have got 8 HP between the 2 of them after that initial containment of the lobby aggression.
Well, this one he has to go for, so maybe that HP will come into play this time.
Here we go. Yampy now. Sticko will be the first. Clean as well. That's important. Now the last 2. How do you get past them? He's close to the bomb plant. He's got the kid. He's got the smoke. He's well equipped here for this.
Yeah, they've seen his toes going up, so they will have Farley trained on this location. If he looks for a fight, it should be the Orpha's Paradise. But not when he takes his head off like that. Really on for it here. Yampy has a smoke and a kid. The smoke has been thrown down to make it awkward as well. Zen just has to play the time. It's on his side with a smoke from Yampy and that kid. This is going to get scary. Fakes it, hoping to draw that fight. Decon steps. He's using every tool in his arsenal to take that to right.
He's going for it.
Fight. Zen knife out. Needs to spray. He's got it. Godsent 13. My goodness, what a half. Godsent fighting straight back, fire with fire. And this series looks like it's set for 3.
Feelings don't die around the neighborhood. We used to sell a double deals, young and misunderstood. My homie tell me what is changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the ranges for some deja vu. I recognize my future, and there is nothing but you. Unless you turn your phone around, success might come recruit you. But unless you analyze in depth, that fear is depth away from death. A thousand possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp. For real. Cause we're alone sometimes, trying to know what brought us down in here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless towns. I just wanna smile and run away from here. I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a mother for my brothers. Hey, I just gotta work until I'm on the covers. Hey, I just gotta work until my son's a brother. Hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes. Straight from the jump and away from answer. Wish we could smile, wish it smiled nowadays. Change our reactions. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself.
ESL. You thought that I was blind, but to be honest, I don't mind, 'cause I don't feel the same way I used to do. Every time I see you, know the truth, 'cause baby, every fucking time you play me.
Godsend pulling themselves back together after being dismantled on map 1. 13-2, scoreline-wise is pretty condemning, Chad, but also Mirage was 11-4 on the half, but Nuke's a different beast.
Yeah, I think Ed's going to have a lot more of a tough time getting back into this one right here. And, well, especially so if they're unable to convert the pistol round. You can see the odds from GG Bet at the top of your screen. Still favoring Eds. I assume that's for the series, because we have one more map to go after this one. If they can lock this out here with Farley's aggression over towards Rand, it might be good night. Yampi's kicked things off in a good stead, and now it's just Stico to defend.
With the tease with the one man up to the good. We get to see what that intended utility is going to be put towards, hopefully. Stargate's still waiting for that to be put into position. You're seeing it coming through right about now. CT's going to be posted up. Yampi's gone down. And where's the rest of the hit going to come through? Right about here. This is not too bad from the CTs. Feeling unfazed by the pressure coming in now. Just Alu.
Yeah, and it's done well to find one. So low, though, and that's finished off nicely by Crystal. Finding 2 frags, doubled his score in the first round, the first half, second half. That's not too shabby.
The thing is, if you win in this fashion and you called your team on a T-half like that, as an in-game leader, don't worry about the kills.
Dude.
You feel like such an absolute monster, but the stat lines...
You don't have to make excuses for him. Everyone understands.
I'm making excuses for me. That used to be me. So I'm trying to, pump up some of my previous problems. Yeah, but I called a really good T-half, so, guys, it was all fine. Why do I sound like a down at the beach or something? I don't know.
I also, I'm so used to us seeing, fragging IGLs now. I didn't think there was a world where you could still have someone.
There's a few of us left.
All right. The nade could do some work, see if it's chunky it is. This could be nasty for those T's, but they survived. They lost Yampi on the way, but they're still standing.
Yeah, and they're already deep into the site. Smoke on the decon. Sound cues aplenty. Maiden trying to dunk on Ariel with that M4, and it's going to do significant damage to both. Sunny catching the brunt of it. Oh, I like that smoke. That's going to work wonderfully. Yeah, they have to push through that.
Where's Ariel in all this? I guess taking out Sticker out of everyone is a huge scout to claim as the M4, of course. The only one the CT's had. Now the Molly... Ariel has to stick this out, turns the flash at the right time. Crystal offers himself up as a gift, but now they've got to stop it.
Yeah, you can see where his intentions were. Draw the cross there, Alu goes down. They're running out of time here, Lauren. This gets really awkward here if Maiden doesn't find that frag. Okay, so, it's all about the plant. They know where he is, though. They should have the defuse on it so close. He's trying to keep him busy, but no, not to be. Ends with just the second round force break back into Godsend.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, maybe we do have a couple more rounds in this game yet to be played. Ents giving the clap of Yampi. That's how we kicked off the round right there. Stico going down towards ramp after the initial frag. M4 coming into play with Ariel getting a kill on the Crystal, and not enough time. It's the problem we all have. Not enough time in our days. They go pretty quick. You get home. You realize you gotta go to bed. Or is that just me?
I have plenty of time. Do you think? You're up in the morning, though. You're out
I'm a morning boy. I'm a morning lad, yes.
Treasure the evenings, Get
Still rocking the nice out lifestyle.
Yeah. It's a good time, working on it. But speaking of working on it, obviously Ents trying to build something here. It's not going to be pretty, and it's going to be arduous, and it has to be almost perfect to do anything, which is obviously why we often say these comebacks, yes, they can happen, but they're very unlikely, because things can go wrong and players can hit dirty little shots like that, and suddenly you're in a 4v5. They shouldn't be threats, but if they keep offering them up, we'll see if anyone else can capitalize.
Oh, yeah, this is really strung out.
Ooh. Done well to just keep him, locked down. Admittedly, the numbers do look indicative of a chance, but health just not so much, and they will just start to cower with what little they can scavenge. Crystal made him with the Galil. Farley only on that Desert Eagle, probably given a little bit more liberty.
Okay, that's a decent find as well right there. So they're going to have enough weapons to spread into the next round. And I want to explain this to everybody. So if you just take a quick look at the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that Crystal has a Scout as his primary. That 5-7 that he just picked up is his secondary. He can give that to either Zen or Stiko. The same for Maiden. He has the Galil, but he also has a Deagle. So he can drop one of those two weapons over to one of his other teammates, and that'll allow them to have a potent round going into the following, which will be round number 19. See here, this is the opening from Stiko. Unfortunately for him, that was all he was really able to muster with defending that lower site. And there are the 2 kills. So it's only a couple rounds. You know, you don't need to panic too much if you are on the side of things for Godsent here. You can take a couple of risks, and I would like to see in the earlier gun rounds that they do exactly that. If you just play default the entire time, and then we get down to the scoreline coming back to like 14-10, and then you try and take risks, well, they're a little bit more expected in the late game, at least in my opinion. It's towards the top side, but not down the vent. Sunny tucks in behind it. It looks like they're aware.
Yeah, they can't get down. They were ready for that. 100%. To outside. Smokes will be arriving just as the Stiko Deagle peeks up for some info. And another clean headshot. He's sending them into the grave. He wants to take us to 3. Got to double peeking, and Alu collects them both. That's problematic. So another similar story for Stiko. Gets the first and immediately watches his team get removed from the server. Oh, that's a real chance for Crystal. Low HP player as well, and now he's brought another lower. Yampi connected. And Sergey softened up. These are colossal. Nice. See Crystal given a chance to maybe do some more damage. He wants that info, wants to contain them. He knows it's likely he'll be pushed on if he doesn't keep jiggling. That's why you're seeing such a dynamic stance from him at the moment. Jampi's found the off angle though, so there is a matter of time. The wide angle from this window would find Jampi, but oh, he's doing it. Oh,
you see him?
No, baits the shot though. Barrel was enough, and up he goes.
Yeah, the teams would be amazed to work for this one if they fancy it. It's looking quite like a godsend round with those tags coming in. Suddenly that 5-7, the Mac 10, it all looks quite tasty, but Crystal keeping the time going their way, just buying time, being a nuisance, slithering around the map, but it does look like the teams have made up their mind, but with only 12 seconds, they've really got to wriggle on, as Stiko's going to be lingering down towards the bottom. If he stops the plant, it's game over anyway. He's going to try it. Quick little hit and run. Yeah, he goes down.
No time.
Oh, God.
Don't die after time, Sergey. That would be worse. Oh, okay. All right. That could have been absolutely catastrophic. If Sergey went down after time, lost the AK-47 as well in the flurry of all of that, just let's move to the next map. Let's just go to Inferno. But this was a good shot here from Stiko yet again. And all that damage, look, they were able to get a potent buy because they saved 2 primaries.
It's a perfect example, yeah. I'm so glad you actually took the time to highlight the retrieval process, and then we saw it translate to a round win as well. Very cool. Godsent on map point, and plenty of them. My goodness, 11 map points to work with. That's quite the absurd tally.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
It does. I think I wouldn't mind that. Farley, lots of targets. He's confirmed it with a safe relocation. Lots of space here from the Finns. Oh, they could pinch the heavens. They're fast. They want to take lobby. Oof. And it goes 1-for-1. Maiden keeps us under lock and key. Descending secret, 2 of them. Yampi to cover. And nice hold from Yampi. And a little short mark there.
Yeah, it looks like his crosshair was just off from getting the dink, so not necessarily fluffing that one, but
whoa.
His flank as well that's coming in from Stiko is going to give them a lot of information.
Nobody's home. Go lower.
Aerial? No, Aerial's going towards ramp, not up towards the ladder.
You can cut off the ramp, but hey, it's not anymore. Farley's so aware. And now it gets awkward again. Looks like 2 frags is all Godsent need to pick up their map pick in a convincing fashion as well. They're going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't convert their 11-round T-side on Mirage. Could very well have been a 2-0. Not the dialogue they'll be saying, but one perhaps that's crossed their mind. Starting to clutch. See Echo does go down, and Farley's the one to secure it. So 16-4, the final score. And we head and prepare for our third map. Godsend, that is clinical stuff. Nuke, explosive start and finish for Godsend. It makes sense, and we do have a third on the cards. But first, we have to understand how we got here. It wasn't a fantastic start from Godsend way back on Mirage. It seems the same was happening here on Nuke, but a conversion and a full one. I mean, that was Nuke T-side on speedrunning.
Yeah, it was very quick, wasn't it? And it was clean. It was relatively clean. I didn't feel like Ents pushed them too much. There wasn't too many rounds. Maybe that Digger round where Ali got the double on the lower side. That's probably about all we were really looking at. And then the tail end, they had to go for a lot more buy situations. Able to put 2 measly CT side rounds on the board. That's really not a lot. So we're not hugely impressed with that map, let's be honest. Both the maps have played out in clean halves, right? It's been clean halves the whole way through almost up until this point. So I hope when we get into Inferno, which is the next map, it can be a lot more exciting. But you can see here in a map that Godsend won. Crystal, the in-game leader, only got 4 kills. So letting these rest of his teammates share the love of the frags.
Yeah, and one of them was Maiden. Take a look at this P250 pistol round.
That was even happened.
Yeah, exactly. Popping heads. You can see why they gave it to him. And it wasn't even the only P250, Chad. How often have you seen a T-pistol with 3 armored P250?
Very, very rare, right? Normally you can see it with maybe 2. You know, they'll rock the 2. We've been in Carrigan and Mousebots doing 2 a little bit more often. They've been giving 1 to Robs. And we see Simple getting different types of pistols, CZs depending on the map, P250s depending on the side. I think we've even seen him get a Tech 9 at one point. So it is changing a little bit. But I think Maiden, especially in the early stages of that T-Half, was great at finding opening jewels. But I want to jump into, Alex, a bit of a Telestrady number of one of the executes we like. So let's jump on into it. Let's take a look, because otherwise it's not too much to talk about with the game. So this is something that Godsend did very well. So let's start playing. And what I want to talk about in the initial stages here is Squeaky Door getting blown open, right? You guys hear me all the time. I'm talking about Squeaky Door being blown open and the smoke being limmed in front. You think I'm a broken record, and I probably could be. So Squeaky's blown open. You can see the flash in the air, and the smoke's going to land on the ground. Now, what does this mean, right? This means that Steeko could be down the vent. We've already seen that in this game. So while we take a look and we stomp the screen right here, the vent drop is possible. This could have already happened. This is something that the CTs in the top site have to communicate to their teammates. Vent smoke, they've done the standard, okay? Now, as we play this forward, you can see how this moves on out. They're just posturing in lobby ready for a top hit. Steeko's actually in the smoke right here. I'm going to pause it. The flashes are coming through. Steeko is looking into the wall so he doesn't get blind. Now, he runs the flight paths that I look at. Now, watch this. As he runs into the site, there's a molly landing behind the bomb box. There's flashes coming through the skylights to deal with Heaven and the player on top of hut who's completely blind. Blind over towards CT vent as well. Steeko worrying about main. Smoke lands, kills the vent, kills top of hut, and that's it. The top side is open for business. The rest of the players can come out through hut, which is normally not the avenue you see when we're going for a top hit, and that's the round. That's over. A nice, simple execute, easily done, and just with the timing of that flash through the smoke, it catches the CTs in transition, and well, they win the round. So really, really good stuff here coming in from Godsend.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you can see how keep it simple, stupid. It is still a very coordinated execute. The flashes through the skylights. Steeko's got his 5 paths outlined as you have, but you can see how effective it was against the coordinated and a top 10. Well, I'm not going to call them a top 10 team yet. What's until I look at the rankings?
Top tier team, I suppose.
Top tier.
Yeah, we can say top tier. They're definitely a good squad, and what we've seen from them up until this map within the Pro League has actually been fantastic. So I want the ends that we were talking about earlier on Inferno.
Let's get there, shall we? I don't have too much to add to that one. We're going to get ourselves prepared. Virtual and distance, high fives. I hate us. Here's our Pro League Season 12 for BRB. We're going to bring you the 3rd map, Inferno. Hoping for a close one this time.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. We do have the ninth round of the way. What we've all been waiting for. We've seen ENCE do a lot of practice, so I'm assuming they might take it down to a 1v3 now, I believe, and ENCE take it. They're going to be picking the side. I bet it's a CT side, but we have a panel of experts here who I'm sure can break down that ninth round, figure out what strats we used, how they managed to get such a good position into that ninth round.
Thank you very much, Rush. Yeah, no, of course, the first question, Lauren, comes straight out of the gate.
Yeah.
See him go for the left, right. Missing that first left, it was problematic.
It's a disaster at that moment. Probably should have put the hours in. Maybe a couple bit more, a little bit more work. Rush was saying they've been practicing.
I checked the DM stats. Not a single knife kill in his DM stash.
That's not good enough.
What the hell is he doing?
I've been checking.
Warm up the knife.
Yeah, usually they have the formation, Lauren, the flying V.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Hey, that's the throwback to the Mighty Ducks references. We got it all together. But with ENCE winning that, I can actually set a couple of things up. The other day we saw them play Heroic 16-13 victory. It was their third map. It was a relatively close affair. Now we have Alu and Ariel locking down towards A. Sergey is the third man B lean to be locking down Banana with Sunny and Yampy. So that's the CT side set up. So we have to see how that goes. And Alu, obviously, well, we know how potent he can be on the AWP. He's had a slower day today. So he needs to wake up now on Inferno if ENCE won't be taking this one. Yeah. So that needs to change. I've been liking the ENCE project. I want to see what they've got against Godsend.
Final extent, Maiden, Seiko, and Crystal are the 5 men stepping into the ring up against the Finnish organization. Inferno, the battleground. Let's get into it. Doesn't matter what happened on Mirage, doesn't matter what happened on Nuke, it is down to Inferno. Godsend looking for a big win. ENCE have already taken 2 huge scalps so far in their games. Na'Vi and Heroic both bested. Heroic in a full 3-map affair. And Godsend quite the opposite. G2, Na'Vi proved too much. Let's see if they can bounce back and get themselves on the board into the pistol round.
Yeah, that we usually...
P250, 2 of them.
CZ's P250s, we're seeing some fruity purchasing.
Fruity?
Yeah.
I could do a banana.
Heard of both teams here. 3 of them posted up on both sides. We did see first blood being drawn elsewhere. That was over towards what, apartments. It kind of isn't the purpose of this, and it's very rare in a pistol round. You don't really equate a kill to potentially the ending. Yampy falling away. And now again, the stalemate continues. What a curious round this is, Chad.
That flash coming out in their hands. Sunny here could be huge. So over the wall it goes. Info now for Sergey, picking towards top Banana. Oh, doing some damage, but he can't convert. So they get another opening here, and there's no rush for Godsend. We still have 1 minute left on the clock. And Alu, he's gone searching, but he's down as well. Crystal, that's as many kills as he's got in the first half of Nuke.
Yeah, he's onto something. Look at Zen's position. Like, Yampy's sitting here trying to set up his defense, and go on. Nah, not to me. Considered it for just a moment, but no knifed yet. And a flawless pistol round out of Godsend.
Keep it clean. Oh, it's not clean.
It does look more satisfying than a P2K frag, though.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Does he convert you back?
I'm just saying the headshot looks,
Oh, yeah.
That felt great. That felt great. P2K wouldn't have felt so good. It's all about feelings. Sunny going to go down to the P250 eventually.
I like that costume from Rush, though. Good.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. We want to do the thing where we bring him in here, and he comes with you guys, and I'll go and observe.
I mean, I hate that idea, but sorry. That's right, I guess.
Sorry, Rush.
So do you get the observer rates and he gets your rates?
No, that's not how it works.
Oh, it sounded like it made sense, though.
That would make sense, though, wouldn't it?
Okay, cool.
Is that right, Rush? That's
perfect. Okay, so chat always goes to Rush, and Rush is
to chat.
Paycheck, or essentially, that's not even what, yeah. Stop, Alex, it's round 2.
Here we go.
Not going to make jokes.
We don't make jokes. We're not allowed. Back in the clown car we go.
They are jokes.
Some people like our fun.
No one. Cringe. Ooh, Okay.
Like it's nothing. It's through like 2 walls, but he's dinking him every time, so he gets him down to like 63. Not too shabby.
Shall not stand there.
Please stop standing there. And well, make sure Ariel's not going to be fighting anymore. Ali really wants to repeat this. That is a huge find. Zen goes down, quickly hunted, but Ali's holding the B push. Sergey wants to fight, and their frags are coming to him. Maiden, he's no slouch with this crosshair placement. Every frag clean. And it looks like Farley's managed to connect the necessary bullets as well. So only Yampi was on B. Solo boy. They'll eventually call it clear. And that bomb will be going down. So Godsent again. I mean, I feel like every map this has been the start, right? They win the pistol, they convert. It's like 3 or 4 before Irons get online. At least that's how all of them have gone so far.
Yeah, I just think the difference in the last 2, or when just the start of this one, and Nuke hold up second, yeah, he's going to get wrecked. He's going to get fracked. He's going to get absolutely
friggity fracked.
Yeah, so never mind. The first half from Godsent was a CT started on Mirage, right? And then there was the T half on that of Mirage, which was very, very lackluster. But then Nuke was the opposite. And the start of this is clean, just like Nuke. So it's the tunnel frag just in time. And posturing on up there, 5 kills to his name, 0 deaths. Only 2 kills so far from the end side of things. 1 for Ali, 1 for Sunny. So they might need to, well, not this round, getting too many more, but in the future, we see a 5-man CT-sided little train. All right, guys, follow me. Sergey leading the pack. Going up into, look at this.
This is fun. Watch Sicko get a real nasty surprise on the reload. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Goodbye. And that does put the weapon for retrieval. Look at Farley. He wants to actually defend it. He's going to defend the Galil. This is a new bomb site for this round alone. Yeah, he gets them. Keeps the weapon under their remit. And no real issues here.
This is where I find it really hard when I cast CS sometimes, and I have to keep in mind it's a pro league, it's online, but like in my head I was really starting to believe in the Ents project quite early on, right? So it's like, we saw that game, Na'Vi, Heroics, these are big names, good results. Na'Vi obviously you can put into a little bit of its own category, but it's still Na'Vi, no matter which way you want to cut it. And then Godsent, right, struggling, hadn't really come up with much just yet. A couple of nice prospects.
Really exciting as Na'Vi,
they looked very poor, especially when your Dust 2 came to mind, and these other maps were like, wow, they've just been outdone. But now, the space of what, like a week? Suddenly we've got a real game on our hands, and the players you guys were highlighting, your Farley, your Maiden, these players have suddenly come online, and I see that potential we're waiting for. Crystal caught in the fire, got to be cautious, and again, he'd probably willingly sacrifice himself for the cause, but you'd rather see him not have to.
Yeah, caught through the smoke. It's a great spray from Sunny. He'll happily collect a freebie. Just going to be backing back into the site now, and with the low HP, they certainly don't want to be giving anything away.
The problem here for Godsent is they still could be towards the top of Banana. They've used so much utility just to hold on to the corridor, let alone take back control of the sandbags area. So they're still going to posture on forward and crouch on their way out with 3. That's just Seiko over towards alt mid, throwing a bit of a smoke to the arch side, denying vision. If they go for a B execute right now, Yampi ready with the grenades and his flashbang in his hand. So they could execute. They just have to get into the site and trade out onto Sunny.
Yeah, and the plan here is that Sunny's going to be shooting flashbanged opponents. I don't know if he's going to have much chance. The smoke drops, he'll drop his own. Trying to be aggressive, that's smart play from Sunny, but he's caught through the smoke by Seiko. Crosshair placed where it needed to be. Alu patrolling and does pluck Maiden off of his high perch. This retake is going to get very difficult, but the bomb does go down. Farley, Seiko up against it all. Upgrades to an M4. Seiko loves the movement, but Farley's done well for the first. They group up, swinging into the fight. They know Seiko's there as well, surely. Ooh, what to do now? Oh, damn, that wall bang. Ariel answers his own question with that ding sound.
I think he's pressing the doorbell then.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to press it again. I like the noise. Okay, so...
You do the doorbells. You like the noise of the doorbells. You just...
Some of them have like funny noises. Some of them like chimes or birds.
Mine used to be really annoying to go dung 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 dung. Is that a big band? No. Dung 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 dung. Some weird, like proper
up and down, right? Yeah. We didn't have a doorbell in my house. Just had to knock. You had to knock and then hope you'd hear it. Just hope in your bedroom, the furthest from the house, you got to run to the front door to get it.
The days when your friends would just like knock on your door to go and hang out.
Wow, that is how old
like
we
mobile
are.
phones.
Yeah, we are that old.
Just go around and be like, Is Matt in?
Yeah, like, no, sorry, I'm playing RuneScape. Go away.
Gun round though, so we're excited. Farley has had a great performance, but T-side opening Inferno. We know it's a treacherous beast, but on the other side, Alu, who was very good before. Last time we saw him on Inferno, he had a real matchup. He could do with a bit of it here today.
One of his very best maps. He loves to hold middle. They will be cognizant of that. He sticks around to repeat.
So brave right now.
Yeah, but he knows he might catch him with nades in their hands, and he has got a chance for the dunk as well. Zen.
Ooh, very lucky to be
Lives
alive.
to fight another day.
Well, off of that, they get mid control, and they have top banana control. So this is very good for Gonset with still 1 minute left on the clock. Enough utility to do whatever type of execute they want. May needs to be careful, but this is one of those entries I talk about. He's feeling it.
Yeah, they dribble smoke A as well, like the luck from Zico's legit. He's pulled a lot of util, got 3 people there. Now they show a B. You crazy! Sunny was ready for it, but I like the ambition. Yampi yet to frag. This should be his first. Sunny burning. Needs to find a safe haven, but that's enough of a sound cue.
Oh, no!
Sprays into both of them. And now the side's wide open. Rotate will come in. Alu, this time not quite so lucky. And Zen with the AWP retrieved, happy to punish.
Has to be safe.
He's better of it. Very pretty org. I haven't seen that one before. Well, I've seen it before. I haven't
look at that.
Taken the time to appreciate it.
The wolf.
Yeah. I had that really poopy
UMP
chameleon one. Ah, yes.
That's the same as the UMP skin I think I've got.
Oh, is it?
Like
Yeah.
part of the
I think they have like the same
package.
sort of thing, yeah.
There's so many skins these days. It's crazy. And also, when we were looking at NIP sprays on the floor when we were playing Nuke, there was a lot of those that I'd never seen before. I thought were really cool, like a bunch of like chibi weeby ones and
chibi weebies.
Yeah, everyone has a shop for chibi weebies, Lauren.
I tried to make my apartment seem more adult. I got rid of a lot of the chibi weebies.
Yeah, everyone needs
like,
to do a purge at some
books
point.
now, like adult books.
Whoa.
Like that sounds a bit dodgy, but you know, adult reading.
Like the joy of Counter-Strike.
That's the one. You know, plants now. Bits and bobs from IKEA that make me seem like I have a personality.
Okay.
You know, that sort of stuff. It's replaced it now.
Wow, is that a golden hand you got there? Yeah, it's very Art Deco.
Literally my life. No, you've got the what is it? The time glass. I can't remember what it's called.
An hourglass.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hourglass.
One of those. Don't think I've ever used it for anything.
Maybe use it for egg time.
Good if you're doing eggs, yeah. Hanging.
Maybe I should.
Or if you want to trap a Disney princess in it, as you.
It's an option.
I'm a big fan of Disney princesses. There's lots of them out there. Which is your favourite princess?
Calm down.
Ooh, I mean, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Rapunzel from Tangled. I don't know what it is about her, but
I haven't seen Tangled.
Blonde or brunette, down for it, down to clown.
The problem is there's just always the evil ones seem way more fun, you know?
Lauren always liked the bad babes.
Can't help myself. Can't help myself.
Big round.
Alu, what do you do with this? I'm trying to think where the danger comes in. I guess that was the main piece of it. The nade doesn't really do anything. It didn't start much either. And now the bomb is with Zen, so a little bit of a precarious position, but it looks like Crystal's got his back. Like still, good mentality to it, keeping track of everything.
Yeah, Chad just did the perfect not bad .png with his face there. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I thought
it was not bad.
It was really good there, the way that they controlled that rotation. I thought the nade, obviously, in Library was a little bit shy, but I was also impressed with the impact we've seen from Crystal in the last couple. Him getting that kill there onto Yampi, if he'd fallen, that would have really thrown that round into potential disarray. And he had the 2 smoke kills in both players in pool. So those frags there from Crystal are great stuff. Great to see, and Ariel will do his absolute best to hold on to the M4A1S with that big chunky silencer on the end. Astika, well, he's going hunting. And it's a wild day to find a Finn because I think he's going to mount up and over the top and take his top. That'll be the round. And, ooh, just making sure. It's like with zombies. You got to make sure they don't get back up.
Got it.
5-1 now. Zombieland?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, number 2 was very disappointing.
Let's just make sure Zico confirmed that.
You get all the bullets in? Okay, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's nearly there.
Or a couple more.
Just to make sure.
Just trying to get under their skin as well. Like, I mean, you know, jokes aside, I genuinely think there are some players that could have a positive outcome for you by just unloading your mag at the end of that round. Some people really cannot separate their emotions from the game, myself included. Now,
emotions are the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Healthy. Molly towards sandbags. Zen's sticking around for this one, isn't he?
Yappy's trapped and they know it. They've heard the Molotov get extinguished, so they do want to lock him on in here. They have to fight.
And they go for it again. Oh, they jump to confirm it. Flash may have obscured the vision, but yeah, this has been quite a battle just for survival for Yampy, and in response, Sergey did rotate off.
Look at the utility left between Yappy and Sunny as the two B defenders. One smoke and one flash.
I like this from Sticko, though, as well. Gonna just keep them present, even just like one step, anything he does is gonna be a pain in the ass, because he's gonna keep that additional man present. Maybe Sergey would love to be leaning towards B again now, seeing a bit of utility potentially, but here we go. Sticko, will he punish anything? Spots Alu. Alu seems very aware of this, but Sticko just bangs him out. Underhand smoke. And away we go, just keeps them present. Means they come away, and Sticko, it's like Squeaky all over again. This guy is just the perpetual nuisance for that CT side events.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that one go down. Sonny's sticking around on B.
This is so scary.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit nervous for them now. With 30 seconds, they still want to commit. Oh, yeah, if he can ruin this. Off angle, does get there first. He does with 1 HP to spare. And now he's got to defend it all on his own. One single point of health, anything.
Go, hey?
Oh, they are. He's deterred them enough. 15 seconds. We're on for a sprint here. Knife out, Crystal. Knife out for Harambe.
That's a throwback.
I don't know where that came from. Where diarrhea just slipped out.
This is every day right now. As Maiden wants to close down on Yappy. Goodbye. And, well, Sergey will trade, but that means his position is given up and the hunt is on. Has a chance for more here. Farley should just lock him in.
Love me a quick kill. Sito gone after what has been a giant performance and overperformance. He really has exceeded expectations with his double kill on the lurk. And it does mean that the bomb being down there puts Sergey into dire straits for the save.
I'm not sure if they want to put too much pressure on here. They especially don't want to give the AWP up. Don't allow that to be handed over into enemy territory. But Crystal, he's now clearing through Banana. And with Farley postured where he is, there is a chance that Sergey could have made it back across the side, but he would have to be very noisy. So the bomb blows up, that's going to obscure the sound, and oh, is he going to get deep enough around? And he will. So Crystal finds Sergey just in the nick of time, so that is huge. Another gun thrown away. Sergey had 4K right now. So
look at what they bring into this one, Chad.
Yep. They should go for a half buy, what we'd expect to see, and they will take a timeout just to talk through their options. What we could see come through here is, there could be UMP, Deagles, bit of armor or Kevlar behind it. Don't necessarily have to go for the head armor because you know that you are going up against those AK-47s. Crystal does have a MAC-10, but on a half-buy round, I would say probably not the necessary investment. And here are the two opening frags on the other side of the map where the action was actually set and ready to go towards B, but to find both of them there, Seiko, absolutely. That's impact frags. That's what we call impact frags, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to the 2 kills Sergey got when he was being hunted down.
Precisely.
Number looks the same, outcome very different. That's why numbers don't always tell the whole story. And that's your excuse next time you're dropping 4 frags and a half.
I like to tell myself that I get the important kills.
Yeah, you got 4 impact frags there, Lauren.
Yeah,
That's
I get
more than enough.
That's what it's what I like to sing those little lies in my head about. But back into this though, CT side having to kind of abscond from a great deal of purchasing. They've had to sit down on what seems to be quite a light purchase. Just a bit of armor, a bit of utility. It's not completely nothing, but it is certainly lighter than the opposition.
Next to nothing.
I sat next to nothing once. Nice guy.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. You and I both were on a couch next to him in, where was it, Oakland?
Yeah, dude.
I got the joke. I just thought if I
he cooks,
it just makes me laugh.
Cooks nice barbecues.
Yeah.
Stuff. He's very foodie now.
Is he a foodie guy?
Very foodie. He had a friend that kind of showed him the ways, and now he's kind of following in the footsteps.
Isn't he having a kid soon?
I believe they
on
announced.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Daddy nothing.
Isn't that wild?
It's
Goodness. I remember when he was the young, vivacious loudmouth, and now he's settling down, building PCs, whatever other silly.
He's also like
he's
on
doing.
every advert for
Everything. I don't know who his agent
Poster
is.
boy.
I don't know who Nothing's agent is, but like legit, send me an email because I swear every advert he's there saying how much he loves
any key, anything else.
He does some Intel stuff as well.
His Nvidia stuff with his reaction times, like
he's on it. Look, he's got to make the money now. He's got,
But he's got to afford all those fancy steaks he's making every day.
Oh, I bet he's like a Wagyu beef kind of guy now. Everything looking tasty.
By the way, they're just saving their pistols if anyone was sitting there.
He's
stupid casters are not talking about the round. I hate them.
Excuse me, sir. What? Important note, though, the armor they won't have to reinvest in as well. So the pistols are good, but the armor means that they can just buy their rifles right now and have full utility. So there is a little positive there, but really, it's not a big deal. They weren't even close to the round. The scoreline 7-1. Ents need to show some fight here, and the double AWPs from Yampy and Alu could be the reason, or at least the direction that they need to take things.
And you're normally, if the underdog, I don't like saying Godsend are the underdog as such because they're both quite unknown quantities. Yeah. So, but in recent results, I'll sit them there.
In name value, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 7-1. I should be excited by this, but it just feels like Ents are falling so flat compared to before. But this is aggressive and volley out of the SS. Goodbye to Sunny, and suddenly B is looking very vulnerable. Is he still there?
Oh no! Hanging around. He wants more.
He's double dipped.
Triple dipped, and he's gonna get away with murder. 2 HP.
Oh my god!
Still sticking around, Yampy. You are such a cheeky bean. Finally, normality returns. He was naded, sprayed, does re-peek, then sticks around even further with 1 HP. The audacity. It was his best bet, playing the percentages in the most audacious way possible.
Oh, look how locked up they are. Deep in smoke, no way back in. Alu will have to save the AWP. Ariel will have to hold on to the M4, but Zen has, well, something to say about that.
Perfect crosshair, love that. Ariel's head, nothing but a jiggle away.
They should hunt him.
He should hunt down the Alu AWP, but this is his fight. He loves this one. Zen, not long for this world. It's Alu's bread and butter. Sprinkles a little salt on that butter.
Look what happens on the radar. All of the T's now start going from shifting and holding the site to running, holding W down, quickly trying to corral him, find him, make sure he can't save the AWP, take it out of his hands. He looks like he will get away with it unless Farley knows the gnarly wall bangs.
Yeah, watch this flick though. Farley.
Go on.
Oh, he saw him.
Jump shot.
Imagine.
Bam.
Imagine. We're all good though. It's 8-1. Godsend. Yeah, Lauren, I am going to definitely echo your sentiments there where you're right. It's like, we should be getting excited of the, and again here, I see your issue now of calling them an underdog, but yes.
Feels weird, doesn't it?
By name value, Godsend's third map T start of this magnitude, I feel like I should be shouting more. But to be honest, I'm not going to shout unless I'm genuinely excited, and it does seem like at the moment Godsend are kind of running,
racking them.
Yeah, running their house. There's no one trying to question the rules. Nobody trying to disobey. They're getting what they want out of events at the moment. And I do imagine they'll continue to do so into this one. Alu has to change that though. And jump peeking, punished, at least tagged up Crystal. He's looking for the dunk and should get it. Sunny's stolen it from him. Smoke to be respected. A second towards Coffin's Maiden's coming in here. And Cat finds the boosted player. Sunny's low as well, but he looks to just moonwalk straight through. Ooh. CC flash, yeah, that's brutal. Caught by the flashbang and by the Alu warp. They aren't committing yet, but Sticko's turn to do some damage on this lurk here. And he can't find Sergey. Spray was a little askew. That was his way back in. They could have rotated into A. It could have been all swimming in a positive direction. There's going to be a weird moment here where Ariel's going to call things clear. Okay, so Zen and Farley given access to the A side. That's Sergey's gift to them.
Okay, he's heard all this now.
Why leave the AWP behind?
Don't know, but it's not the hand, and it doesn't seem to matter right now. It will eventually, but Zen going walkabouts of timing could be better. That is outstanding from Zen. They are being proactive in a post plant. And now the last two are the weak ones, they're the tagged up ones, but I think Farley might have just missed Sergey, but Zen's still watching it, posted up.
This is so good. Lovely crossfires. As soon as there's contact, Farley can just release his crouch key. Like, he doesn't have to do anything until Zen asks for help, but there he is. A quick cursory glance, and it confirms the round is theirs. Godsend, that was the closest we've seen. So losing their Angels, I mean, they walked into B, they started losing Stico elsewhere as well. 2 casualties on that B take, but magnificent. Turning it around, Farley does go down with a ship. But good question about that, because he was class cannon at one point, or he had 16k max money now for Farley into round 11.
9-1. 9-1. Oh, Texas Spain. Yeah.
Oh, right now, boys.
That looks cool.
Yeah. Why do I feel like I'd be better at Counter-Strike if I had that gun model?
Me too. Like... Maybe we do the weird one where we can get the view model down on the middle of our screen. Play some Quake.
You can make it happen. It's I don't know the commands. Alex has probably got them scrolled.
I've got them on, like, you know, you can download the maps to do it for you.
Yes.
Got all that business.
I made a crosshair once, Lauren. I need to show you the picture. I'll just talk about it in a second. They're charging into Banana 1-for-1. Yampy and Sunny, they went for a 3-man stack on B in order to have the second wave of utility, but I'm wondering what the sound cue is for Sunny, or what the cue is. It's not always linked to sound, of course. There's a smoke face, he drops it. I made a little clown crosshair, gave them like clown hair and a little nose. You put the nose on their face to pull the trigger, it would look magnificent. No one was as excited as I was, though.
I'm glad you have an evening activity sometimes.
Tico.
He's been such a threat, hasn't he? A constant pest.
Ooh,
Ariel
like
can't
this.
be early. Now, Sticko is...
He's made noise. Ariel has to know something's up.
Doesn't know where he's got. He's just such a naughty little lurk.
How paranoid about quad is he? I feel like Ariel's like, you know, he's still there, he's still there.
Made sound cues, like he dropped off, and then just as the smoke faded, he disappeared back into it. Ali made a sound cue, and that's exactly what he wants. A fight given to him. Sen falls 3-on-4. Timing not favouring Ali for that exchange. Backing away, back to B, perhaps Farley lingering in the smoke, maybe a chance. Sunny doesn't actually land those bullets, so they've got a new lease of life here. 15 seconds, there has to be a commitment, and that boost should be enough to end it. Drops off, times their side. Seiko can't quite pick up the bomb. Farley has 9 seconds. They can't cover all the angle. They just have to get him off the bomb. But the flash pops, and so does Seiko popping off. They're going to survive this. There's a real chance. Can they really continue? Farley's finding another now. I thought this was just a dream. I thought there was enough, no time. Boosted up, first frag found, and still ends are in jeopardy. Ariel hunted now by Farley. Oh, the timing. He's got another chance.
Oh my
Ariel
God.
can't find the bullets. He's finally done so. It will be the second for Ents, but by God, was that close.
Those 2 rounds back-to-back as losses would have been catastrophic. Think about what just happened in the previous and what looked like it was about to happen here. Ents really having to work for these rounds. 2 on the board. But Godsend, with all the money, all the plan, all the damage, they're the real victors of this. I know that they're unable to convert. And that's where that smoke kill came on through, just plucking out Sunny. And Ariel did good not to panic. Against the AWPer, it can be easy to do so. Let's hope that Ents can string a couple more together, give us a competitive game right here. Crystal on the trademark Mac 10, and it looks like they're changing the pace. This will be a set piece off the bat. Expect them to throw a lot of nades out here from second mid as they're on the run.
Ariel. Oh, this is going to be fun. How much does he get away with? 1, 2. Oh, almost a third as well. That was so close to Alu. Saw the shining lights of success, tried to go for it, and it's all gone terribly wrong.
Rush, you've perfectly caught all of the dead players' POVs. Let's see if we can keep it up and watch all of the players that are going to die here. Immediately he switches to Sunny. And, on the edge of the smoke, Maiden, that's ridiculous. Sunny's going to be in a bit hot-faced after that one. I think Godsend have truly achieved their objective, which is to get under Ents' skin. These deaths, these 1v1s, it's been so chaotic, so hectic, and everything going Godsend's way. They've just sent them back to poverty. Look at them. They're living in 4.4, 2.9 land. That's no land anyone wants to live in, and we've got some real hyped-up fans. The MIBR bassist is back. It's nice to see the MIBR jersey doing something productive. And we can prepare for that 13th round. Yampy on the glass cannon.
They need something, right? At tail end, it's what I was saying with Nuke as well. You need to invest in the late stages of the game just to start posting rounds on the board. And well, here back towards B, there you go. All 5.
Straight up banana. Flashes, nades, everything. It's all being poured in. Alu's pushed away. Sunny's still there, but this wasn't where the AWP was, so they're going to walk through this. There's a bit of armor on the others. Alu's got armor to play with here, but by now the site's swarmed. It's all under control. Yampy's made it across, but the site's lost.
And they have to save, I guess. Just protect Yampy. We changed the mode to VIP. It doesn't exist in this version of Counter-Strike, but it may as well right now.
Been playing some hostage games, you know. Pick them up. I don't like the heavy breathing when you're trying to get the...
I guess they're
That was Alex, by the way. Please know that was Alex before people get a little...
That's what the hostage sounds like.
That is what the sausage sounds like.
Sausage sounds like.
It does sound like that. You've got to watch out for the sausages when you're trying to rescue them. But in a worst-case scenario... Oh, he's on fire today!
Oh, God!
He gets himself 1-0. Goodbye, cruel world. And in a puff of feathers, we lose another soldier here on China.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No. Chicken.
We even exhale at the same time, Lauren. I'm so sick
hate
of
it
this.
so much.
We need to be different people, Chad. How do we make ourselves different?
We've barely been around each other as well. What
Well, here's the problem. The two of you both enjoyed the same video game when you were younger and spent a lot of time together. And then you went on to cast multiple different, and then you went on to go cast multiple different video games with each other, where you had a rapport that people enjoyed because you like each other and your friends. So unfortunately for you guys, that's just the way it is. So suck it up.
Disgusting.
It was bloody one of yours.
All right, I've seen it.
Disgusting.
Can't lie to me.
Bang. Dampy in the feed. Ariel as well has a little snack. Maiden, low calories. Good headshots though.
First time they've been able to deal with Sticko toy departments though, right? I mean, it feels like it's still late in the day, but it's the first time for everything. Yampy with Aloe, the double ops in play, but it just feels so late for all this to suddenly come through. 2 rounds, I mean, as I said, anything is possible in Counter-Strike, but we're going to need to see something outstanding from Ents if they want to turn it around. And
Lauren, the story of Farley's 1v5 in round 14 was one of the most incredible clutches. So it started by looking like he was saving, but
definitely not saving.
Obviously that makes
He's going to have a go.
He's going
to have a go.
So he does head.
So what does he do towards
I'll tell
Sonic?
you, Laura. I'm so glad you asked, because what Farley does is he peeks him, right? And he didn't expect it first of all. And well, actually, that's a story for another time. Third round is Ence's, and we can get on into the final round of the first half of our third map of our first game of our 7th day on the 12th season of ESL Pro League.
That's a lot.
No, he has a button. He records it first thing when he comes in the morning.
Oh, has he got the old...
He's got the soundboard out now. You just go press it.
I do want that soundboard though. I wonder how realistic it is. Like the technology, like for the whole string to be hearing buttons I'm pressing at the desk. I imagine that's not an easy feat.
I mean, you could eat, like, let's say, how many keys have we got, though, on these?
Just one of those little stream decks or something. Oh, here we are. Ariel wants to fight so mad. He's so angry. Stico, angry at the door.
The chicken
blocked the door. Imagine if the poultry ruined a round. Poultrygeist. Oh, not your favourite. Okay, fine. Swing it on. Bombs loose in second middle. The teapot boiling over now.
Lauren can recover herself. I'll grab this one right here. The bomb down, and 1:20 left on the clock. There's no need for anybody to rush. The CT's postured in banana. We can see Sunny aggressive, Yampy overlooking the business. Now taking some information back towards the quad side will be Sergey, and he can see top mid is clear.
She's still going.
This is all good. Everything's great.
And then I started again.
Now, they have the bomb, and they're taking mid control. So Sergey's information kind of just falls through the floor here. That flash towards top banana doesn't really do anything. Crystal needs to be careful. He could get swung on at any moment from Sunny, but Sergey's in more danger.
Yeah, I think Stico might have just had enough to hold his line. Yeah, he definitely does. Oh, he could get caught with his nade in his hands. Oh, it's so risky. Sunny does take down Crystal. It will be a 2 versus 3 into the side, 1 versus 3 into the side. Farley's not long for the world. It's Maiden instead. And 11-4. Here we go. Godsend again, holding the keys to the castle. 5 rounds is all they need. And we'll see if they can cross that bridge when they come to it.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do myself today, trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Fear here for our first game. We are already getting into this one. I told you Elf's fun, but just fun as
no, that's a better intro than I was going to give. I was say, Sarah took the kids, but she brought back the lyrics. So I mean,
oh, you had the whole thing. You didn't tell me.
I was even ready to say, same scoreline on the half as Mirage before we had the comeback.
The whole finger gun thing. So we
I don't know. I was excited. I was excited.
5 sets of Kevlar here on the side of Ensis. They need to battle back in the second half of the third map. They're undefeated in their group right now, but Godsent, winless, are looking to take one away.
Thank you very much. That's the Katowice finals, Chad. We'll be bringing him back in a moment. For now, though, it's just Alo on to Stico, and Sergey doing damage as well. It's over. My God, just like that. Crystal wondering what has happened. He's scratching his head, his unarmored head, and with a smoke and a decoy, a kit as well. It certainly is an eclectic mix, but it's not going to get him far against the 4 remaining Finns. A nice little smoke just for fun.
Funsies!
And, well, not so fun for them now. Ents to start off with the necessary round, given the magnificent lead that Godsent have accrued, is going to take a stronger start. So we'll see the Khalils, we're going to see coordination. It's Yampi shouting into the top of his lungs.
I know it's selfish, but I would quite like Ents to do well, because if we get to hear from Yampi again, I'd be really happy.
That's true.
He's a very fun Finn to interview, and it feels like when you find one, you gotta hope for it.
That's true. That's true.
Fun Finn. What a combination of words. An oxymoron, almost.
Now, Godsent going for this force by right here is the start of what could be trouble. If they're unable to hold up a second, this could be gnarly.
Yeah, it's going to be alright for them so far. They do shut him down, but at great cost to the Jumpy's health.
Okay, so back to where I was going with this. Because Godsent have gone with the force buy and they have the massive lead, if they lose this round, don't find any damage, don't save any guns, don't do what they did over there on Nuke, trouble really starts to brew.
I'm scared now.
See Sunny clawing at any capability of maybe doing some damage back, but no one's on the boost. No one's even that close towards it now. And Sticko, I want to see how he handles holding the opponents after being the menace on the other side. He's going to feel the force of Sunny. Betray comes out. Right, AK recovered. Now bear in mind, the rest of the T's are coming up this way. Farley feels this out. If he gets a good idea, let's see how he plays it though. He's pushed up looking towards Boiler. He's waiting for them to come through that little doorway. And Alu is going to do just that. Tiny's everything, and Alu's got it.
And that's kind of the round now. That was the only real pillar of hope. And as Chad has outlined, it is looking quite similar to the worst case scenario that you outlined, Chad, of not doing too much. Only 1 kill onto Sunny. We watched that one go down courtesy of Farley's Deke. Yeah, far from fun for Godsent to start this one off. Farley doing well not to invest into the armor, ensuring he'll be able to get an AWP out on not the next round, but the one after.
All right, well...
Have you ever gone bird watching, Chad?
No.
What do they call it? Isn't there a word for it?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I know, like, I've encountered bird watchers, and it does seem like something that's, it's on an honors system, and I just think that's a bit peculiar, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, but I think it's for the love of the birds.
Yeah, well, okay. I guess it's because I'm a gamer.
Love of the birds.
I'd like to be able to open up my achievement sheet, and when I'm comparing it with others, I'd know that they actually saw the rare hawk of Old Man's Eye, whatever it may be.
Right.
As opposed to they can just say, yeah, I saw it, and that's kind of they get that credit.
Okay. It's quite a nice little thing.
Just concerned about the honest.
Can you imagine we ever
that's all.
have hobbies outside of just video games? Could you imagine that? Because
Well, it could. I did once upon a time.
What did you do, Chad?
What did I do? I liked to bodyboard. That's what I did back when I was 14, 15.
As my mother called it, boogie boarding.
Yeah, so because we tried to disassociate ourselves from that term.
Because it was seen as, something that mothers do.
Yeah, so I did a bit of that. I enjoyed collecting cards when I was in my early teens. I had the Pokemon cards. I had the Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yu-Gi-Oh, wow.
Yeah. What else did I have?
Oh, we've got a little spam about us. This is quite fun.
Okay.
I want to see how it's going. Hello, casters. It has come to my attention you are not talking about the game. If this behavior continues, expect a flurry of Swift Rage and Baby Rage to come your way.
Okay.
Or even a Reddit post explaining how casters shouldn't have personalities. You must talk about the game and the game alone. Thank you in advance.
On to Stico.
This is exciting stuff somehow. Let me try and tell you why. Maiden, Farley. Oh, and he gets the dig. This is sensational. Jumping down to 38.
She was in the room.
Yeah, you like
that? Hello, Tosspot. Alright, this should be clean. Now, Zen and Crystal with the saved 5-7s. If they can get themselves an AK, that would be nice. If we're going to actually look for any pros here, there's mainly cons in the corner for Godsend. And the force fire that I was alluding to earlier and talking about being troublesome, if you go for a play like that like Godsend did, the flow-on effects will be felt in the next round. So let's wait and see what type of a buy they'll have. Alex pointed out that Farley will have his orb. And there we go. That's a big kill. That's an AK.
It is, and I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, he's going to get away with that. Aerial down as well. This is actually worked out swimmingly. AK recovered. Zen going to try and grab himself the UMP, and he does have access to it, so that's gone wonderfully for the CTs. You said the orb's going to be in play. Yeah, finally 6.6, thanks to his save in the second round force. Zen can start saving the Schmeckles, and after the first 3 from Ents, it was a 11-4 as you can see. Now it's time for the game to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in. No more funny business from those damn casters. Swift Rage, is that an emoji? Oh, it's Swifty.
Yeah.
Raging, okay.
Yeah.
Let's finally go on with this orb. Is it towards... where is he taking it? Okay, so he might go aggressive for some information here.
God, the teaser are so posted up. Look at Sergey, super far ahead. Sacrificing himself, falling on his own sword, but does open up the top of Banana, isolating, and I guess you can say that he's hold favor in a 4v4.
Yeah, forces Maiden now to commit to this. Oh, a different look for the pop flash. It's the smoke, that's why. Makes sense. Cool. So the crouchy coffin lineup for Crystal helps him knock him down.
It's very early, though. That's put a lot of pressure on Maiden, who will be the sole defender of this bomb site with the Molotov, a smoke, and a flash.
I really do need to stop getting so excited when I see new lineups, but it is...
You turned into a nerd.
No. I promise it's just, like when I'm playing B and I see someone finding an easy way to throw it safely instead of... I just stick my stupid head out, Lauren.
You've become a little nerd.
It's very exciting. And I don't know if anyone watching is excited, but those little lineup when you see like, oh, I can safely throw it from coffins, or I can molly emo from construction. It's very...
I always thought you were just a brainless AK back in the day, but there it is. There's the little IQ peeking up. No, it is always cool to see the variation and how, even though we're so deep into Counter-Strike's, lifetime, we still see unique abilities coming through, and Yampi playing ahead of the smoke, the molly, and everything else catching one off guard as Aerial delivers towards New Box. You've now got Zen and Crystal in a predicament. Aerial's a little low, but now it's all for nothing.
Saving the orb is a big deal. If Crystal can get away with it, and he should be able to save. Now, keep your eyes on Sunny. He's already going for the chase here, coming straight up middle. Crystal will not be able to get towards the pit. He's going to have to save in more plain sight. If he continues forward towards top of middle, he might actually find a timing here, and this is very important right now, because what I was spelling out in the earlier stages of this game of how quickly this could fall away from Godsend, you're already seeing the effects of that. This half, we're well and truly into it now, and the scoreline went from being an 11-4 to an 11-8.
You're not a fan of that second round force in general?
No, I am, but it's just such a risk, right? It's such a risk because of how quickly this door can get open.
Yeah, of course.
And you can see what it did to that first round buy round. Zen only had a UMP. Zen didn't actually have a rifle. So they had one defuse kit in play.
That was the saved one. In his defense, that was the saved. He's got $8 grand in the bank. But yes, oh, the full outfit. And looking rather agile with it on as well. So big respect to our resident NHL goalie.
As you do. Well, strikes a weird place sometimes. I like it.
At least with the saved AWP and the residual cash, they will be able to go for a buy, which is looking very, very nice this time round. Everyone has a Molotov, plenty of smokes in play.
You really don't want an early casualty. With a buy like this, with the past 4 rounds like that, you really don't want to lose someone early. Zen's vulnerable, but it is going to be Farley to draw blood. On Alu, no less. That's quite the scalp to take.
But keep in mind, there's a lot of players around here. Yampi up to the top. Trade comes in. Yampi's on one. He is trying to claw this through for his team for now. He's got the bomb. He's got top mid control. He has to be careful. If that goes down, it may be unretrievable, but he has peeled away. Now, keep in mind what Sergey's up to here. Slowly working up Banana, and indeed, the movement is gorgeous. It's the one thing that, you know, Rush can do. The man's got some moves. If you ever see him butting up and around, very impressed.
He tweeted a great clip recently of him making someone report him for aim and wall and all the others. There's going to be the bomb dropped. And juicy a bad smoke, so Sunny vulnerable. Spotted the spray so wild. Maiden does get away with his life. Late rotate in from Farley, so essentially a 2v2 for now. Steeko, maybe he can show you the incendiary emo, but that would not be necessarily relevant. Certainly can throw it from here. Told you about those lineups earlier, Lauren.
Farley has 2 flashes. I think that would be the go.
Yeah, you're right. Farley delivering the avenue in. Oh,
I love it.
Sergey.
I love it. Brings it to a 2v2. This aggression playing out so well. I cannot stress how much I love to see that. Trying to tip the scales. Those odds in your favor, even in a 2v3, and they've done very well. It's a dangerous game to play, of course, to take those proactive fights, but you have to find those margins sometimes.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, it was feeling very clean cut in the first stages, and now the shoe on the other foot. This goes back to what our favourite poker player says. There's 2 halves. You know, it's a game of 2 halves. You can always come back.
Who says that?
It's all right. He got there in the end. So now the problem is the loss bonus has sat in a position where it's 3,400. There were 3 players. It was Farley, Maiden, and Steeko, I do believe, who would have had enough to go for a decent buy, but not a full buy for the entire team. So a partial investment, or a half buy as we like to call it. Light utility, MP9 in the hands of Steeko. It's still deadly. It's still dangerous. And maybe they'll get more done with it because they can be a little bit more risky, a little bit more in their face. Players play differently on rounds like this.
They did so many fake steps there. I'm going to be intrigued to see if it's actually working out for him. Doesn't for Steeko. Alu's up there as well. I wonder if Farley's jiggle gave him any info. I think he's unannounced for now. Crystal rotating back into the A defense. Rampy in a position to flash up top mid brackets for control. See that CT setup doubling up on long with the smaller guns, the sidearms poised. There's a world where Godsend really can convert this round. This is just a half buy, but an armored one and a threatening one at that. Tap. Oh, perfect. Just as I was about to say, B could be vulnerable. Maiden's bought himself 15 seconds. Sunny makes a step, finds the punish, and he does get the shot necessary. Alu into the other. Crystal wants to hunt him and keep him busy, but Alu very precise as he upgrades the AK. Bombs to go and B, and Alu's killing everyone at A. This is ridiculous. Maiden still stands his ground there. They will turn around now.
Oh, Alu. He's playing deathmatch.
He is, and it's just a scavenger AK. Looks like this one's all over. Maiden not long for this world. Down to 13, and yeah.
Hello.
Goodbye.
I'm not playing it yet, but as I say that, of course it goes down. Maiden, you won't be holding on to this. Or will ya? Let's see how good your aim is. Unfortunately, Ariel taken down, but the gun round will be coming through regardless in round number 22 from the side of Godsend. So they will have everything they need. This will be the 3rd real crack they'll be having on the buys. And here's just the highlights of Alu picking some heads apart. Nice and easy stuff. All 4 headshots. Lovely to see. All right, now we did see aggression in the first half out of Ents to win some rounds. Ariel marauding down second mid. Let's see if Godsend want to go with something aggressive of their own. The gun rounds are fleeting as the game trickles on forward. And the 2-man defense over towards the A site, lots of pressure on Farley and that of Maiden. Another control hasn't been taken just yet, but with those nades, they'll force forward. A big nade up themselves. That's a lot of damage. Sergey doesn't get away with his life. Oh, no.
I've been here before.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's down to Farley. good tracking. Follows the first, bombs loose thanks to Maiden, and yeah, with the powers combined, they get the bomb and the lion's share of the frags. Poor old Alu. He's got a sneaking suspicion that there's someone lingering in that smoke, and he's right not to take the fight head on. That is an advantage to Deco. Now, not so much, and that's a necessary frag. 12, for God's sake, they break their silence. That is the first in quite some time, first in that half.
God.
And you can see that how quick Nuke was. Just 20 rounds of play there. We're already well past that. In our third deciding map of the first game today.
Heroic G2 next. We haven't had one
dude, right? I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, this
rematch of when?
Cologne. We had it within the group stage. G2 beat them in that overtime game of Mirage, and then we had
the Vertigo game as well.
We had Vertigo, and then the second time they played was in the semi-finals to get on through, and Heroic were able to best them.
Not fun. I actually don't know which way this is going. Like, everything does indicate that Ents have got good control, but with the money still back with the CTs for now. And the round posted up finally. Maybe they can break the trend.
Here we are. So it looks like we are going to be seeing eventually the retake smoke and Molotov combination, maybe even a flash. Oh, there they are. And they get a boost in response. So this is an interesting turn of events. They actually, by they, of course, Ents, I'm not going to be able to get anything from this, but by boosting for the info, they send Yampi to completely deny any early CT info.
The next progression. Isn't it insane? We keep seeing them change.
Yep. I don't know what Chris was supposed to do here. His teammate going to drop the smoke, but it's a bit too late now, and they're already up. He's in trouble. Maiden nothing to do at all, and can't contribute. Will be Ents now getting that bomb down with the 3 CTs, probably faced with a rather tough decision here. Don't forget, they've only just won round 22, and the fact of the matter is that they need to keep all 3 of those weapons. Sonny knows it as well. He's going to be on hot pursuit. Need for Speed hot pursuit. That was a game. Whoa.
I think I remember that.
Did the new Tony Hawk game come out yet?
Yeah.
Nice.
I want to play it.
I used to just drive around in my Lotus Elise, chased by the police.
Yeah.
It was lit.
I used to, I think it was Drive or Driver, I can't remember which one. I found there was a little bubblegum car that I think was hidden in a weird little car park.
Yeah.
If someone can confirm that's a real thing, that I imagine.
Car?
Yeah, it was like a little mini, but it was like a bubblegum pink
I love the way you're saying bubblegum.
Oh, what's wrong with me?
Gets a kill here. This could still be big. He's over towards the balcony, not going to push forward. Okay, so thinking better of it. And the reason I was saying that is because you had Farley and Zen. If you look at their money right now, 5.6 and Zen's was, and Farley's was around 6k, I think it was. With those two individuals staying alive and holding onto their guns, they can drop for Crystal and Maiden so they can get full utility over towards B. There was a little bit of a problem. You can see there, Farley invested, he's invested a lot, 4,200, so he's definitely dropped a gun, and the same is for Zen. So this is a full buy round going in for Godsent because they were able to hold on to 3 weapons, and I always talk about the magic number of 3 being necessary on the T side to keep the CTs under the thumb. Now, that entire round was made possible by the boost over the wall and the information staying in the hands of Ents. $900 worth of utility doing absolutely nothing on the Godsent side, but look at Farley looking at the smoke, staring directly at it. Sergey's just playing around the precipice on the cusp, waiting for it to fade. He might get in here, and well, no, Farley betters him. So a good start for Godsent. And Aiden Cohen. They do have 3 players over towards B, so holding on to this banana control and not getting executed on, that cannot happen again. And with the AWP there, it means it might be a different approach for Ents if they do want to finish over towards that side of the map. Farley wants to relocate, taking the AWP over towards Library as mid control has been absconded.
Scones. When you said absconded, it made me think of them. Very, very hungry, I think.
Fastest cake in the West.
God, Zen. Timing's... Oh, the timing on this is just horrible. And Sunny on the other side. Here come the smokes, but they're posted up in the right places. Who do we have here? Sicko with him. Flash a little bit behind the T's. Nade's not bad, though. That's going to do a little bit of damage, but it's not the damage that matters. It's the kills, and they are flooding in.
Yeah, that is just perfect. Enough cover. Good setup. CT's caught off guard, and it's the perfect conversion up to the 12th. And I can't believe his luck. He doesn't have to contribute too much more after the first frag. Maiden and Crystal just going to preserve what little they can.
That central site smoke is such a nice little addition to see there from Ents on the execute. Obviously, they do want over towards the mini pit so the AWPer can't fight from the library area. But the one front site, it allows them to just run in looking towards the balcony in the pit. Obviously, a player could try and spam through or jump up and over. But you can see just here on this camera view, with the default plant box, which is the tallest one closest to the corner, there you get people boosted up on the left of that in the cold zero box, or they're playing in the back corner. You take that out of the crossfire, and you're allowing your players to isolate a duel. And by doing that on Destico, that was the avenue, and then the rest of the dominoes fell exactly where they needed to be. Alu killing Farley, going back for mid control as the execute was coming in. The final piece of this, there was no avenue that meant they couldn't come back through the mid wall or the brackets, and here you can see Ariel doesn't have to worry about the side at all until they round the corner. So great two entries from him. We saw really good stuff from Ariel in some of the CT rounds that they were playing, aggressively down mid, fighting into old mid, finding some openings there, and well, with Sergey being quiet, Sunny the same, it has been a good time for Ariel to step on up. Round 25 about to go underway, and Godsent needs to start finding a bit more potency on their weapon rounds. Remember, they had the opening kill of that. They had the opening kill of that round. It was a 4v5 situation, and that A-bomb site completely obliterated. Just like Sergey early with some nade damage, down to 73. And the smoke, Raiden takes, and that's 2 rounds in a row he's given up the opening.
Yeah, that's colossal. Now you can see Godsent trying to right this ship. All banana control is gifted over. And I can't help but feel that this could, end up in an A finish with a fantastic setup of the CTs. It does come down to Maiden and Crystal to deter any sort of space that Ents look to find here at B initially.
It's a fine line here, though, isn't it? With Alu in such a prime spot, timing's going to be a factor. It does catch a glimpse of one, but the smoke goes up now while it comes out. They push forward. The T's reconsider, as I think the bomb's being just picked up by Sunny now.
You can see them having the conversation. It does look like they landed on B.
Stigo should rotate right now. They have full top mid control. And there's 30 seconds left. I'm surprised he isn't cheating over Speedway. They've re-smoked top mid.
And he may be a little late to the party now, Ents. Throwing out their util. Maiden hears the steps. He knows it's time to start shooting. Flash is good. Crystal's the one in support. Seeker has got there in time. And Ariel pushing in. You expect to see the trade. Ariel.
Oh, Ariel!
Though. He's opened up the site wide open. And Sticko suppressing fire. Not going to net them anything. That A stack achieves very little. He's not far off with the wall bang onto Ariel, but this gets awkward now. They have got some flashbangs, and they even Fralu. Oh, Ariel, that's a dead boy. 2 remain. Alu and Sunny in pursuit of the 13th, both in pursuit of the same. And now an incendiary, they're using their util so well. He's just standing in the molly. Oh. It's down. Cooked to perfection. Medium rare Finn.
Winnable.
Certainly.
Sunny, let's see how he plays this one out.
Okay, so he gets on Farley. Farley has to be on that bomb. Seiko to body block, and did you keep it safe and sound? He's down to 13 HP.
Bloody hell.
Smallest margins, but it's going to put the lead back into Godsent's hands. And what we're looking at on the T side, okay, so it's all 62.
Yeah, everyone's actually pretty decent for cash, all things considered, in the stage of the game that we're at with the round 26. But Ariel did great to find these 2 openings. Couldn't believe his luck there. And then it was the utility usage, right? Bang on. That's 2 grenade kills, or 2 different types of grenade kills to open up the site. Otherwise, a much more difficult task. And then eventually the bullets will be finishing on off there. But maybe a pace change from Ents could come on in. Maybe trying to take advantage of this new lean towards the top banana they're doing with Farley on the AWP.
What have you got in mind here, Sergey? Moving backwards to get the precision. Farley undeterred by that. They're going to throw flames at him if he's not careful. Cool as a cucumber. Why is he sticking around? He wants to save Maiden. They pulled out another smoke. He's in a lot of trouble, but flashed out by his teammate. And everyone can relax for a second. 1 smoke remains at the 75-second mark. 1 for the CTs. So Ents have already managed to achieve their initial goals of drawing some of that CT utility out. Plenty of incendiaries, though. We saw how powerful they were for the retake. Maybe that will hold relevance. As our final 60 seconds start ticking down, final map, it's really crunch time. And brackets control is being fought for. It's Ariel to call it clear.
And it looked like we were on the way out of this game for a little while. It looked like it was done because Ents just turned up. Straight up, that T-Stud was looking deadly, but the resurgence from Godsend has been very much real. Now, with 40 seconds left, it does look like A is the final destination, at least on this push. And now Farley, how much more can you do? Alu goes down, he stays, and he gets another. A 2-for-1 exchange, they'll take that right now. And the T's carrying forward. Aerial has been getting them out of so many scenarios, but Sticko and Pit traded in again. Sunny is the one to crack open the side with 20 seconds. The bomb goes down, the smoke goes up. And Crystal and Madeline, the last two for the CTs.
I liked the idea if there was a gap to kind of call the pit cross, but I don't think he actually got any information off the back of that. So Crystal's going to pick up an AWP.
Okay.
Jesus, he's got it. They're going to go for it. Sergey is in graveyard hiding, but Crystal's going to upgrade it to an AK. He's fluffed his lines, makes it clear where he is, does find the first. Where's Maiden? It's such an unknown. You saw him tip of the head, caught a glimpse of reposition, and Sergey is nuts. And I've got a nut allergy. That is getting me all swollen. My goodness, 13-13. A crucial round and a crucial clutch. Let's see that one again. His movement, like first Aerial opened up the round, yes, but the movement Sergey did to get that information in the jeopardy. This is what I'm talking about. He knows he's being hunted. They know where he is. He managed to get that same information for free and then seizes his moment with some precision. Very, very good clutch coming out right at the last moment. Alu, what's he up to? Walking up middle. This is retro. Look from the T side off. Thinking about it.
Yeah, there's some real consideration for some fruity plays coming out, but looks like Farley has decided Boilers where he wants to start this.
Yeah.
Well, then might not be a bad shout, potentially. You've got two players on the other side. There's a moment here. Oh, Yampi, great consideration. Maybe not expecting an AWP to be there, but certainly considered someone to be there.
God, that jiggle.
Sticko needs to go huge here. They will come in, they will clear him. They want banana control back. They can't just post Alu up and say, yeah, it's clear.
Arrow's going to pop around the corner. Oh, the pre-fire. He was ready for the second. He's anticipating another. It is Alu on the stairs, eventually flushed out. Bomb spotted, 50-second mark, and well, Crystal's responsible for banana. He doesn't have any util, so I don't know how he plans to defend this so actively. Oh, he's not going to jump for info, is he? That would have been a catastrophe. All good. Crystal says, I don't need help. Then realizes he wants to fill that gap as soon as he can. Yampy through to Yaps. 25. They smoke off the library side. He's going to tuck it on the side. Makes sense. Great deal of it.
Is something going around?
Yeah, they're faking it. He smokes Arch and then walks that way. Oh no, they're not going to expect this. Sunny. Hello! Oh, they deal with it. That's magnificent. And yeah, 2 from Zen. It's all on to Alu. Doesn't have the time, doesn't have the HP. 14 for Godsend after a very peculiar turn of events.
Both teams' money is kind of rough right now.
You're right.
Look how hard it is to scrape together buys on both sides. I could justify both buys on both sides right now, but Ents may be considering, look, no, you wouldn't be. I don't think at this stage of the game, with the same consideration which I was just talking about, the right idea would be to save. You don't want to have to play for 15. You don't have to play for overtime. And it's a map like Inferno. If they have a pocket strat, if they have an execute that they think they can get away with, they can set up for straight away, Mac 10s, Tech 9s, P250s, that type of a buy could come on through here, but they need to convert it, and that would give them a chance to steal this away from Godsend, because if Godsend lose this round, well, their money's going to be trash if they don't save any guns. So this one here decides the game. If Ents buy, which they are, this is it. Their lost bonus only sitting at 1,900. On the other side of things, 2,400. So this Godsend have called a timeout.
You're right.
It's back-to-back timeouts.
Yeah, and that's how important this round is for the game. They both need to really consider what's going to happen here. Talk it through.
And I mean, it's also, as you highlighted, it's if they don't save guns. So Godsend are in a really peculiar situation where is it in their interest to play more of a gambly style? You know, is it in their interest to
more of a risk?
Precisely, take a bit of a risk because you'd rather be losing with saved guns than losing because you're playing into a nasty retake that has so much on the line. That bomb plant from Ents is going to be a colossal step forward into winning this round. We'll see how Sticko held the wall from the door and Banana. You can see Zen just getting just in the nick of time to find the double.
Big stuff.
Yeah, and you can see how different that round would have looked if Ali was focused on the plant instead. You guys loved it. Godsend fans in their mass. It's good to see a Cloud9 jersey as well, representing Henry G's new squad.
It's going to be B.
Gonna be a B.
They're going full in on this too. This isn't going to be slowed down. There isn't going to be that initial back and forth of utility. It's going to be straight up guns out, and it looks like the CTs have their guns all better equipped as well as the nade. Crystal's going to be happy with that, knowing the value of this round, the monumental damage that's being done. Sticko just being played in more and more. Look at the wrap around the back. Zen's already down the bottom banana. This has been a disaster for the T's.
Couldn't get better for Godsent as well. They'll recover Galils, AKs. Nothing needs to be invested. Not a penny spent. Ents, on the other hand, are in dire straits. I think, and Godsent are too, that was the hard work done. This is just a formality now. And that's brutal. The way in which that round was taken from them was so quick. It was so, well, it wasn't pretty. I don't want to call it ugly.
Well, it's pretty for Godsent. It's horrible for Ents, because look what they have to fight. Round number 29, the last round potentially for them. It's just...
Go on, Maiden.
And now we have aggression.
You want to end this right now? The kettle's boiling. He's got a teabag in the cup, and double kill for Maiden to get us started off. 3 frags away from a Godsent victory here against Ents. Started slow, but Zen looks to finish strong. Just Sergey, just Sunny. Woof! Quick reaction. Hello. He wants this one done. Sticko, the final frag. And Godsent take a huge scalp. It's going to get loud in 5 different countries right now. Certainly from one particular house. That's fantastic. They'll love that. And we'll be focusing on the win when we get back from our break. may not be able to pretend to like you, but I can. Lauren and Chad in the studio. Godsent 2-1 up. We are into the post-match of this one, and I have to say already, I mean, this is going to be a lot of confidence for the Godsent roster. To be starting EPL 0-3, I think it would be a real kind of death sentence.
Yeah.
But to be able to show some live, good signs of it, and take down Ents in a convincing fashion over on that second half, would you say?
Yeah, it's them back on the board. I thought they were going to be a bit of a dud. Honestly, after the start, shown very few bits of life, but a really good recovery there.
I felt like I was lying to Lauren when I was typing up Farley and Maiden, but today we got
to see it all.
Exactly.
Excellent.
So they should be happy with today's performance. It was very one-sided halves, but good CS nonetheless.
Yeah, and I want to bring in Devil Walk and get my phone out because I'm going to make him talk about a tweet.
All right, hold on.
Devil Walk calling us in, Mr. Lundberg. I'm just guessing at this point. Am I close?
Yeah.
Look at me. I can remember everyone's names. It's so weird. Jonathan Lundberg over here. Jonathan, hello. Seiko just said, slow start. I don't know, man. We should be closing everything a little faster, but little things keep us out of comfort zone in certain rounds. Could you give me anything that's less vague about what he's trying to say there?
No, but I think we tend to be like kind of well prepared, and we always get good starts. But I feel like once we get into the stage of closing the round, we tend to like fall back a little bit and not really play the way that we maybe are comfortable with. We're leaving a little bit too much to chance, and once we don't need chance anymore, we're taking those risks. So we're kind of like flipping the way we normally play in a weird way. And I think that's just like something that goes with us having a break. We've recently put a lot of effort into revamping our map pool, making sure that we're not as predictable in vetoes and stuff like that. So I think especially coming after the break and not being like in match form, so to speak, it hurts us a little bit, but we're focused on the long term.
Okay, we were speaking about revamping the map pool. I guess part of that was Mirage, mate. You would have surprised the hell out of Ents, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of choked on the T side. I don't know, it went a little bit too smoothly on Mirage, considering it's like our first Mirage game in like a year. But that's one of the things that we've worked on is trying to get Mirage back into our map pool so that we don't always eat it.
So maybe you can help me out, because this is a question I'd normally have asked the desk, but like what for you seeing, what are you going to convey to your guys as to what went wrong on that T side, Mirage? Because you guys kind of hit a bit of a brick wall there. What were you seeing that didn't inspire confidence from your T side?
No, but it's just that. I think we were hesitant in the way we were calling, and I think we were a bit like we had a little bit too many ideas at the same time, and then it's kind of hard to like kind of pick the idea, and things don't really happen as synchronized as we want them. And it felt like we relaxed a little bit. We wanted to strafe, we wanted to take those duels, but other people wanted to play more tactically, and we kind of clashed in that. So we have to work on that.
Being on the same page. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now, just a quick one to do with Nuke, because from that problem that you were talking about from Mirage, you guys bounced back from that very quickly, and you looked very decisive. When we watched you last week against Na'Vi, I think it was on Nuke, you looked very strung out, trying to affect them out a lot. But this time round, when you played it, everybody seemed like they knew what they were doing, and every decision worked. What did you say to them after the I guess, blunder of Mirage to get them back and ready for Nuke to have such a great game?
I actually said, like, if we can take 11 rounds on a map that we haven't played in over a year, then we can take 15-0 on this T side. And I have, like, the response from the players was just, divine. It was perfect. Everyone went full out. They trusted everything. It wasn't even, like, even if we made a bad call, we just fully committed into it and trusted it. So it completely changed. And I think everyone agreed about our hesitance in that Mirage T side. And we wanted to really, really show that that's not us.
Hell yeah, and you did. You proved a lot today, Devil Walk. Looking forward to seeing Godsent back in the server. Keep grinding. Nose to the grindstone. Next game won't be easy either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, dude. Jonathan Lundberg.
Right into
my brain.
Yeah, that was good.
That was a very insightful interview. Of course, he's done desk stuff before. He's also the only player that's won a major as a coach and a player. I saw that little tip.
Damn.
That's not a bad one.
First major as well.
Yeah, I mean, the first one of all. I mean, that gets extra special praise. We are going to take a little break, and when we come back, we're going somewhere else. Somewhere very, very exciting. Heroic G2, a rematch of the semi-final of Cologne. It's coming up on the show in just a moment.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Like you, I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and I lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just another thought. You are sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and I lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and I lose. I can't pretend to like you.
so anti. You're a bad chick and you know that. Eyes roll back every time you throw that. Love letter on your bed, I wrote that. I need you and I'm not afraid to shout that. I came up from a small town, no one hit me up. Now they wanna be my friend.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GG Back, and America's Navy.
Everything I could buy.
Bit of a grudge match here. 5 wins to 4 in recent results. It's right there on your screens as well. 4 OTs. It is certainly one that does aim to please, as do we. It is myself, Machine, and of course Lauren Pansy Scott in a burgundy number.
Hello.
It's funeral for... I didn't even say it. Funeral for a friend. Okay, so she's in a post-hardcore edgy phase, and we do have Chatty B on the end there for the real questions.
Yeah, look, I attempt to answer some of them, but I want to ask some right now because, as you mentioned, Revenge, this is the semi-final rematch from Cologne. We have Malik standing by, so we want to get him on the line quickly so we can ask him a couple of fast ones. Malik, first one, mate. Is there a different vibe today going into today's game because of the semi-final loss? Is Revenge on the cards?
Yeah, it is. Look, I have my jersey. I see it. French jersey. I'm ready for blood, man. We will win this game and do everything we can towards the win. It's very important. My mother was saying, if you fall of a horse, you need to get back on it like straight away. So this is what we will do today. Watch out.
All right, perfect. So in that case, what's the difference maker going to be today? What are you going to do with their fakes? Because they were faking you guys out a lot before. It was close games, overtimes galore. How much? What's the difference going to be?
I think we have been seeing what they've done so far, and I think we will use our strengths better. I don't think they will surprise us as much. It will be actually funny when you will sort out the vetoes yourself.
Okay.
I don't know if you did that already.
No, not yet.
Next up. It will be interesting. It will be interesting. Yeah, like anyway, what I want to say is that no surprise today, no fake, no nothing. We will just hold everything in our own strengths, and this is what will happen today. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Malak. We better get talking about your opponent and do that whole thing, so I'll let you go, and I wish you the best of luck.
See you guys. See you.
Bonjour. So, the maps, Chad.
Yeah.
Last time they played, over in the semi-final, Mirage Nuke Vertigo, by my count.
Yeah, Mirage was the overtime game that they were closing the series out with the first time, and then the second time they played was when Heroic came in and they were able to win that one 16-7. So Mirage is a pick. That's a curious one. But Vertigo is one that went back and forth as well. Heroic had an overtime victory on that one. They had a loss on that one. I don't know exactly what he's meaning here, but maybe that's alluding to some really different maps getting...
Fruity. I wouldn't mind a Vertigo, I'll tell you that much.
I think you will get the Vertigo.
Okay.
Yeah, because look, it's a map that I think the first time round we thought G2 looked a lot better than Heroic, right? Then Heroic, they kind of tidied things up, and then they got across the line in the second game. They had those B executes that we were highlighting. I think you remember those with the little boost up, Alex. You like that one, the wooden boards, and Nico's taking the space. But we got this on screen right now. So the bans, I think the bans will be Overpass to Dust 2 still. That should be the standard ones. Heroic getting rid of Dust 2, Overpass being gone. And then the picks. So it was Nuke last time. They've gone with Train. Now we saw some G2 weakness on Train just last week. So maybe that's why that's been picked on through. Vertigo, G2 are doubling down. And look, they're really sticking to their guns here. And then maybe as the third, will it be Mirage? Will they want to go with Mirage as the third? No. Okay. Inferno is the third map here. So don't want to go back to that battleground. We get one of the three, which is only Vertigo. That's map number 2. And kick things off, it will be Train.
Yeah, but legit, check this out.
Okay.
Since May, they've played a ton of games, by the way, but since May, they haven't played a single Inferno. I don't know why it must be on their screen, but HLTV is just using grey font on a white background.
Definitely on monitors.
Put on the dark mode, maybe that might help us.
I'll try.
Yeah, so if you go top right, you go next to sign in, you go next to sign at the top, then you go the theme. So you go day, night, then you go. Then what I want you to do now? What I want you to do is I want you to keep scrolling down from there. You'll see an ad, but under that ad says recent activity. I want you to hit sport.
Oh, yes.
That's for everyone at home.
Yeah, do that one.
Yeah, everyone do that one.
Oh, it goes from saying stupid like disband, lull sent,
to thumbs up,
simple overrated, and then I click that button,
And we've got content.
And it's just actual conversation.
And Rush is a little against the predictions today.
Rush?
Bloody Rush.
So nice to go ahead and focus on the Counter-Strike at hand. It is G2 Heroic. It's the Danes versus the French international mix. And it starts on Trick. Your champions of ESL 1 Cologne, Texas, Katie, Nico, down, Borrup. And on the other side of things, you've got G2. The likes of Nexa, very impressive in the in-game leadership role. It certainly sounds like Malik and him have done their homework coming into this one. They won't be caught out, to quote the coach of G2. Let's see how the pistol shapes up already. You see a very passive line of sight, all opting for some headshots, but they can really swarm here. They're coming from pop, coming out main, already getting good bit of ground covered. And it is just Kevlar Vest, Chad, so I guess they just want to brawl.
Yeah, Jules are on the agenda here, and Burrow, well, he's opened the account. And he's doing his best to hold them at E-Box, but they're getting swarmed.
Yeah, and already a goosh landed by Borup. That's sensational. Okay, next up, only the one on the P2K. Double for Borup already on his Glock, and you can see that Amanek's angle is being defended by Nico. Oh, a chance. He crouched under the crosshair and will be overrun. Double kill so far for both of the stars of the show. Now Mr. Hunter does manage to make quick work of Tessus. Two more to find. Kit's around the corner as well, so he will have to go walkabout.
Oh my God!
Hunter's hunting. Oh, he nearly gets it. Nico saves the day for Heroic with a triple. That's what he had to. It was by necessity he gets 3 kills in the pistol. Hunter gave it a real good shot. Oh, that could have got awkward fast. And we will see the Force Spy coming out, so I'm always excited when I see the Scouts and the CZs, even a MP9 by my read. Next is pulling that bad boy out early.
Would you sound like a straight shooter?
I'd say you shoot relatively straight.
Yeah, and like, you know, I keep it pretty real.
Yeah.
Well, look, let's not mince any words here. I think the difference in today's game is going to be the lack of Hunden when things get squirrely. A lot of overtime games for Heroic in the past against G2.
Yeah.
So I don't want people to be under any illusions. Of course, he would have been helping them in those scenarios with really good calls and reads. Yeah. So they're not going to have that today. They want to be available.
Bear in mind, obviously, they have suffered losses since that moment too, and is it Argo as well? So they're not in the best spots right now, Heroic. They aren't quite the team that we saw at Cologne. They're in a different form here. So we could see a different result. We're not going to avoid the issue, but it's certainly going to be up to Heroic to prove what they can do with it. And right now, this little crunch over by Ivy becoming a real goddamn issue. Smoke down. They've got to leave the bomb for a second. They can't carry on anymore.
Yeah, this is the perfect potent map for it, isn't it? Look at this. The Scouts hit a couple of shots. Your CZs are jiggly wiggly. Can get out of hand fast, especially when you've got some prime weapons, some prime real estate now having to concede it. The bomb is under CT control. Like, I don't know what Cadian's plan is to regain it. It does seem like he's calling for assistance Ivy, and then they're going to have the loose cannon that is Nico trying to catch any backs turned. It will all be down to timing, though. The decision-making process is going to be a tough one. So they'll smoke onto the bomb. That's the perfect time for Nico to start walking. And Jax gets the info, and great dink. Now getting even more awkward for Heroic. I don't even know what they can do about this. They are in a nightmare. Frying pan fire. Nothing sounds particularly appealing. They'll have to re-smoke. Yeah, I don't know what they do, Lauren. They turn this corner. There's 2 CTs ready and waiting for them. One of them's even got an AK. Nico 1D down, and he does swing it out. The next is double. That's going to win them the round. G2. The second round of play. And it's Nexa's 4K that pulls them across the line.
Oh, look what they have now. 2 AKs and a Khalil.
God, and they haven't even spent a penny yet. That is such a big swing round.
Pretty nice upgrade right there. And one thing I just want to note in this late round, as the clock hit 22 seconds and the smoke was on the left side of Ivy, you can see that all 3 players have positioned themselves to hold bomb and the bomb train, knowing that the only way for them to plant the bomb was going sunny side. So that's why they could take that gamble. There's always a chance, there's always a risk, but the round would probably have not been won if Heroic were to go in that fashion, offering up 1v1 duels. They will force by back of their own, and Cadian with the scout over towards Ivy will be the first port of call. Maybe not so much now. This nade could be perfect.
Was a little short of perfect, but we'll take it.
7 out of 10.
Give it, well, you know, a little golf clap at the end. It's all good. Jax. I want to see Jax get going, because he was definitely not on my radar until you guys, you're harping on about it.
Yaki boy.
All right, and then I saw the aim start coming through. That guy can absolutely pop off, yeah. So We'll see if the T's can do much damage. They are in a position where they could. Stav's going to find Amanek. That's the goer. So they've got a little bit of room to play with here. The CT's feeling a little boxed in, but Hunter finds him a little bit of room. Still very much viable in this round, but they are being surrounded. 4 up towards Hunter. And suddenly, it's looking deadly.
Welcome to Force by Wars. It's not impossible for Kenny and Nexa here. It would require Kenny to contribute, and Borup forces the fight. Still, it's all Nexa. He's tried his best. It won't be anyone else. Nexa having to do it all for his squad. He needs to ace clutch just to keep going, but unfortunately he's tagged down by the scout. And Cadian will connect another bullet. So they'll go and recover their weapons, just going to the Counter-Strike charity shop. Everyone's handed it in. 1,500 double eco territory for Amanek. And so they will force.
So you said Force by Wars.
Yeah, baby.
Again,
Who's gonna hit the brakes first in this Counter-Strike virtual game of chicken?
It really is, like, you know, as I said, who breaks first in this one? Who veers away? We'll see. I mean, it was beautifully done by Heroic. This is the thing, it's where is this team at mentally is the big question. We'll find out, I'm sure, as the season carries on. CTs, though, let's look across the board as to where they're sitting. You heard that. That was beautifully done. Nice thing in there. Stacked up towards B for now. 3 players, very, very present. Maybe expecting a little bit more, but nothing to be seen as yet. Teams taking their time, still got utils, just about putting down the mollies, heading out towards, you know, E-box. A couple of lines now being filtered through.
Oh, Next is taking so much space. Kenny can rotate in. Hunter moves it up. It's all very promising for G2, but don't forget the weapons they have in their hands. It still should favor Heroic. Next is going all the way around the world. Is he going for the main flank with the SMG? Leaping down. Hunter's gone down, and unfortunately, it doesn't matter how good of a flank that would have been next. He's lost his teammates a little too early into the piece. Kenny does meet Borup's UMP. And yeah, this is not ideal, unfortunately. He had a great opportunity to catch a couple off guard. Now it could become something else. I mean, obviously, he wants to maintain his armor and his MP9, but he'd love an AK-47. If anyone gets a little too inquisitive towards main, that should be the conversion he so seeks.
There, but none of it. They're going the absolute other way. Out by the old bomb train they go. Down towards CT spawn. No threats, no guns, no nothing for next. So that could have been nice if you got a little upgrade. It would have probably been a little bit different going forward. But as we said, double eco for a couple of these players is going to be pretty brutal. So this could be a nice little bit of room for Heroic to stretch their legs on the T side. So it looks like we can let's see what the CTs do, if anything. See a Zeus. That's about it for now.
It's coming this round. I've already seen the future. That's the noise that happens with the Zeus skill that Hunter's
saying it's coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we just have a Hunter POV?
Welcome to the Hunter Zeus cam. He's going pop dog with that. He's going flying up the ladder.
Sponge assured as well.
So just this eco here is I did go to get a coffee over the last round, so I missed. Was it a clean one? Would you say it was a clean one?
It was, for lack of a better word, clean. Next was the only one left standing by the time they got the bomb down. He done a down flank.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I'm caught up. I'm back in the room.
Welcome.
Sorry for my tardiness.
Can I ask real quick?
Yeah.
Chad, when did we get rushed to cast and you observed? Was that ever like fleshed out of an idea or not really?
Well, Alex didn't like it. He said he wouldn't like that. You'd have to fight rush on the desk.
Yeah, but that's entertainment.
That was the joke.
Yeah.
We're going to fight physically.
Well, let me have a look. I think we should do it on the next double day.
On the doubles.
On the next double day. So for us, that will be Thursday. And I suppose it's better if we do it in the morning with the morning game.
Okay.
Because there's a great little joke here. Actually, never mind. I thought it was an eco. Turn it around. Putting that one in the pocket for later.
Save it. I'm excited for it though.
Yeah, it's a two-parter. So you'll be playing one role. I'll be playing the other role.
Love,
I like this.
love RP.
This is great.
Love a bit of role play.
Hunter and Amanek aren't loving having SMGs though within the early stages of the CT sided buy. So we have a UMP and an MP7 respectively coming on out with a little bit of utility tucked in behind it. One defuse kit in place.
This is looking a little aggy here.
Oh, they are.
Look at him go. He wants to just descend down that ramp, and here comes trouble. Nice control from Kenny, but stopping the lion's share of the descent. The bomb. Why is Borup not willing to cross? Okay, getting me nervous a little bit, and his teammate may have blocked the volley. They both fly through the sky. One extinguished, one not. Burning away. Now you can hear it toasting the toes of Kenny. Down to 20. The bomb will go down. Gosh, Down's low too. This is getting awkward. They're all clustered in. I think Stan with his low HP has to take a risk, but they're waiting for it. Now he gets the flash. Oh, I love that. It's not over yet, though. Far from it. Bomb down. Cadian lingering by the edge of the smoke. Borup responsible for the flank. This is doable. But another flash. And it's Kenny's that's caught Jax. And the spray. Oh, this is awkward. Real not pretty from the French. It was a French trio left to clutch, and it seems that even then, miscommunication has cost them. So you'll be playing the therapist role. And I'll be the me.
Okay.
I'm just going to quickly skybox something, and then you guys can be your role play.
So I can. Yeah.
So we're going to bring this one up for everybody playing at home. I just want to show you the importance of this flash that we saw come through and how absolutely clutch that is. So you can see here on your screen, this is connector. You've got Stan walking in, the flash just from Borup on the bomb train. So just want to draw this for you. Borup all the way back here, setting your teammate up. You can see the flash landing, and as the pushes down, it's able to get a massive kill, and that really stifles this retake. So great team play, and that's something we were highlighting with Heroic throughout, and that was brought to you by America's Navy. Let's get back underway.
And it's not even absent of any, and it's absolutely 100 was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
Back on that AWP. That's really the only weapon they've got going for, but they're opting for an inner hit. Now, I wonder if Nex is going to be once bitten and twice shy. Hasn't panicked with an incendiary, so all good so far. Does pull Kenny early, though, just to check for any Brown Hall's hijinks.
Yeah, T-side keeping their distance. Nothing to really catch Kenny's eye. I wonder if Nexa goes anywhere further, if he's feeling like he wants to have a look, if he gets tempted, curious, but no. He's very patient. Keep in mind the bomb's way at the back. It's not really an intention here.
Yeah, and I kind of like it. It is going to be problematic if Amanek gets really fruity with the push, but he hasn't. Because that bomb is just around the corner.
Whose job is it to get the bomb?
I assume, well, with Cadian's posturing, it will be him, but yeah, it's a little scary. Could have been much more disastrous. Amanek still has the chance to gather that information. Borup down to pop now. There's the bomb retrieval after his smoke. Flashing his teammates in. 2 CTs tucked into main. That could be problematic. Cadian opts for main with the bomb. Okay, they get the info at least. Jax is blowing off heads. My goodness. From Sandwich, and now another quick flurries of frags all over the map, puts down into dire straits. He's only got 20 seconds. The bomb's in main. This one's over. Nexa could finish it, but it's Kenny to do it. And just like that, G2 with 4 still standing. Do catch Heroic slipping. Look at these shots. He actually gets to miss the first. They're so preoccupied with main. It was Hunter's jiggle to bait Jax in. Good shooting.
Well, the low buy has been a successful recipe for G2 in 2 rounds so far, and that's the only 2 that they've posted. So now that we've got the guns back out, everything that they could ever ask for, was ever wanted as the Billie Eilish song, either way. Cadian with the AWP looking towards stop. Not too many deep nades being used. They don't appear to want to clear on out, but they will lob one through, and a bit of damage done. There's a flash, and they're just going out on one.
That's it?
Okay.
Risky business. The other side, of course, comfy. Amanek's happy with this one. Molly does very little to obscure anything. He's got the bomb well within sight. He's got support. A beautiful line as Nikos tries to penetrate the defense. Not gonna happen. Nexa keeps control as we're down to 2, and they sadly have 0 territory across the map, so everything is a potential threat.
They tried to isolate Pop and the Ivy lanes with their smokes there, but the problem was that as they jumped out main, well, they had isolated a couple, but the shots didn't land their way. The flashes weren't good enough to completely blind up the G2 players forced forward in the yard of Jackson Amanek. And now look at Jax's flank. He's taken the space away from them. Cadian is waiting. Might want to hold on to this AWP and will get the feet of Jax if he wants to push forward. Now, on the CT side, with aggression, it's always good to take away as much space as you can. But what you need to remember is there's pushing, and then there's pushing to contain. If they want to go for the chase, well, they have to deal with Cadian.
And that's double kill that may incite them to continue to save deeper into the air site. like they might be allowed to hold on to these ones. Amanek deterred by the smoke. Nobody's in arm's reach. Pop Dog locked down after the initial hunt. But this is G2 now stringing together 2 rounds in a row. Those consecutive rounds will start to whittle away at that T-Bank account. Plenty more cash to splash for Cadian and Borup. But this is for Jax twice in a row, dealing with their initial aggressions. It was Deagle first, and everyone getting a necessary contribution there on the eyebrow-raising attempt. It seemed like Chad and Lauren were a little confused.
I felt that there might have been a bit more of a follow-through on it, but they were just trying to take advantage of the players out of position. You know, we were talking the other day, you get the initial smokes over, and then you wait, and then you send that through on the flash when you think it's just a fake. Well, here they just went with simple smokes to isolate with the flashes over, hoping they could take that territory. It wasn't to be, but they saved those guns. They were able to drop across a couple more. And let's see if they can bounce back with anything a little bit more decisive off the bat. We know that they could just go for one of those fast inner plays before. Next has been kept on his toes from the early stages. But his window open. It looks a bit windy today.
Easy, and Nico's had his nice fresh trim.
ESL 1 shirt on right there.
Represent.
Where was that one from?
Probably the ESL 1 store.
No, I think that's from a... Anyway.
I think I win that one.
Yeah, he's done you. He's absolutely done you.
The handy Nady.
This is what they did before, right? They just went straight inside and took down Nexter. And here they go again. They know he plays close. This time he has to respect it. It's already forced to rotation. Kenny. Oh, dear.
Okay.
Down
out of nowhere. Catches the push through Ivy, so happy with that. What a freebie.
Oh, God, there's so many things you can do with Down. I just remembered that there was a Wrestling Federation member known as Stone Cold
Steve Austin. Mm-hmm.
I need to look up his wrestling moves. Not now, obviously, guys. I'm taking that job seriously.
Yep.
And Nico, he's taking his seriously. He's containing this push. And oh, nice little wide move from Nexa. Keeps him in a real nasty situation. It's enough to deter and confirm the Brown Horse is safe. Out Borup goes. Right, he's taking some liberties here. Catches him just as the smoke blooms. That's a big frag. Only 3 remain for the international squad. G2 Samurai looking a little sketchy here. Bombs down from Cadian.
Difficult retake.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do here.
Oh, nothing now.
Oh, yeah. Feels a little bit over. Kenny's trying to keep it looking competitive, but I think we know how this one kind of ends up. And Kenny gets to walk over the up again. I feel like he's had it for a couple of rounds. Hasn't been under too much strain, but again, this is Heroic not looking too bad. Now, this obviously was Heroic's pick, so you'd imagine they'd be looking somewhat good on the T side. The thing we do consider and we question, at least at the very start, was do they have the depth to adjust anymore without the overarching voice of the coach? Do they have that ability to adjust if required? Haven't had to yet.
Yeah, precisely. And so that's another question we'll be asking of G2, Kenny. And Nexa. Oh, goodness. Okay. You guys are a symphony of oohs and ahs.
Panic.
Yeah, let's see this from Borup, because look at that. He sees one going back, Drax. Steadies his aim with a Jax frag.
That ooh, that ah, that's how Kenny feels in that moment. Ooh, you know?
Just a little bit.
Come back. All right, well, the buy, it can continue. The saved guns, Kenny only dying 4 times in the 9 rounds so far, means that AWP has been held on to time after time.
Time after time. Charging. Oh, Kenny, you have 360 in survival there. It's fair play. But they're charging up Ivy. And poor old Hunt's got a lot to do here.
What is this pace switch up? And my word, they're getting some gifted starts in this. Next to trying to be the end of the line. And what is this round? It's a 1v2 now. And they're facing, and he's winning. Borup was one of the players who's been noted to have that spicy aim in these scenarios, but Nexus just slithers away into the night. He's been unspotted. Borup now wants to get that pawn, maybe considering, can I tip this in my favor? A flash and a nade, and now Nexus to be called upon.
This was a open and shut case. 2 first kills going Heroic's way. Nexus to never bow. And now he's going the right route to find Borup. This will not be easy. Does have a kit, doesn't have to faff around there. There's plenty of lung all over the site. A fake certainly would enable him to draw this fight to him. He's got smoke as well. Does he hold it? Or is the smoke enough? I think he thinks the latter. Oh, is there a nade on Borup? 47 damage required. He's holding it, and he finds it. Nice work. Borup deals with the defuse, and the clutch is not to be. Heroic do convert. A spectacular start. And you can see what that's done to the CT economy. Kenny, yes, his survivals and saves haven't given him quite the bank, but not the same. For those people wondering, by the way, Chad, it's probably worth explaining why we saw both Orpus fire their shot and then turn around in order to bolt their rifle.
So making themselves a little bit harder to hit, ladies and gentlemen. So you're turning your head, you're turning your body away, you're making yourself...
Hitbox is changing much differently to how it would normally.
Can I Rush, you with us, my friend?
Yeah, what up, dude?
Now, you were trying to show us the Borup smoke, weren't you?
Yeah, Borup, I've never seen anyone throw that smoke before. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, so why do you think they were doing that?
To feign that there was someone towards the, whatever you call it, connector.
Yeah.
And then there was no one connector.
Also, to help extinguish that Molotov if they do want to go for a fast play out there. So, Rush, you've nailed it there. I'm going to give you a gold star on the way
Thank you very
home.
much. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
It's an unhealthy friendship, isn't it? It's not normal. It's not normal. Gold stars, gold doggy treats. Doesn't seem right to me.
Positive
reinforcement.
Lauren. Chad had the clicker out before. Every time Rush misstepped. Hey!
Why do you sound like my grandmother with that thing? That was very, very on point.
Oh, see you, Kenny.
This round is all but wrapped up, though. It's a matter of can Kenny keep the orb, and that's going to be a question now.
Sorry about that one.
Oh, anxious from Alex.
I felt scared for him. The flash avoided. I think he's safe. Stan might jump on this thingy-majig, which is what he was waiting for. Go on. Nice work from Kenny. Yes, keeps his orb, grabs a 6th frag and a relevant frag in the grand scheme of things, but it keeps his orb and keeps his confidence flowing in the right direction.
Big timeout getting called here. G2 need to turn this around. 7-3 is the scoreline.
I do like the new G2 merch, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
It's quite nice.
8-3, sorry, not 7-3.
I don't want to get excited too early, but they did ask me for an address, so fingers crossed.
Well, Mix GG asked us for an address, and then they ghosted us, all right? So
yes, they've still not reached out.
I'm used to being ghosted lately, Alex, all right? I'm just getting mad about it.
We're not going to be in Malta for, like, forever, so...
Enemy's there.
Yeah, that's true. They could get the cards over to Hank.
Oh, it's hard to not make a joke.
Don't do it. Don't do it. As you can...
Gosh, why have you done that?
There's nothing I can say that I'm comfortable with, so we're getting into the 12th round.
It's good stuff though from Heroic, I've got to say. Right. I mean, we've seen some really good Counter-Strike. We haven't had to see that test that we were considering. That could be later in this series. For now, though, all looking great as Nico barrels through ahead of the mollies, ahead of the flash, and then way ahead of where Jax would expect a player to be. That's going to be perfect. You cannot ask for a better beginning.
Yeah, but what do you do with this? You really don't want to squander it with a quick orb return. And no, they do straight past Kenny. Nico doing his best, and so is Stout. He's actually got a lot of space now. Spray from Amanet could change things, but caught as well. Heroic looking fantastic on their map picks T side. It's coordinated, communicative. And it's another round right here. Next has got a goose egg in the bank account. Got a physical egg from a goose, but $0. The literal mines out there.
Yeah, I don't know how Nico got so much space. Obviously, we saw the utility in him just beeline it. I have to wait for next to see if he can hold on to his M4. It's been the game of saves here for G2. Remember, 2 of these 3 rounds they posted weren't even gun rounds. They were scrappy low-buy rounds, where individuals had to have some miraculous plays. Next being one of them, he had 4 in the first round they posted on the board, and right now just trying to hold on to their M4. A4, run down by 2, eventually traded out by Nico, so they've taken that away. Kenny has 7.9. He's been doing a lot of saving. The rest of them not with a lot of money. Maybe another timeout from G2. I know that it's not ideal. I know that you don't want to be throwing them away so flippantly, but they're running out of rounds. And we spoke about this in the previous series with the blowout halves we had from both sides of things. Eventually on the CT side, you do just have to start buying. You have to be forcing to go to the scouts, the UMPs, the Famisters, taking a couple more risks. Cadian's enjoying himself. He's having a good time.
Chatting to his boys. All 4 of them. The kill distribution. Very little separating top from bottom. It's up on your screens now. Over on the Heroic side of things, and you can see a bigger frag leader on the server who was next to Heroics that did actually help G2 in translating a couple of those rounds. Nearly had the clutch, which would have been the 4th.
We're just waiting for Nexus to return to a communication application, I believe.
Communication application, so that they could continue to station their defense.
Precisely, my dear Watson.
Finest.
Didn't really think it was a thing, Lauren. I just was happy to rhyme communication with station.
You're quite good with
Okay, so look, we're on train. If I was actually thinking, you could have done more. I'm not. No.
Come on, you're good at this. This is where you make a little bit of
the train pulls out of
sick
the
of these
station.
slam poems from that stupid machine, boy. Just talk about the game.
God forbid. The nuke, though, does come down. Really sadly. Put back through. Very funny, Chad. I see you connected the map with the word I said. Very good.
Counter-Strike, good. Joke, bad.
Oh, Chad. That was solid.
I've got loads of them. I could do them all right now if you want, like all the trains, just silly. Yeah, go on, Chad.
All right, now it's going to be an inner hit and there's a 5-man stack.
Yeah,
just going to get naughty.
Tied in.
All right, let's see if he can conduct business on train. Not quite, but there's light at the end of the tunnel for G2 here. And now, looking to stay on track is Nico. Gets double, maybe even a triple in the flashbang. That is a beautiful way back into the round. And now pulling up to the station. It's going to be Kenny, yes, but he's missed his train. And by the oil is Jax looking for a slippery dig. Doesn't quite find it. Now, bomb will likely go down. It hasn't been picked up. That was Nico's responsibility. Sounds on the flank. He wants to stab. And just like any British train station, there's a stabbing. 10-3.
Thank you very much, Alex. Chat, can we clip it, get it on Reddit, make us feel good about ourselves?
No, absolutely.
Really just hype it up, really
Nonsense.
emphasize the nonsense we say, just kind of pre-made phrases, if you could.
Just a walking soundboard.
Heroic Punch took it in that one, didn't they?
There he is.
Nice.
I'm like 2 sips into this coffee, so the brain's coming back online.
Mine's gone at the moment.
I found the new theory with if you're a cappuccino, Lauren, turn down the amount of froth. I know you're a cap fan.
Poor Alex Richardson signing out now.
He's now.
Turn down the amount of froth, and it makes it quicker.
Sorry.
All right, well, the milk. It's the milk.
Lauren, have you not considered turning down the froth?
Sorry, everyone.
No, but seriously, I mean, no.
Up.
10-3 now. Day 7.
I feel very warm.
Only day 7.
Day 7.
I feel like I've been here for longer than 7 days.
You have
How long have I been here? How long was that?
This is week 4.
Week 4 of the...
It's not the end of week 4, it's just the beginning.
The start of a 4th week here. 19 more to go.
No, only 5 more weeks to go.
Okay, reasonable.
That's not bad.
I love a bit of Counter-Strike. And the day off makes... I'm feeling more energized today, guys. I had a day to do whatever I wanted. It really was very liberating.
I watched some movies, I had a great time. I watched I Am Mother about a robot pretending to be someone's mum. Yeah, it was
like
wild.
iRobot, but...
It was good, it's good. And speaking of what could be good is the outcome... Ooh, Laminac. That could have been quite spicy, but Stout's not moving. They're holding this with all the nade, all the util. Stout's walking through it.
Yeah, he's still the element of surprise here because the timing may have been askew if he continued to walk out, but at this point, he's just going to be happy to post up here. There's always the possibility for the CT flash retake. That's not coming in just yet. We've got 2 players in, so this would be a perfect time for the heroic Ivy presence to start finding frags. Kenny posted up on Ivy, though, like a hawk. And he's hoping that the main smoke might incite a little look from Stout. Next up, considering the push for info, because the Heroic's default is very, very vigilant. You won't give the CTs too much, as Nico's making all that noise above pop, as he's throwing his nades down, his mollies. He's hoping Next is going to be calling for a push, and that's Tessus's responsibility. But Amanek for now, look at them just flirting with the ladder. Oh, and they nearly both went down there. Nice jump off the ladder, though, to separate his crosshair and his targets. And Kenny does release the bomb, though, from Borov's cold, dead hands. And here comes the flank. This round's over. Look at that. KD and Stan, what can you do? Okay. Perhaps some room to maneuver, but Jax ensures the round is over. The bomb too detached, too far gone. And KD's just going to look to maintain.
I'm done. Well done. Where's that from? Alex?
Is that from Warcraft 3?
That's the Orc Peon.
In Warcraft 3, yeah.
Hearthstone, maybe?
Maybe. I can't
World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft.
That's Deutsch. I think Vald is World. No, it's not. It can't be. That would have been a weird one.
What was Wienerwald when we had that chicken?
Wienerwald.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Damn. I have no idea.
I just know Venusstrasse exists as well.
Yeah.
I mean, as a a grown man with the sense of humor of a 13-year-old boy. It's perfect for me, yeah. And I mean, don't forget that exit is ab-fart. I mean, come on.
You can't forget it. Jack's going for walkabouts. Molly early from the T side. Tigers the Molly back. The exchange of util here. Always curious between these two.
Oh, again, the totem drop. They've been doing it side by side more so than the two-man fall. Things have been looking good for Heroic on that side of the map, and no, things are getting better.
Yeah, really well coordinated. The way they're taking pop dogs worked wonderfully for them, and that's a colossal lineup. Collateral from Kenny. And he's found a third as well. Quick succession. Borup's the only one to find any sort of consolation, and it's through the flames. A 2-on-2. Time on the side of Heroic. They don't need to rush this, and now you can see the utility enabling a safer plant. Kenny on for an ace. Nico always on pace. He's right there beside him. Oh. That tight line being held by Cadian, it would have bore fruit had Kenny been opting for the tighter line, but Nex is there too. Next is, the time. Quick reactions from Cadian, but not quite precise enough. Nico needs the AWP dead, and now I'm looking to Nex, so the spray was close. Down to 48. It's a 10-5 half, folks. And that's 10 key rounds on Heroic's map pick. It's defense on train up next. We'll take a quick one. We'll be right back.
everyone for joining us here today. It's a beautiful Tuesday. Heroic versus G2, the semi-final rematch from ESL 1 Cologne. And while revenge was meant to be on the menu, G2 haven't served it up quite yet.
Yeah, they say revenge is a dish best served cold, but Heroic have come in hot to the first half. There's no doubt about it. We jump into our pistol, myself, Sponge, and Pansy, otherwise known as Y-Snap.
I'm doing Foley.
Get out my Steam name. Is that game sound or am I going crazy?
No, you're not going crazy. I'm doing Foley right now.
Okay.
That's good. I'll do the shots. I'm not doing anything, actually, at the moment. Aminek's got such good access to the backtracks. And wow, chat, that sounds so good. It actually sounds like a train.
Oh my god.
What is he doing now? He's not even moving.
Wait, even the nade?
No, Chad.
Wait.
Bills to pay the bills, but this is actually a ridiculous pistol. Look at this, guys.
This is insane.
I actually have never seen this before.
The old rapperoo.
No.
The worst thing is, if this goes wrong, it'll all be for nothing, but it's gorgeous.
No one's home.
No one's fired any bullets. No one's turned around. What's this? This is going to be ridiculous. Borup goes down. We still can't quite hear it. That's hilarious, but Borup does go down. And now look at this one. Nico just presents his bottom. Oh, it's a disaster. It's an absolute massacre. The bomb does get stopped, and Cadian stops the whole thing. Bomb down, frag down onto Aminek. And now catching bullets as well. Cadian's survival is integral here. He does go down eventually. Testis has come up the ladder a little late. And it is Hunter to confirm it. What a pistol round that was. I mean, as discombobulating as it may be to have intermittent game sound, it must have been so discombobulating for Heroic as soon as that first bullet started getting fired.
That was wild. That was insane that they didn't have anybody caretaking Ivy in that regard. I'm going to try and watch that back on the side of things for Skybox just to see if there was a clear gap that came on through here. But there's just nobody looking Ivy. Like,
that's it.
That's it. Just nobody looked Ivy. I don't understand. What? I really don't understand.
Maybe that was just a gap they don't often have to fill at the start of a round, and it was exploited this time around.
It's quite curious, isn't it? But
Eagles and a scout. Very powerful mix. We talked about that a lot.
Certainly did. Now, what can they make of this? Can they bring them to the position where they can do some damage? There are a lot of smokes there, a lot of armor, of course. Grenade too. Now that he's subtle about getting here, they've kind of left Nexa. Hunter on the old changing of the guard. These three heading right back around. All the way down to Ivy. Maybe they found something that they feel they can work with here, because I mean, you do have sound watching it, but tucked in towards sight. Not very proactive in hold, and I guess you've got to gamble it a little bit, make something.
What's Nico and Borup set up? Are they on each other's head? Or, ooh, good catch. Double nades into the pop dog position. Hunter down here. Whoa, good clear. Good shot. Expecting the second. Aminek from that backtracks again. They've been caught out. Good connect on the scout. Misses his second. Doesn't make the same mistake a third time. Ooh. Eventually, Jax is the one to take him down. So it does fall to Nico. Far from ideal.
So do you remember the story that I was painting over there on Inferno with the force bite from Godsend, and then they lost it, and they went to the first gun round, and they weren't fully equipped, and then they lost that one, and then the game spiraled and it was close? Well, the same thing can happen right here. There's no reason that G2 can't bounce back in. Oh, that's quite nice. Look at it. Do you see Nexa with the camera angle? He's got all these goodies on top of the little drawer, pictures with some loved ones. He has a family, a life. Wow. Anyway, the point here is now we're going to have to see Heroic go for an eco, and Zeus is going to be out in the hands of Cadian. Let's see if he can get tucked on in anywhere and use that better than what Hunter did. He's actually close to low ramp, so he might be able a chance to use this here. Hold up a second.
Impression. Ah!
Flawless.
Can't tell the difference, can you?
No, I thought maybe with the game sound again.
Well, right now, they do have the opening frag, they do have a Mac-10, but Hunter has a lot of room as the rotation is coming through the backtracks. This time Heroic are making sure they cover that off, not giving it up to Aminek.
Yeah, this time around. I've seen Hunter opting for the MP7 many a time. It seems like he wants to demonstrate his ability with it, but yeah, that's the end of that.
This is so dangerous. I mean, we've got rifles out, full util.
There's just a lot of players untradeable. Dink into Kenny with a quick reaction flick from him. But that dink can be translated quite quickly here.
So
Gonna fall to Nectar, and he realizes you can see him just dumping his util to try and contest. I like the boost too. Katie in a position to try and isolate. Next, that's the full health. My God, not with the eco. Kenny's so low.
This is a real eco. This is a real eco. I mean, Zeus is, and not much more. Kenny overwhelmed. This is truly a disaster. It doesn't normally happen this way. Mad spray comes out from Amanek, but tragedy strikes for G2. That's embarrassing.
Oh gosh, yes. Hot under the new G2 Esports jersey collar. That's a real rough one. Let's see how that started. So the Zeus kill, you know, we thought that would be the only contribution, the only conversation to be had about Heroic in this round. But you can see they played it to perfection in those off angles. G2 going for a couple of completely untradeable frags. Hunter going on that hunt with the MP7, of course, by staying grouped, they've been able to overwhelm him without things going awry. That's a huge win. And now you can see what that's done to the G2 economy. They're charging in a 2 Mag-10s. Nico's got a perfectly timed incendiary. They're going to go through that. And he's going to find the heads. Oh, my God, Nico! It's all of them. 4 in quick succession. Cadian sprinkling in one for good measure. And that is a turn of the tide. This is going to be Heroic, running at full pelt to that 16th. They're at 12 already, and you can see Nico, as they extinguish that molly, he tracks Amanek's head so well, and he doesn't have a single bullet to spare as the final frag does come in. Magnificent.
Oh no, that really is not the way G2 needed that one to go down. I can't believe this all started with a Zeus in the hands of Katie, and then the last 2 rounds have just been absolutely catastrophic. Well, let's have a look here. Can Amanek make it work in the same regard? No, he can't. So here's Zeus. It goes awry, and, well, this looks like a Heroic map written all over it. It's going to be difficult to see how G2 can get back into train. They will be most likely giving up round number 20, and that'll be 13 on the board for Heroic, as they will posture up to a 13-7 lead. These Deagles, they can pry open a side, right? They can find an opening, but the way that we've been talking about Heroic, they're very good fundamentally. It doesn't feel like they give up too many of those style advantages. And with the setup that we're seeing right here, they have 2 players towards that in the bomb site. They have a good little support network for Ivy. Radiant can flip between Pop Dog, main, and the aforementioned Ivy lane, which is Down is holding. They can all help each other. This is a great little setup.
Well, Nico last time did it all by himself. This time he's got support for up. Not as clean as before, but there it is. Nice bit of recovery at the end, just in case it got a little too dicey.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense for an anti-eco setup, right? Like, if you get the kill on low ramp, you are probably going to be knifing out like, oh, we can get a plan off this, guys. Here we go. And then Borup's there to make sure your dreams are shattered quickly and efficiently.
I was just still perplexed by that bloody pistol round. That was the start of this. It's just wild. That was so crazy. I've never seen anything like that before.
It was a little obscure, wasn't it? It's not a normal one. I mean, we saw rolling it back, the wrapping around the old back of bomb train, but that was more of a willing to fight on Ivy rather than oh, it's free.
Nico's having a bit of a banger, isn't he? 22 for him, 18 for Cadian. We've got 14 for Sound, 13 for Bar up and down the bottom there. Tessus with 8. On the other side of things, Nexus 17, Kenny S with 13 to the name. We've got 9 for Amanek, 11 for Hunter, and 8 for Jax. And it will be a buy round again, and Kenny and Nexa are both opting for Mag-10s. Amanek as well. It's 3 Mag-10s, 2 AK-47s. Kenny and Nexa yet to fully buy into utility.
How many Mag-10s is that in German, Chad?
Dry.
Anchor.
This is going to be a quick round. It has to be. They have to do something faster with the Mag-10s. Either straight out mid, try and get in their face, or better yet, probably through inner again. That would be the best call with the Mag-10s.
There you go.
Okay, but last time this was a problem was because of the 2-man setup. That won't be the case this time. So Nico, you better be ready to handle this, sir. I think he suspects.
Sounds got to have heard all of that as well. Caused it out. There's an absolute stampede coming your way, and there is. Let's get going. Amanek's really pushing forward. He's trying to bring that SMG to the right place. And well, shoves up Cadian's nose. Can't get out of the molly. It's a bit of a mad one.
He's made a meal of that. That's funny. Yeah, Nico has stuck around this whole time. And now he finds Nexa. Good control of the spray. It looked like it had gone awry. Does nearly find Jax, but he's got the call at least. He's got flashes, wants to get them high, surely. Yeah. Something to contain this potential flank. It's Hunter in support. And Borup's gone down. Hunter, what can you do? A nade and a peek. Oh my god, if Tessus goes down, he's got this. monster save defuse, and it wasn't the perfect plan, of course, forced by Nico's incendiary, so it's probably worth highlighting that Nico kind of won that round for Heroic in a multitude of different ways. Not only the 2 kills, or the incendiary onto that default plant spot, forced them to play differently, and that is a cute cat.
Wait, where's the cat?
All right.
Those big boxing gloves.
Feet.
Yeah, the feet.
Oh, it's got a little beak.
Watch this from Amanek. I love it. I'm like, yes, you little rascal in the smoke, and then that sucks. Owie.
Just, you know, revenge. Eventually served. We do see at least the T-side back on a buy here.
Ooh, okay, 1 for 1. Shutting down Nico is a big scalp to take. Can he just get that?
that?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Body looks like it's towards Stopper, so from main to Stopper. Tesla's trying to stop the fame.
Okay.
The blocker.
Knows there's more. Nades coming out now. T-side kind of pinned in. They don't have any flex anymore. They don't have any anchor point to work from. They back away from this. They've done a great deal of damage. It is a 3v3. They've run the utility down to the ground for the CT side, but what do they have left themselves? 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and a molly. It's not impossible to build something back with this.
Their best bet is just to go towards the inner bomb site and use the utility you just mentioned there to go for a simple execute. Just get a low round smoke down, or you could go one through in the middle of the lanes and have Kenny post up, covering off towards connector. But either way, you want to go and try and trade out efficiently. But taking a look at the radar, guess what? Tessus is there. He has an AUG. He's in connector. And for info, well, that was Boro. He's gone down. This could be massive. Oh, Tessus! The long range spam.
I thought he had it. I was 100% sure he had that, but now Sound should be okay.
Watch the 1 tap. No. Yeah. Ready for that at all. Okay, Sound saves the day. It's the Heroics from Tessus, though, with that spray. 15 on the board now for Heroic. It's certainly not G2's day. This is, however, Heroic's pick. And a quick recap of that Vito. You heard Malik kind of alluding to a different-looking Vito, and, well, we do get to see Inferno as a third. That is a surprise. Haven't seen these teams face off on Inferno once this year.
God, I thought he had that final.
Only kind of the last 3 months when it became relevant.
You know what's going to be crazy is if Heroic come out the gate on Invertigo and they don't do any fakes, they just go all in. They're just, and then there are 5 of them there, and they're all just taking jewels because they get
the mind game.
I'm so ready for a Virgo game, man. I haven't cast Virgo like in weeks.
What we're looking for, and it's what we're heading to in 1 round's time, I think, with these weapons we have left on G2, and just how good Heroic have looked on their CT side here. It's down with a leg shot. Well, hold up. Maybe there will be 1 extra round left in this. That's a lot of damage to be done early.
It is. Boro can deny that. Main control. That's a team molly, but he smokes and they push. Wow, this is a big exchange of util. Oh, fire famous Jax.
Good awareness there.
Yeah, funny exchange. With the Ivy smoker landing, or rather Stopper, he throws out his own Ivy. Does make things difficult for the Ivy players. Gosh, Cadian's got a lot to deal with here. He knows
it's not safe.
That works though. Does expose himself to main, down to fill the gap. And oh, it's Tessus' AUG again. Starting to pose more and more of a threat, seeing more and more players start to find comfort with the scoped rifle. And Nico arrives exactly when he needs to. He's a wizard, and Heroic have done it. 16-7, that's their map pick. And they just shrug off G2. A ridiculous full eco victory accelerates them to take their map pick. We're off to Vertigo next.
I need you, and I'm not afraid to shout that. I came up from a smaller town, no one hit me up. Now they wanna be my friend. Everybody play pretend.
lights out. All alone, it's the only way to live now. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. I'ma get you anything that you want. Anything, anything. Everything, everything. Anything, anything. Yeah, I could buy you anything, anything. Everything, everything. Anything, anything. Everything I could buy you. Anything, anything. Everything, everything. Anything, anything. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protecting my mind as a weapon. That's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second. Now I ain't got time to waste. They all trying to sign my name. They want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted. Your best, my average. There's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody.
Heroic take the first. He was trained, their map pick, and G2 probably feeling a little rock for their world after that one. It's what, 16 to 7? I got Family and Chad here to dissect, and they were the voices, of course, of the game as well. I'm still tuning my pet past the chat.
It's good. It is very, very good. Now, what I want to do, and this is going to keep production because I didn't tell him this was coming, what I want to do is, if we can, go into Skybox so that I can continue talking, because I want to show the smoke that Rush was actually trying to show us during the game, and we can talk a little bit more about what the options are for it as I gesticulate with my hands. There's some wizardry, and we can bring you this one brought you by America's Navy. So let's jump on in. Now, this round right here is my camera wasn't locked on in. They're going for a fast Ivy play, but that's not the focus, right? This is what Rush was showing us. Now, look at the little boy bow up. Here he is. He's already launched a smoke grenade out of the air. This is the smoke. You guys can see this? This here represents the smoke. So if we move on over, look at this free balling camera. I am awesome. Bounces off this wall here and lands exactly there. What does that do? Well, it extinguishes the Molotov. Now, we've seen a lot of teams going out fast.
Smoke.
Precisely, Alex. Now, look at what's happening over towards Ivy. We have 3 players very, very fast, but the attention of these 2 players needs to be drawn towards main because that smoke means that they could be leaking out, they could be pushing into Olaf, they could be coming out normally going for fights, they've been flashing over. These are things that they've done. But if we take a look at this and we continue to go, you can see Burup's just waiting. He's not doing a lot. He's actually just setting this up. His rest of his teammates with the flash over from Nico are going to come out Ivy. You know, and they get some great trades on there. And then this ends up being a 1v1. Burup wins it in the end. But I just wanted to show this approach and this new little smoke that we might see more of was one of the keys that Rush was trying to show us. So that's it. That's what I wanted to do. And that's it. It's done.
Rush. Got our Skybox brought to you by America's Navy. And of course, no Navy shirts here today.
Not today, maybe tomorrow. Actually, I don't own any Navy shirts at the moment.
Can you, Lauren, give me a couple of Funeral for a Friend lyrics that we song names that we can no, you got nothing for me.
And your arms to look like wings.
Well, very edgy.
I don't know. I don't know.
He jumps off.
Like that.
Well, I guess when he's falling off the map, you can say he's bent his arms.
History.
Streetcar.
These are all very viable.
Yeah.
But regardless of a streetcar or desire, it is of course G2 that desires to take us to a third. Now, Vertigo is the second map, Chadwick, and you've already started painting a picture where we could see some ball terrors from Nico.
Oh yeah, one of the things with Nico is he was instrumental in this map here, and not only that, when we've looked at Vertigo games in the past, I was talking about it before we got into the series, about that B side of play that they were using, the little boost up, the flash addition to the site, him taking space away and punishing Nexa. So if that's a duel we get again on Vertigo, we have to be keeping our eyes there. But in the initial fray, in the initial time that Heroic and G2 took each other on Vertigo, Heroic really struggled on their CT side. I think that's where they're going to be starting again here today, kicking into the second map, so they have to lock things down in a different regard. But remember, Tessa's played spoiler last time too. So many flashbacks are coming on right now, where he's locking down that ramp, spamming players through smoke, whereas G2 had more of a one-dimensional T-sided approach. In their overtime game, they started to make more plays through middle. So we are really just going to see a very lush. We're going to see a game with a lot of different styles of play coming through on the Vertigo because of how played out it is between the two of them. So hang around, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was hoping you'd say, because yes, we do have another one coming up just around the corner. Vertigo on the agenda. Not much to be said about Train other than Heroic clearly can play and perform without their sixth man.
Yeah.
If that's evidence, then we'll continue to see more of it. Let's hope over on Vertigo. We'll take a quick break, finish our food, and we'll be right back with more Counter-Strike.
What's up, guys? It's Stunna here. There's a reason they won't let me play in all the ESL CS show matches, and I'm about to show you why. Here, let me take a seat. And it's because of my MSI Trident X Plus. It's got the latest and greatest Intel processor, it's got a high-performing video graphics card, and moreover, it's got to stay cool under pressure, which is what those chambers are for. And don't worry, if my colleagues ever do start to gain ground on me, I can always upgrade this PC and get right back in the fight. My monitor gives me exactly what I need. A 240 Hz refresh rate, 1 ms response time, and moreover, this is an IPS panel with G-Sync compatibility. Boy, this thing is never going to slow down. It's geared for esports. It's made for esports. It's easy for me on the MSI Trident X Plus, and it can be easy for you too. But please don't tell my colleagues.
You ready? Huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Suli. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
We're taking a trip to the top floor now as we prepare for Vertigo. It is our second of the series, second series as well, 7th day. If you are interested in 12th season, because ESL just keep on pumping them out. Counter-Strike Network continuing for basically 24 hours a day at times with the Oceania region as well.
Yeah, sometimes we go wild, we go worldwide.
Worldwide, Mr. Worldwide, of course, joining us in the studio. It is Chad Spoonge Birchall.
Spoon J?
Yeah, Spoon J himself. And of course, we do have Panzai as well. An intimate Vertigo is a big one, and the Danes are set for potential 2-0. Train very, very promising. Second map, Vertigo. Some history here. We saw Heroic get caught out by G2's approach last time.
I'm excited to see some Vertigo. I feel like I'm learning more and more and more every time I see this played at this level. It's so exciting. Gosh, it looks like the pace is going to be quite quick too as the sound once again.
How does that happen?
Not
nice
here.
shots from Cadian, and there's another double from Nico. Big shots indeed. Amanex in trouble. He's gone as well. And well, this one's already over. Poor Hunter. He was up short. He had teammates, and now that is firmly in the bast. He's lost the bomb. He's lost his squad. Potentially going to lose his life here. They tried to double peek, and he's managed to get one and not lose any of his health. So certainly, step one, big fat green tick in the box.
Not a gold star worth, though.
And the stars stay firmly on the sheet.
Is there any other stickers you can...
If there's a universe where he somehow jiggles this corner, one taps someone and disappears.
No way.
Not to be. That's a scary corner to turn.
Now, I think, if you remember the last game, we had Tess's, Alex, winning a very, very big clutch. Remember that clutch?
We did.
He had an impact in a lot of different areas for the side of Heroic when they won in an overtime game within that semi-final. Now, it was before that, in the progression match, where G2 got the better of them, and the CT side was flat. So having this individual being able to find a lot of impact is going to be key. And one of the keys will be locking down the A play. We will just be seeing a light spread of Deagles coming out here from the side of G2. Couple of 250s in well, and that's the man who I was talking about as a hero of the last. Can he do it again?
Stam was always such a little pillar of mid.
Be over?
Yeah, but timing doesn't favour him. He's got a chance to adjust. He knocks head Hunter off his perch, and then it comes around. It's Kane with the nail gun. And that's the end of that one. Whew, okay. Well, quick start and conversion of the second. But yeah, keep your eyes on Sound, because throughout this, especially if he gets himself an AK-47, he fights mid so aggressively.
Spot on, and Have a Nice Day bottle is back out.
Ah, good point.
So, just wanted to let you guys know, last time didn't go well for him. Incorrect bottle.
Now
New bottle out.
Correct logo.
And stay hydrated.
Of course.
Amatic typeface, which is a sans serif.
Why'd you let someone type on your face?
It's often popularized by McDonald's, actually.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. They're loving it. Straight down. Oh, these flashes. This is mad aggressive. Look at how the room they've garnered.
Yeah, and now they'll just boost one up and rotate fully. Like, that's pretty much impossible to break.
Yeah, that is the one spot in forklift room. Now there's no forklift that you need to be on top of. It's down. Very lucky to get away.
Oh, and so's Nico with the one done. He might incendiary on the platform. Okay, so they're locked in middle here. Jax has relieved a lot of pressure by finding Katie to dunk onto Jax to kept things in favor of Heroic, despite this being bonus round. You can see the FAMAS, SMGs. Look how shoot my head. I dare you.
That's filthy.
That is gross.
It reminds me of like Silent Hill, where it's got like the triangle head guy walking around.
Oh, they're going to get so mad.
Oh, he knows it too. These are full AKs, full armor.
Oh dear.
Life Hunter just puts the bullets in the right place. Didn't need the headshots apparently, and up they go.
Yeah, okay, so there's a real chance now. I thought Tessus was good for one bare minimum. Nade flying through into Amanex court. down to 73. Certainly softer for Nico's Jinx on that M4.
The timing on this from Nico is everything. He's found a window.
Yeah, it's the tiniest of windows. Look at that. Cool. Crawling. And he should have a real chance to destabilize this attack now. 20 seconds. He knows he wants to opt for ramp and stop that plant. Okay, Kenny found Amanek to plant, but unable to do so now with Nico's position. Hunter can't really save him. This is perfect from Heroic. Looks like 3. Amanek gets a frag. 10 seconds. Hunter has relieved some pressure, but that bomb cannot go down. 7, 6. He will start it.
Is he sticking? Oh yeah, straight down. It's down and who's it? Borup still on. He takes the fight on Borup. That's very bold, but it's what you got to do. 2v2. It's down. Nobody's going to get on him, but one just to the side. Hunter now left with it all to do. He made this possible by picking up that first kill to allow that plant to have any sort of validity. Smoke goes in. It's down, considering the short side. Hunter getting closer. Wants to check, wants to know, knows too much. Sound plays it incredibly well.
Pulled the bluff nicely from Hunter. He had the crosshair in the right place as well, but Sound is too smart. Picks it up, double killing the round as well. 3-0 start for Heroic. Let's recap how that starts. So this was where I thought Tessus had a good shot, but Hunter did incredibly well to react accordingly. Let's see it from his POV. What's he working with there? Got nothing. No, so Hunter did a fantastic job. Throughout that round, you can see just calling the bluff on the fake, and that's enough. Yeah, wow.
Bring around the rosy right there. You were bang on though, Alex. Tessus should have been good for 1. So the fact that Hunter peels that away, that's not troubling signs, but curious ones. The bomb will go down, which allows another buy to come through from the G2. Oh, that's a bit of a flood nade there from Sound. So probably not the end of the world.
I was excited to learn a new one then. Not gonna take that into our games later.
All 5 are middle, so Nico needs to go large.
And he's in charge for the first. 8, not promising, but will perhaps get next to low, and he did. Oh the double dunk! This is a painful world of hurt for the French as they try and lead through middle. That's nothing more than a deterrent. I can't imagine you're going to be making any calls that sounded like that one after the outcome here. Yeah, that's painful. And look how, if they keep everyone alive here, there's flames, there's bullets, it's horrible.
The man die.
Yeah, let him die peacefully. Jesus.
Now these first 4 rounds have been a different approach from G2. I want to show you the approach that happened last time round when we were in that overtime game. This is G2 running up the ramp here, throwing all the flashes, all the nades, all those bits and pieces. The smoke here coming in from Amanek. They even throw this Molotov. And this is how Tessus dealt with it last time, right? He just peels himself back, sits in the Molotov, burning away, and finds entries. So I think very soon, if G2 aren't finding the kills that they want to mid and B, it's going to be back to that approach over towards A.
Okay, so that is definitely one in the playbook. Back to middle. I thought that would have been enough.
Oh, not again.
Oh, but he's caught out with the Orcadian. Surely can't get more than 1. He's saved by Nico. And that should be the round. Another colossal nightmare.
Oh, what a dream it was for G2. They hear the op, like, perfect. We can just charge him down, get his face Tech 9's up against it. Nico is just controlling middle. As Hunter now, you're only one alive. A 1v5, no less. Damage would be lovely, but, you know, you're going to have PTSD about walking out.
That's the Tech 9 though, Lauren, isn't it? I kind of like that one. You know you're in the market for a Tech 9 skin.
I've never found one that I really love.
You know, that's not floating your boat. It's floating mine.
I don't like yellow. Not about it.
Alright, so she's not a big fan. I'm kind of in support of that one.
How do you feel about boats, Lauren?
In what regard?
Do you like them?
Do you like the nautical adventures attached to boats? Have you been on a boat?
Some people just like boats. I've just started. Do you like boats?
I quite like a boat.
That's all we were asking.
Well, we went on a boat. We went on a boat in Malta.
Okay.
A yacht.
Let's not exaggerate, Chad. It makes it sound like a very lavish lifestyle.
Yeah, the last time I went on a proper boat, it was like with those racing ones, you have to turn around, but that aside,
the
big round Casper, Cadian on charge, but didn't get much information what way to test. Oh my god, they're 2 here.
Yeah, so this Molly...
Did they see him?
Yeah, I assume so, unless Jax was flashed too. Yeah, here comes the Molly. So if they smoke it and 1 leaves, this could be cool. So they... I assume they're going to have one of them. Oh, owie! Nade and a push into Hunter. This is perfect. They'll assume it's clear. Nico set for success.
You don't
assume.
This again.
No. I think they've done enough here. They can probably just count on Nico controlling ramp eventually. Cadian's got a whole lot of work to do if he wants to hold short, though.
Oh, these steps are great for Nico. That means that he feels secure, at least in this position. He can hold it out now. Cadian, as you're right, under pressure! God damn, how is he able to get out of there? The smoke comes in. Nico, it's all about timing here. There goes Kenny. You almost can't fall short, can you?
He screams, care short. They run along the close wall. Cadian's getting his shots. A very nice flick. Jack's burning close quarters. They know he's in there. Nico, all the way from sandbags, contributes. This is another spicy maneuver from the heroic gang. The Danes continue to impress here. Great shot, but nothing more. 3 frags again. Look at his frags, ladies and gentlemen. Nico is on 14. 6 rounds in.
Well, that was the A approach that we just highlighted, right? And it got dealt with handedly, and not in the way I was expecting. Oh, isn't that? That is filthy looking, isn't it? Oh,
that's my kind of M4.
That's like a juicy. Oh.
Wow, that's a bit of motion sickness right there for some people at home.
Is this going to be pacey?
I'm intrigued by the Amanek Mac 10. Always a bit of a gamer, and that hurts. But anymore where that came from, it always seems they come in pairs, these nades of heroic. Now Borup steps up to the plate, spots just a glimmer from Kenny. Yes, he's making lots of sound cues, trying to keep them paranoid. There's the second one. Go on! Oh, Amanek! Dunked on to 28. The nade damage has been a nasty set of circumstances. They do start to walk, and the walking wounded head back towards A.
Just test us today with this org right now, and if you're the guys at G2, you know at least there's one rotation pulled to B because of the extra grenade usage. So as they walk on up, they have one flash. Flash and go. So Jax's
run boost, maybe?
Potential, yeah, it would be good with the Mac 10. Great call.
Flying through the air is an Amanek, and he's gone. Good following from Cadian, goodness me. Doesn't quite achieve its goal. It's plucked out of the air. Now Cadian's going to be deep down, and it does pull the test. He's been there the whole time, but Kenny's hit another banging. No! A series of unfortunate events.
Why has he done that?
What a blunder!
This is going to be a difficult round to get back into now.
I can't bring it back. I'm afraid that dies with Henry. Yeah, that dies with Henry. Nico, though. Smoke onto the bomb. That's promising. Should be very difficult to hold.
These post runs like the T's, ramp and sandbags. Borup tries to draw a little attention, does. Candy gives away position. Now they know where both of them are. The Take 9 and the Deagle sounding very different. He's sitting with one. Has to protect, can't do it. Nice play from Hunter.
Yeah, G2, of course, it's off the back of a quasi-buy. They actually managed to pick that one up. The first round of their Vertigo T side. And it comes down to just a little bit of a missed shot after the initial exchange. Run boosting in. Amanek didn't get to achieve anything, but it was enough. And so with the frags.
Hunter's, I know that he only has 5 kills to his name right now, but he's looking more poised this time around than I remember last. Remember, it was like, oh, thank you, my teammates for carrying me and that kind of stuff. Like, he's looking good at the moment, looking sharp at least.
Cadian again, having a little look. 6-1 scoreline-wise is very promising for Heroic, of course. And as said, it's only fitting that G2 win it in such a fashion, but we are seeing that tucked-up player behind Cadian, and that's going to be a fun one if they do eventually go this way.
I really like this setup. I think that because Cadian will shoot and fall away, they'll assume it's clear.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Cadian can even peek over his smoke if he's going to drop one for Tessus. So the incendiary first and starts to relocate.
Because this is Hunter's domain. If they take Hunter out, he's such a key factor.
Re-smoking the round. Cadian's doing everything to set Tessus up for success here.
Oh, Lord.
Gets the frag he needed. Oh, and another potentially. Kenny's so low, they will not go down. Tessus just panicking, scroll wheel, everything. He's still away, still alive. And that's the early advantage they were looking for in this round. Oh, and now they boost. Now, as they return to ramp, they set themselves up a turret. And Nexa likely will check this. You can see that Nico's not going to show. Now he jumps for the info. Oh, this is frustrating for him. Will they check it?
Time's a problem.
They've got all the information. They know everything here.
Yeah, they fall off it because they just don't have the angle they needed. Cadian, what are you doing? Oh, unlucky. Turned away at the wrong time. That could be the way in. Yeah, 15 seconds. They could get that bomb down, Lauren. They can extend that clock right here. Right now. The frag from Nico's put the bomb loose. Nexa scrambling to save the day, and the bomb will go down with just a second to tagged, burning, and they take the round. Oh, G2, those narrow margins cost them.
Look, I just want to sing the praises of that Testis and Cadian setup more. Hunter is such a pivotal individual on that scaffolding part of the map. When they take that area, they can leave him alone. Cadian again getting caught out. I swear we saw the setup in reverse last time we watched these two teams play, where Hunter or maybe it was Kenny got caught.
I think so.
Well, there's some dancing going on here. It was top left and in the middle. They're all having a great time. And I would be if I was on the heroic side of things. 7-1, timeout forced. G2 will be buying. Amanek will be opting for that MAC 10. Will be opting for the AK. The strategy that they want to call will determine the purchase. And it's the double op setup on the other side of things. Circadian and Stown still in play. This is looking really good for Heroic right now. The back and forth struggles that they had, remember the overtimes, it was like 3 straight, and then the other team went 3 straight, and it was a real hard-fought tug of war last time these two teams faced. Amanek has gone for the MAC 10, which will allow him to buy the utility.
Interesting as well, Chad. Did you notice that Nick's had 2 straws for his coffee there?
Did.
He's always got a backup plan. You know, he's always got something else to call on that T side. And that's the Kenny go kill strat, working out perfectly. Cadian gone, leaping into the angle. Testis has got a bloody huge amount of work. I don't know what he's expecting here. Flashed, executed, and already a real problem here for Heroic. It starts strong for G2.
Right, Molly's smokes, here we go. Borup. Only one in any sort of position, but look at this utility. It's forcing them away, isolates the player. Vigo does come for the goods though. Able to hold on for now.
They got Molly to stop the plan. Nico's holding on to that. Stan's got the nade as well, so they really want to just contest this bomb plan without using their bodies. Makes perfect sense.
I think they believe they've fallen away because of just how slow and postured this has been.
He uses his incendiary alternatively just to flush Kenny out of the line so they can take a different duel. This is brilliant. Bombs loose. 40 seconds. Need a frag from Nexa. Doesn't get it. Looks like they're actually turning this one around, Lauren. The bomb's yet to be planted. There is still time. They can take it. Nico drops his smoke and a nade on top of the nose of Hunter. Damn, that hurts.
Still have to do the damage though, and that's exactly the way it begins. But Hunter now, the 1v2, around he goes. Stown's on the bomb. Doesn't look like he's leaving anytime soon. The spray is excellent from Hunter. But Nico is there, and it's a brilliant playback through.
Trade is much better. That is fantastic work from Heroic here. And the fact that they wanted to take the fight before the bomb went down, we know how difficult it can be to play retake on a map like Vertigo. But even just...
Lost the first 2 frags.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. The way that Borok gets away with those 2 kills, that's what I thought G2 were waiting for. Weren't they just standing around waiting for the push? Isn't that exactly what they were hoping to happen? And then now another round ripped away, a round that probably should have been G2's.
Here's a list of nades we just saw Heroic throw in that one retake alone. We had stop Molly for plant, nade for plant, Molly from snipers to sandbags, smoke from snipers to bomb plant. They had everything they needed to safely set up for a retake, and it worked wonderfully. Here's Testis to be tested appropriately.
Look how Jackson is already.
I can't believe how wide he is. God, this is a gap. He's managed to find a huge one, and now, well, the plan has been rumbled. And the utility starts to land. I tell you, 3 frags to his name is peculiar, but he's done it a 4th right now.
Oh, it's down from above, trying to do some damage to slow the roll, but again, the bomb just about able to go down. See how many nades or what have you gets put down to this. Good nade, next to lower. Still need so much more though.
So this is the smoke they've been throwing. If you want the retake smoke, there you are.
I'll be a save here. Sorry to spoil the party. I don't think Heroic have enough money to go for this one. Are they actually going for it?
Having a look at least.
Oh, they're in. They're in there like swimwear. It's not gone very well for them. They gave it a go.
I see what you're saying, Chadney, because yeah, that puts them into an awkward situation where you're like, do you want to double Nico, or do you want to buy some bits and bobs?
They should do the bits and bobs.
Yeah, sure. But now, like, the point you were proving was that it might have been safer to save your Ghiblis and have a better go into this one.
Nico has 20 kills.
He does. Yeah, we are only 10 rounds in. That's an average of 2 kills per round.
Oh dear, okay. Well, if G2 lose this one, that's catastrophic, and we might do the half quickly trickle away from them. But if they can win right now, stabilize, there's a chance for them to build a bit of a base.
Base. Buttery biscuit base.
They've missed a couple of names over towards that B side of things, but it's not the end of the world because the only one home is Cadian, throwing out one of his own. Just be doing a lick of damage, a sprinkling, peppering.
If Testis wins this duel, I reckon Heroic win this fight, win this round.
Okay.
Because Hunter's always in scaff, right? Testis knows that. We know that. Borup knows that. Everyone's aware of where Hunter likes to sit. It's this spot right here, and then he shoots your head off while you get inquisitive. Little underhand nade a little. Ooh, he spotted him. Oh! And now, that's a lot of space. That's an AK. And they can leave Testis to keep A under lock and key. Should they go B, there will be more players there. Boosted up is Amanek.
There they go. Look at them all flooding around. Just spot on. They could be in the right place for this. Cadian is so blind. Amanek bulldozes into the side, though. You can't do much about that. All the finesse, all the concepts that could have worked well. And what it boils down to is Testis backing away with the rifle.
Yeah, damn, that was lovely from Amanek. And this is, one of the best examples of why we're seeing, and Heroic have been doing it too, using those MAC-10s regardless of the money in the bank, just because of the amount of space you can generate. And off the back of a flash, you saw that one flashbang enabled Amanek to be so pushed up. He's even going to get a fourth as well. That's a great round from Amanek. He invests just over $1,000 and he manages to triple, if not quadruple that, and pick up an AK for free. So that's a magnificent round. And this is where we talked about, Chad, if they were to convert, which they have, this is where G2 can really start doing some damage control with this first half.
Indeed. And now at this point, it should be the eco coming through from Heroic. They will get the $1,900 loss bonus, which does not want to buy in Chad Birchall's Counter-Strike. Cool. It's the coolest school with the hip kids. We got the G2 boys.
What's the ADR, by the way? Can we get a sec for Nico? It's pretty ridiculous,
go to Nico for us, Rush. There you go, 181.
It's not even like kill stealing. You can't even say that it's not like putting up the actual numbers. That's beefy.
That's a nade. I'm not going to do too much. They're going for some CT aggression here. They do charge down the stairs. Amanek caught out. Will they expect Nexa or Jax, or maybe they're just happy with that? Yeah, timing's great. No more to be had. So, a nice finish from G2. Quick conversion. Everybody's happy in the Samurai camp. Round 13 ahead of us. And we have seen G2's posting of those 4 over the course of the last 6 rounds. So, it's time for that turnaround to manifest.
Probably due a timeout here as well at Heroic, because the situation as it stands is not a buy with all the goodies. They won't have all the utility to stop it in case it is a rush. They need to work on where are we going to position ourselves in case of what reaction. So what are we predicting G2 to do? Now we need to make sure, I'm talking from the Heroic standpoint here, that they have contingencies in place. If they decide, we want to go close towards a ramp so that if they drop all their nades and flashes, that we can actually deal with that. But maybe they go slow, or maybe they fake it. So if there's nobody home, what's the next step? Are we playing retake B? Are we playing aggressive mid? Where are we wanting to post up our buy? As you can see here, as they are slowly starting to, on their little shopping spree, fill their trolleys. We've got 2 Famises.
Did you have a supermarket sweep in Australia?
I think I probably know it was a thing that was timed and you had to run around and grab as much as you can. Yeah, I don't know if we had it, so I just know the concept.
You know of it.
Yeah.
I see. Global presence, of course. It looks like their answers.
I'm loving the whole entire Amanek playbook at the moment. It does revolve around that MAC-10. Closest you've come, Lawrence, the AK-74U players of yesteryear.
It's got too much of a brain now.
Yeah, you're right.
There's too much intention and thought to it. Molly up, 4 up, out of position. I want to see how they utilize Amanek here.
I like the Smokey's throw to kind of separate them, but I'm stuck. He is screwed. And Amanek's again opened up the sight. Both of them.
What?
Yeah, I'm telling you. Master of the MAC-10, the Amanek 10. And now already he's made so much space. Like, they can put their AKs up. The turrets are established. Cadian can't do anything but say save repeatedly. Nico's frag onto Hunter is only going to confirm that the lurk is free.
Ooh.
Very easily, 8-7.5 here. There's no kid in play, though.
Okay.
They shouldn't go for it.
They're looking, though.
There's a bit of caution to their play.
So, Chad, I say you're a CS purist. How do you feel about the bounding SMGs and?
I don't mind it. I think the idea is that it's obviously only powerful if you're using the weapon in certain circumstances correctly, right? And that was what Valve communicated quite early when we were back in the majors, that they wanted to try and make as many guns as possible viable. Now, I think Counter-Strike players do things in a very black and white fashion. When they hear viable, they assume they want every gun just to be equal. Well, that's obviously not the case, right? We have guns with different kill values, obviously ranges, damage, etc. And the MAC-10s and MP9s, we're seeing, like these days, I might have to start changing my terminology, because a full buy for me would be AWP, 4 rifles, full set of utility, armor, and defuse kit. But a full buy in modern Counter-Strike can include MAC-10s, can include MP9s, can include shotguns. It doesn't feel as great for me to say it's a full buy, but it's potent, and it definitely can work. These players know how to get the most out of their weaponry. Back over to A we go, and Tassus only has 4 kills. I said he was going to be a factor in defending this A side of things. And he has another duel with Hunter lined up. The nutmeg coming through. And Hunter, using the smoke to his advantage, will find another big opening towards A.
Yeah, we're really cooking with gas for Hunter now. This is where he does his best work. Once he's in the short position, he can just park it. He's going to get flashed in. Cadian should have a good frag here. Freebie. Spray from Hunter did good damage.
Yeah, amazed he did so much. He was turned at one point, so very impressive to come back and still do it, clearing through all the necessities, the T's.
Ouch, these nades from Heroic are so frustrating. Wallbang hitting, it's down low, as is Cadian. Ooh. Full Molotov short. Smoke as well. Bomb's going. Upwards now. And into the side. That's nice from Jax. Should enable the plan. Nothing to contest it. 4 versus 2. Borov burning. Looks like this might be another G2 round. It's exactly what you called, Chad. As soon as you saw that attempt at the retake, it was Heroic kind of signing their own death warrant for their CT economy.
Yeah, and everything was going their way, so I can imagine the confidence was an all-time high, but maybe that's where if Hundum was here in the coaching chair, he'd say, hey, reconsider what we're about to do.
Yeah.
The ramifications of this are huge, and you're seeing them here. We are on track for an 8-7.5. This was something that Heroic should be blistering in. They could have looked to potentially close out with 10. Now, 8's still great. They've won the half on what we consider a T-sided map. So, thumbs up. Graham Pitt's happy. Realistically, I don't want to say it was squandered. G2 have had to battle for these rounds regardless, but Heroic did put himself in the best position to do so. Some of that spam damage. It used to be such a nuisance when it was just wood. The North Americans, like you'd watch Liquid do it, they'd just all be putting damage down range, getting multiple kills through there before they're even entering into the bomb sites. So this is it. Heroic's chance to get a 9-6 or G2's to get a 7-8.
God, they do sound so varied. And let's see how it pans out. At the end of it, looks quite quick here. Alex, the flash down. Borup's getting involved. Up close, personal. Testis dies. Do they find the second? Yes. It's all for free.
Oh, it's a disaster for Heroic. I like the idea, but Jax is just so prepared for it. His spray is prepared. Fire onto Stown to finish the 3rd round now, surely to follow. Poor Cadian, wondering where it all went wrong, and what a slew of rounds. My God, we went from... It was 8-1, now 8-7. It's quite a way to seal the deal, isn't it, from G2? They've cracked it. And this is what you were talking a little bit about.
What can he do? There's no way in.
No, he knows. A shot through the smoke, maybe wildly connecting, catching Nexus Hunt. No, not going to be. And that's G2 reminding us who they are. It's their map pick, and they've shown us why. It's 8-7. 3-7 half, G2 really stabilized in the second half of our first half of our third map. Second map even makes more sense. Lauren and Chad are hanging out with me. That's down on your screens. Cadian in-game leader, going to have to do a lot more heavy lifting in the absence of their coach. Hunden stepping down for a year. If you've been keeping track of the news. And now an 8-7. Really just split down the middle. It'll come down to Heroic on this T-side pistol to start the momentum back in their favor, making no secret of their advance up bridge. And the jump peak loses his head.
Oh, good lordy. That was a pacey start. Hunter didn't even stand a chance. And you still got the nades, the flash, the smoke. All of this was still in play here.
Two nades. Yeah.
Where does it go?
I'm very curious about this.
Imagine just dunking on that headshot box player. Kenny S is there. Smoke deployed from elevator for the retake. Bomb down now. They're talking about it. And through the smoke comes next. Oh, it's quick. They weren't ready for it. Struggling to connect the shots is Borup. He's going to get forced off.
Almost home for the nades.
Nobody. And now, two of them unarmored, and the defuse is coming in from Jack. So distracted. G2, perfectly executed retake. They let them believe they had the chaos, and it was G2 that had control this whole time.
So last time, I believe Heroic actually pushed through that smoke. You remember they did that short smoke that landed onto the left-hand side of the site, if you're looking at it from a T-side perspective. And they pushed through and they took the fight towards elevator. And G2 were aware of that. You could see that they were spamming the smoke a little bit more. They were getting prepared. And Heroic will actually be taking a timeout after losing the pistol. We can see that Borup has an AK-47 in his hands. Not sure if he's going to keep that because he didn't have head armor. But they're talking through their options right here. Maybe just having a chance to breathe and let it all sink on in. Heading calling the last little shots before they get back underway. With that plant, they might consider a force buy, and I would say the AK-47 coming out would not be the only weapon that will be upgraded into. Big discussions here. Feels like we're on an episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or something.
It was 310.
Yeah, so it's 2 AKs. Borup doesn't have that head armor. That is worrisome for me. Deagles for everybody else. And good damage onto Jax early.
How are they getting that for free? Flashing him off, he's falling away. He's safe now, but he took so much damage just falling away from that mid. Being fought back for, they're not giving it away for free. Kenny's still interested in what it could maybe garner, and honestly, the regress could be quite good. It'll get them the information that, well, it's actually completely clear, as you can see where the T's are now.
Whoop. Progression smoke.
Great incendiary. Stops anyone walking up on the close wall when that smoke is deployed.
There's nobody really watching mid right now for G2. So there's a heavy lean towards the B side of things, and maybe that was through the execute, which I was highlighting in the pre-game to do with Nico. Haven't pushing forward. Big info play on the cards right now. Could definitely swing a couple.
Yeah, he's got a smoker for the one-way. That works too. Amanek will be able to shoot at them, track them with their toes. They'll have to get off the beam though in order to benefit from it.
Well, the intent here is the pace is very halted. Amanek so close by to this too, bear in mind. But will the run boost work? Here we go. Cross goes.
Oh, where did he go?
Absolutely beautiful airstrike. Puts Testis in a good spot, but the bomb's yet to be planted. Look at Kenny. Around the back we go. Goodbye, Katie. And how many more can he do? Nico's been the next in line. Not subtle about it, but there you go. That's what you get for spraying in so wildly.
Yeah, a bit of a punishment from Nico, but with 7 seconds left, this round is not his.
He's die. Oh, holding on to that AK works too. Poof. Okay, well...
Get it off the map, that's pretty baller. Nexicon could save it. Stuck with an MP9 by virtue of the knockoff. Very cool.
Circle chow. Wow, okay. Not just going wide, actually giving himself a chance to survive. And Nico, look at 24.
Very, very promising player. Very excited to see more from Nico as his career continues to develop. The bathroom mobile phone gamer there.
Guitar man's back out. Look to force again. Oh, Heroic, this is such a slippery slope.
Oh, a close scoreline feels like it could fall away so quickly on these.
Certainly not out of the realms of possibility.
Well, they're going for the play, so...
The play.
It's not Nico being boosted up this time. He's got a more important job. He needs to clear off the cat. Oh, he's in the backpack.
Oh, Nico still gets the frag? Peculiar. Kenny needs a bit more here. And Testis is having none of it. Deep smoke possible. I'm not sure if he caught a glimpse of Jax, but it seems he has, because the bullets are thrown his way. And the B hits down, beheading Hunter as he mantled. And now it's Testis stepping up to the mantle. And it's gone. And that will be 9-9. Needed that clean as well.
Ooh.
So perhaps we have got a game on our hands after all.
Yeah, and I cannot believe that Nexus didn't convert that. That opening frag, we get it from Nico's perspective, able to weather the storm right there, and then Tessus was basically saying, no, this is our bomb site. It's a very similar strategy to what we saw them do last time they played. Down is always going for that mid lurk and being a nuisance as they rotate over the construction position. You can see what that means for Cadian. It is a big round to win.
Yeah, he knows. He knows all too well.
Oh, Nexa has forced...
Oh, wait. Yeah.
So I assume that now that they're taking the time out, maybe that wasn't necessarily what they wanted to get away with. Malik from the coaching chair might have something to say about this.
Well, it's two people on 15-14. I mean, this is where we talked about, we saw Heroic in a very similar situation, and they bought in, and
it's just much earlier in the half.
Much earlier in the half.
So I'm curious as to see.
It looks like it might just be a lone wolf next that you just like gamble stack with your pistols and throw an SMG into a B defense, like up close, maybe you can get a fast flank and hope for the best. Does seem like it will be just next up with the full investment of an MP9 and a Kevlar vest.
Oh, wait.
Last second.
Oh, it doesn't feel good, does it?
Well, maybe they were keeping us on our toes, and they definitely did that. So
maybe.
Let's see what they could do with this. There's enough to work with. There's enough to make it interesting. Great nade.
Oh, lands right on his helmet. Cadian down to 17, shell-shocked. Might want to give his weapon to Nico. He's been so good. He's got plenty more health where that came from, tucked away. Would love to see the weapon swap, but it's only against the pistols, and Cadian down to 8 now after the lick of flame. That works too. That works too. But with such low health, it's going to be an interesting one as to whether Nexus flank will be prepared for that.
I'm not sure if he'll clear it in the same way as what we saw Hunter do in the first half. It's just such an odd angle, but Nexus playing to contain.
What is the purpose? Okay, this is the purpose.
Get up on the railing here if they would like.
Just a smoke to play around when you know there's going to be some headshot deagle angles. And they're not in a rush here. The flank's held. They can, for lack of a better word, chill.
Yeah, a minute. It's only going to help. You can see those flashes, smokes go up. They do create the avenue of approach towards the bomb site. So bomb could be planted too. Nice tag though towards Nico there. That's going to certainly help matters late game. Flash comes in. Nicely done by Stown. Sitting anti-flash potentially, not even sure, but he turned it just the right time. Now Nexa has had success on ramp, but he felt the bore up, leaving it all in the hands of Jax.
That was on him. Oh, okay. Everyone can calm down. Stown 3. And Heroic 10. So double digits are found. It is by an ant wing.
Down to 36.
Down to look at that.
It's like he started pressing mouse 1 as he flicked his mouse. That was wild. Well, now G2, they will have to take a save. Respect it a little bit more. So Deagle on Jax. Deagle for Nexa. Flash smoke. 2 more flashes in Amanek's hands. They worked as a team there, and they gave it the best shot that they possibly could. I did not expect to see Stown doing as much as he did, and well, he's back again, isn't he? Stown not clowning around here today. Grabs 2 big kills on the mid push. Should be set for 11 here.
Looks like it's on track for it. With Jax and Amnek, the only 2 alive, and nothing really to report. Cadian being drawn around the houses, and he goes. Jax just got tested. This is a bit of a problem. Cadian doesn't like this. He wanted this much cleaner. He's kept control of it for now. Jax is the only one still there. Didn't really get much out of it himself, and found by Stown. So what is that 3 in a row now?
I do believe so. And one of the dramas is, I don't think, I have to put this full screen, I don't think Kenny has enough for an AWP. He doesn't. So Jax has actually bought it. And look what that does for Jax's buy. He gets dropped in M4 and can only buy Kevlar. So Jax has no nades. Kenny has a couple. Nexa has a smoke.
Single incendiary.
Amanek could buy 1 and 2 flashes. He could buy 1 and a smoke. But that's all they're going to have to defend with. So he's gone for the smoke, flash, HE. He hasn't gone for the incendiary whatsoever. And we're starting to get to the business end of this game. If G2 don't convert this one, they're in a real bit of bother. They're in a real bit of strife. Crikey.
You just going full Australian for us.
Yeah, and sometimes the more I talk, the more it comes out.
He knows it brings the morale back, you know.
Does it?
Yeah, of course. If I hear a crikey out of Chad,
crikey!
Bloody hell, that's
Say that's not a knife.
That's not a knife. This is a knife. See, you've played knifey spoony before.
Oh, I love it. Here we go. We're back underway. G2 need this. If you want them to tip the scales back in their favor here, this is the round to kind of instigate, propagate all of it to come through. And that's the start. Remember, roll your mind back to how much of a nuisance this man was over on ramp. He was in their face constantly, pushing down, getting away with it. This time not the case. Falls away after doing that initial damage.
Yeah, and you see Borb has actually done great work to deny or to reclaim that territory. He's being very loud about this. That swing, it's only an SMG. Hunter can't contest. Great. Yeah, bold is a perfect word for it. And so now this potential plan. Look at this. This is very lackadaisical from Heroic, but it's working. Amanek burns. And that's the equalizer. Not how they planned to get it. But Stout sticking around, flashed in. They want to set him up for success. What's the plan here? Why is two of them so ready to fight, so ready to brawl? They're all coming from elevator. Nico's trying to bait the retreat. Smoke flashes. Oh, that's a good flash. Advantage G2. Jax extends it even further. Cadian and Borrow quickly return. And now we need to see that bomb defuse. Hunter's got the intentions. He's got all the equipment he needs as well. 5 seconds on that defuse. 4, 3, 2. Bootsy visible. Borrow collects. This little buttocks. Hunter's been doing far too many squats. Sticking out from the smoke.
Like a peach.
That approach right there from Heroic is the way that G2 can approach A-Ramp. That's what they do with Hunter. They have Hunter just go up at whatever pace he wants and find jewels. And Borok's exactly that. And you can see how much pressure that applied to G2 here. Utility was good. Flashes were good. They get the openings. They're able to get themselves onto the site. Then mobbed up. And away we go. Now the problems, look at them. This is for 13. It's just pistols again.
Oh, this is that brutal CT economy punishment for a couple of those risks taken out. You can see that same Molotov Amanek was chucking out. Teams have found a way to deal with a close wall very quickly. And what is Amanek up to? Oh, it's a double kill. He's even picked up an AK. Could be 3. Amanek just decides this round is his. Sorry, I don't care about the pistol's armor. I've decided I'm going to destroy a 4x. Just on my lonesome, using that smoke to great success, and that is going to have huge echoes throughout the server. Oh, Nico's got space. And if Cadian can survive long enough, that bomb retrieval may not be impossible. Gosh, okay, hang on. Let's piece this one together, folks.
Where is the bomb?
Yeah, that's a good question. I
find it hard to see on the map.
It's not visible right now on the map.
Okay, Jax did find Nico, so I guess the potential is dwindled.
Yeah, that was their chance.
I think the reason we can't see the bombs is because it's right on the cusp where the radar has changed from lower to upper, but Cadian, he just needs kills. He doesn't even need a win at this point, just deny them from getting 4 free rifles.
Oh, you need these to land.
That's amazing.
I mean, Amanek, I would love to see the amount of kills he gets towards ramp compared to any other player. he's the beast of this area, completely and utterly. Cortez's weapons down, all completely caught off.
So Laura, we call the auto shotgun the alligator.
Right.
And I like to call the 5.7 the snapping turtle.
It's all got a zoological theme.
You see, do you see any relation to a snapping turtle just there in those 2 little kills?
I don't really look at them that much.
Oh, you will next time.
Okay.
Never seen a snapping turtle in action?
Don't they get massive, or am I thinking of something else?
Here he is again. Perfect nade into the toes. Oh!
Jesus!
Just over 150 damage, no worries.
10-pin bowling, he's got a strike.
It's not how maths works, is it? Wait, 60, 120, 10, 130. Okay. Slight exaggeration.
Yeah, no one would have called you out on it.
No, but I want to call myself out.
Oh.
Clearly, lots of people are listening and looking. Something to complain about.
This is starting to look rough for Heroic. All that damage early means if they get harassed by more grenades here as they try and set up for an A hit, they might be in trouble. Amanek might get flashed in again. They really want him to play spoiler throughout.
They've been doing this strategy. They love it. Smoke him next to the one way. Typically, you'd assume that would make no sense. You're smoking off your teammate, but he likes to play by it and hope that they start to swing around the smoke. It's then the element of surprise that he can catch them out off guard with. And here we go, folks. Last 40 seconds of play. Flash for Amanek. Have a look. And execute. Nearly two. Nico's done well to claw that back.
Nico was on 20 kills in 10 rounds, right? Yeah. Not been able to replicate.
Oh, what? Down gets away with 1 HP.
How did you hit on someone to hit 1 HP?
It must have just been through the floorboards. Like, I think he crouched as he shot. Just through the box. I'm not sure. Peculiar, though, because Down really should be dead. 18 seconds as they try and pivot back to A. Okay, this round is as good as over. 13 seconds. What do you do? What do you do? Nothing is the answer.
Safety ult. Maybe if Cadian can grab it and get away, he needs to find himself around the corner. 3, 2, 1. He will do so. The chase will not be on from G2. And the money situation now for Heroic is now for 3 players to buy rifles. So that means Cadian will have to drop an AK over, and then either Burrup or Stown will have to take an mission with maybe a MAC-10 or a Deagle, a pistol, something along those lines.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Haven't we already seen this story before where Amanek's just been battering them time and time again on ramp? They eventually switch. I don't get it. That was a very weird noise. I just heard you unmuted your mic. It was great.
Halfway through.
But then they had to turn up and go to the other bomb site, basically.
Yes. The problem is it's a different setup on the other bomb site coming in from G2 this time.
Amanek. Do it again. Yeah, no worries, boys. It's Amanek. It's Virgo. It's A-Ramp. Lauren's onto a winner with that. He certainly does seem to be demanding respect there. No Molotov this time from Nico, and if he pokes his head up, Kenny's there to support.
Woo! Yeah, that kind of sounds the bell here, and that rings the dinner bell that, hey, look, we're over towards B. You can come and fight us. Next time I jump up on a pop flash from Kenny at some point soon. This one is going to quickly fall out of favor for Heroic, and, well, with that in mind, at 12-12, G2 are the ones who are taking the lead as far as control of the game goes. Maybe not in the scoreline, but in the pace that's being set, in the opening frags, in the duels that are being dictated. This would be a huge round for Stown and Cadian to get back into, but I just don't see a way.
Oh, it's not pretty, is it?
Cadian's dead from above or below.
Getting hunted.
Got it.
Quick lock. Needs another one for me to get interested in. Nexus in such a prime position. And bending over backwards to relate. 12-12. You can see that we do reach a level score, but as Chad is insinuating, the power has shifted over to G2's court. There's the backup plan behind next up.
So 2,900 loss bonus on the side of things for Heroic. This was that way this one started. It's while he gets the second with like the running spray transfer. And that was basically the round when Nico died. So you can see partial investment coming in from Heroic here. Any damage over would be yet again.
He doesn't have to move a muscle. Like, he doesn't have to get creative with his positions. Amanek once again inflicted. I'd love to check his utility damage. I'll have a look. That's a little sketchy. Hunter caught out. Amanek needs to save.
What is this?
Pops the head off Down. Maybe a fourth. There it is. Amanek has come alive in the CT side of Vertigo and gets an AK for his troubles.
Feeling himself, isn't he?
Don't go ramp. Please don't go ramp.
Feeling himself.
Go anywhere but ramp.
I think we might see a mid approach coming through from Heroic a little bit more. So just have somebody patrolling to the bottom of the fulcrum. You need somebody there because remember, Amanek in the previous game we watched would take control of that with a flash, and he was winning duels against Teslas on a regular basis. So they need to make sure they keep hold of fulcrum if they do want to go back to A at any point within the round. But maybe an approach more. Oh no, it's back towards A. They're not giving up on this. Let's see. Can Amanek deliver once more?
Of course he can. I believe in him every single time because we saw this so many times before. The nade's doing work. Test slowed down. The spam comes in. This time not fighting on ramp though. Sitting a little bit further back. Respecting the T's enough to give them a touch of room. But Kenny finds Nico regardless.
That's the wall.
I was hoping it was somewhere else.
Where was that?
Nico,
That's on B.
So Kenny's B, yeah.
Okay.
Worked in. Hunter's filled his name in the kill. Oh, it's an element of surprise, but it's still Hunter's frag. Heroic have really decelerated, or G2 are just accelerating, pedal to the metal. 2v4 with all the nades, all the goodies. Cadian lucky to be alive as the molly's extinguished. There's a world where Stown and Cadian can do this, but it's a very, very rare opportunity. And it would require some missteps from G2 here. There will be flashes. Cadian in a position where he may be safe from them.
There's one. There's a whole lot more coming as well, Alex. This isn't going to be that magical round that we were hoping. see maybe something special. But for now, G2, different posture there as well, sitting a little bit more passive that time rather than actively fighting on the ramp.
Yeah, and well, the approach worked just as well as Amanek killing everybody through the smoke. As you can see here on your screen, 5 in a row for G2 as they're looking to close this one up. Take us to map number 3. If you take a look at the top right-hand side of your screen, you see Inferno waiting in the wings to be the third and final map of the second series here today at ESL Pro League on the Counter-Strike Network. Timeout from Heroic. It is their second last and probably will be their last call if they're unable to convert this round here. Loss bonus, well, you know what I'm going to say. It's max on out. As long as they keep planting for the next 2 rounds, they will be able to buy. Now, I don't know what the approach needs to be, because G2 are being very, very malleable, as Rush would put it. They're all over the shop here with the aggressive players. They're playing well as a unit. They're not over-rotating. The utility usage is on point as well.
I'd love to see a slower round out for like a more default, see if the
utility
gives them stuff, draw out all of that util so that it's not all there for the retake, but they do just seem to like to go fast. Amanek, again with the nade timing, this time not going to do so much, but he can still have a chance this time. They've taken down the king of ramp. Is there going to be a different outcome? Nades barraging in. Early advantage taken by Heroic, but there is so much time left on that clock. There is no need to go for anything particularly outrageous here.
This is when they can play the game they did last time, very fake heavy, right? Draw them out, string them across the map, go over towards B, try to isolate a duel, get back towards A, throw some more grenades. So this is the way that Heroic were able to pull themselves back into match last time they played against.
2 are in mid. That could set them up for a quick rotation. Yeah, and they're going for the all-in. There's nobody home. What a good call.
Nexa, does he see him?
Yeah, over the smoke, he's got a little glimpse.
Oh, it's so little. Oh, the flash is good, though. Oh! Bloody hell. Where did Nico and Borup just dig those kills out from? They were so blind. And then out of nowhere, nah. Good to go. 5 alive. Bomb to be planted. Maybe.
So this is the time where they actually used Amanek's aggression against G2, right? They were able to find that opening. The rotations came in. G2 had to group up and see if they could find the equalizer. But Heroic acted very quickly, and you can see just what that did. Out of place, G2 rotating in, scrambling to not let them set up post plant positions. And they were just stripped away, one after the other, or all at the same time, is more what it felt like on that B site. And Hunter doing his very best to hold on to this AUG. If you take a look at the bank balances on the CT side of things, they do have cash to buy. It's not the end of the world. But every penny is going to count if Heroic continue to post more as we trickle down towards the tail end. The bomb will be going off Borup, making some footsteps here. Hunter's going to hear this. Actually trying to get out of dodge, put himself in a bit of an off angle. Spamming his Borup and, well, cans down, get the trade around the corner. He pokes. Good stuff from Hunter to hold on to that AUG. Does he want to upgrade? No, he'll be holding on to the CT rifle with the scope. And rebuying it now will be that of G2. So it's hard to see how you replicate that if you're Heroic.
Yes.
It's difficult to go for that opening kill again and to find a couple of shots through the smoke as we just saw there.
You can't say same again.
No, I don't think that is a guarantee. I know it wasn't a guarantee that Amanek got all the kills through the smokes that he did, but remember how the spree of rounds started? It was with that 5-7. That's what the breath of life. Can he always try that wall bang from the elevator room? Hot toes. Oh, that's a big opening.
That's a huge opening. Nico caught Nexa off guard on his info jump. And again, the early advantage goes Heroic's way. 2 rounds in a row. Let's see if they can convert the second as well. Will we go all the way to 14-14? Tess is settling luck. He'll be walking on up.
This is where they can play their mid-round Counter-Strike. The utility, not insane, but enough to make an execute possible.
Yeah, Cadian's positioned to throw a nade at the moment. He's not necessarily holding anything particularly useful, but he is in a position to throw a smoke and a Molotov from that particular corner. I've seen him do it before.
Oh, B's open.
They're waiting on. Smokes. Bits of everything being thrown down. All but a ruse, of course. Kenny was pulled out of place, though, but gets
ouch.
Goodbye, Kenny. Nico, Sign still delivered that one. And, of course, Amanek, in the meantime, did find a kill, but by now the bomb should be down. It is, and now they've got to hold.
2 from Connector, 2 from that construction position. It's Jax from the B.
Rob's flanking him.
Oh, gosh, you're right, yeah. Going back for his silly business. Hi, Jax. I know you got your knife out. Oh! He hears him running back towards A.
Wow, Jax is so lucky.
Yeah, he's found a safe haven here.
They won't even clear this. They wouldn't assume that there was the gap.
The Porta Pui.
God, I'm a child. I don't know when you say it, it's funny. It's comical.
You read it. You were just it's funny to hear it on your eardrums. Now, here comes 14-14, folks.
Ooh.
What's the money like for CTs
They can buy. They can definitely buy. Jax can drop across one. Kenny will be able to buy himself, and Hunter will be able to purchase, and then that'll be one of those pistols I was talking about before. Maybe the snapping turtle comes back out for Amanek over towards the A ramp. But that shot to Kenny, you can see it was in limbo. When they were clearing mid, they were making the call that nobody was home. And normally Stown, when they're doing the B hits, has been lurking middle. On that round, he wasn't. Right? That's the detail. That's probably the difference maker that G2 were looking for as they were going on the fact-finding mission. These are the little bits, these are the little nuggets as to why you see teams... Wow, okay, sorry, that probably was in bad stead with...
No, not at all, bro. Not at all. I wasn't laughing at the nuggets. I was laughing at the simple fact is that it is the smallest margins in Amanek. Surely not going to get away with some more of this nonsense in the front of the smoke. He got 3 kills in quick succession last time he did this, and Testis surely has to be prepared for it this time. Second smoke towards the ramp, keeping them contained, keeping the threat at arm's length. And a Hunter with an AUG is going to be hard to force off of that line. Good nade into Testis' face.
With the smoke being a bit deep, Testis has a lot of info here that nobody's up close, and that was the danger for them when they started to lose the spiral of rounds that got them to this point. And here's the fact-finding mission over towards mid again. So there's no Stown here, once more. They're going to call it clear, but they're not going to know if it's A or B.
They go for a 2-man flank.
Well, it looks like it.
That's very spicy.
It'd be so valuable.
And off we go. Next to descending. Testis responsible for the flank, I think. No. Same spot as always. Quite an interesting set of circumstance. 35 seconds. And just catches down off guard. That's the first frag of the round, and we're about to see the chaos ensue. Next on the flank, nobody's home. He's got perfect timing on this one. If nobody looks, Cadian might after his smoke. Oh, God. Oh, Next has won this round right here, right now with the flank. No trigger discipline needed. He can get them both. Round surely won. Testis has gone too. Next up has threaded the needle and sewn himself up a 15th round.
Ooh, that one got tight. Nexter actually pushed them into overtime in one of their previous video games with a flank exactly in the same fashion. Denying the plant. This time he didn't need to deny the plant. Just gets all 3 kills.
The timing on that flank, by the way, you saw Testis was on scaff. He looked away just at the same time.
Just went around the top as well. You're bang on about the time.
Oof.
Big oof.
Yeah, that's frustrating right there as well. Heroic and G2, they've been here many a time before, ladies and gentlemen. They know what it feels to be up against each other in a close affair. And the AKs are out back towards B. They saunter. Cadian with the AWP.
No subtlety to this either.
Ooh, lots of exchange of utility for information over towards the A-ramp side of things. Cadian's going to flash himself up. He wants to post up for Kenny, but Kenny's not home this time. He is rotating back.
Kenny was over on ramp, right? They've got to have heard that he was over there hearing the shots, unless they consider maybe a double, but not sure how much track of the economy they're keeping.
They bought the respect of G2. The B hits have been a problem. Nick has really mixed up his game and the positions that he's been playing in these mid to late rounds, and they've actually drawn out a huge rotation. So as we take a look as they now head back over towards A, Cadian's going to pop flash. They can swing on out. Don't need it.
Yeah, I was kind of sad to see the pop flash in his hands. It would have given them a much earlier warning as to the T's location. Pop flash out. Hunter to peek on it. Amanek to get a nice little escape. I feel like Hunter was showing him what to line up that smoke with there. Funny. 40 seconds.
The way Amanek plays this game, he feels like a different breed to everyone else.
He's a CSGO native, Lauren.
This is what we were waiting for, maybe. Jax showing off already. Stown goes down. I know. And now the T is going to have to re-aggress towards ramp. But look at the time. We're down to 20 seconds.
Fake them again.
It's worked. It's worked so well. The fake thrown from Nico now puts Hunter into dire straits. His shots are so good, though he can win on his own, and so can Cadian. A 1 versus, we'll make it 2 versus 4. He needs to be planting. I'm not sure what he's trying to do here.
Down to
16 to 14. GT take it. Yeah, that's a frustrating way to go. Amanek, or rather G2, but we probably start with Amanek going going up against Heroic, and what a performance it was in that second half. He comes alive to pull them across the line despite Nico's best efforts. Nico coming in with 9 multi-kill rounds. Like that's the stat that explains itself. He was 5-1 in opening duels. Another spectacular stat, but it's not enough in comparison to that of G2.
Yeah, and look, I think when you look at what Amanek did on their CT half, the way that he was able to deny that A ramp control almost single-handedly, he was the reason they kicked off that massive spree of rounds. I think it was 5 on the trot after Amanek had the 5-7 up close to the smoke, right? He gets that double kill, then his other rounds, he's coming, he's stepping in, he's spamming through, and he's an individual who's actually been quiet for G2 in the other games that we've watched so far. So you've seen here his star potential, or his impact potential, showing up in a big way. This is the round I'm talking about. Look at the scoreline, 12-9, Amanek comes through, look at him go, he shuts this down, and then round after round, dunking nades, spamming them through smokes, giving them a rough go of it.
He's the only player in the server chat to have 80% or more in the kill assist traded stats. Like, that's very high. Think about that. That's his kill participation in this game is at the 80% region. Everyone else is floating around 60 to 70%.
In a 16-14 game, that's very impressive. You got the stats with that. How badly did Nico pull?
Nico went down to 70% kill assist traded and 32 finished on, yeah.
So he still had a banger of a game, an absolute banger of a game. Tessus, on the other hand, who was one of the heroes last time, he was only there on 8. But Nico, you'd think that's enough. You would think an 8-1 lead that they had, and then we had that retake that they went for. I think it was a 2-on-4, 2-on-3 situation, and then the wheels fell off.
Yeah, and just to back up this Nico versus Amanek story, despite Nico having 32 to Amanek's 26 kills, Amanek was keeping up in ADR. Like that, I didn't get to check his utility damage because I'm not in the server anymore, so I can't find that stat, but I'm sure it was a magnitude higher than anyone else.
It must have been, just because of how much damage he was doing. But we were impressed by both teams, especially on their CT sides, I would say. Just the utility usage from both squads was very good. Heroic, we already knew it was good, but G2 was much better. They didn't panic on those retakes. They always had a plan.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried that we've now seen Heroic kind of, make their shot at things, make it look good for a couple of tries, but there is maybe a depth limit, and they weren't able to adjust back from that.
I didn't like the last round. I mean, that one was really quite deflating. Well, I always hate it when I see teams, selling a fake and then overthinking it. Like, it's always interesting. It's like, there's 30 seconds and then there's no action on the site. What do you think the CTs are going to do? It doesn't take much for us to go, probably A.
Yeah, we had that before, though. Remember the first time
we were worried about them doing
Mirage, when the first time they played, and they were getting full mid control, though. In the window connector and the short smoke, they get full mid control, they wait, and then they would do like some real late round jankiness. And obviously, with those kind of decisions, you need to be behind them, right? You need to be making them, and everyone needs to make sure. Like, they both ran wide. Hunter's there, he gets 2 kills. I want to show everyone my shoes before we go to the break. Look at my slippers today, guys.
He's gonna get
I hope you like my slippers.
Who or something?
Not Crocs. I'm working on my balance.
Okay, so Chad's going to hold that for the entirety of the break. So we're going to see if he can hold it. Be right back.
Bye.
Bye.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protected my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Count me a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average. There's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Every day I wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Count me the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Love for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights and haunted black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me, black face.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
Five minutes to 36, 5 minutes to 37, 38, easy, 39, 40. Wow, Chad, jeez. I know you've been doing your physical conditioning, your PT. I'm actually impressed. I didn't think you could pull that off.
Last amnesia, let me tell you that much.
His ass actually has amnesia. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
I forgot where it was.
It got lost.
It's too late now.
His glutes were absolutely and truly lost. But it's great to have them back. It's great to have us back. Chad Birchall's in the corner over there, in the corduroy number. We've got our friend from a funeral over here.
Cheerful as ever.
My name is Machine, which used to be
Painter?
Painter. It looks
a
cool at the
painter.
back. You can't see it. There you go. That's what it looks like.
But he's not doing the artsy style painting. He's doing your house. So if you need someone to come in,
triggers me.
Zero to Hero, start your career now. I don't know if that was the time to really advertise starting a career in esports.
As a painter.
Yeah.
We need. Look, Lauren, we've all done some odd jobs in our time.
Yeah.
You've done a couple of odd ones. I've done a couple of odd ones. Alex has sold some.
We built some PCs.
SSDs and stuff.
Hello and welcome to StarTech. I did that. That was fun.
StarTech?
Yeah, basically, I had to sell products about like a laptop.
15 years ago.
But I had to do it off the top of my dome. And so I was sitting there and they were like, okay, it's the HDMI 3.0. And I'm just trying to do it in one take. Like, we see the HDMI 0.3. Okay, we have to retake. It was nightmare. Nightmare fuel. I cried over the phone to my mum. I was like, Mum, I'm not cut out for this.
Oh, bless you.
For this. ESL UK sent me down the river. I have to sell a product. Don't know what I'm doing. I worked it out in the end.
You got a little bit better.
I'm still here, Mum.
Survived.
Woo! G2 Heroic, though. Less about us. The narcissists are going to shut the hell up because we've got a big one. It's G2 Heroic, and it's going into a third map. It's Inferno. A bit of a twist to this tale. That's tail, T-A-L-E, not the twist of the tail. No piggies here, other than Chatty P. We're getting into it. This is serious business now. Crunch time, and Heroic just shy of the mark on Vertigo. I wonder if that's going to have any ramifications into our third. Let's get this party started. I want to have a quick look at the flies. Is there anything particularly amiss? Nothing. In fact, it's a perfect mirror.
Yes, indeed it is. And Heroic on the CT side, meaning they have won the knife round. It could be aggressive.
We missed Rush casting it.
Well, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. We'll workshop him. I think before he did a B-level job, we want an A-level job out of Rush next time.
Okay. B-Tech caster now. Kidding. It's just me. Nico has to fall away from this though. Smoke's coming in. Flash is there. They're not stopping. This is straight through. He did take down Jax on the way, which is quite surprising.
Suppressing and surprising.
Yeah. Suppressing the lights in here.
Well, this is a big fight right here. Nexa getting the better of it, but I'm not sure if he's expecting a second member on that flank. No, he wasn't. Oh, never mind.
What is this round?
Yeah. He's got no real way in if Amanek just plays the waiting game, which he has, and see how much room they've given him to maneuver. Or in just 10 seconds, sit it. Pros don't fake. And they do check it, though. And that
I'm back.
Is the end of that. Hunter with 3 kills in the round. It's a quick way to seize control of it. And G2 get picking up the pistol. There'll certainly be no complaints there.
I assume the force spike from Heroic will come through. We've seen them go for that plenty of times. They always like to bound on back. There we go. Cadian's getting the scout out. Can even get himself some Kevlar behind it if he wants, or just have the scout. Now, what you can do on the CT side of a map like Inferno, oh my god, MP9s as well. So this is going to be very potent. If Cadian can grab a couple of tags with the scout, soften them up to roughly that 30 HP mark, those MP9s, Deagle, the UMP, extremely potent at that point.
For real, this is actually like not too...
Oh, they're rushing!
Ooh, he's already tagged one of them with the scout. For info, Kenny's called the panic button, but already damage is inflicted. The CTs favour them in the feed. One more to hunt, and Down's got the headshot necessary. Bomb loose.
Huge. God damn. Jax barely made it out of spawn. Had to come back around, and now you've got 2 CTs, one with the rifle, the other with the UMP. Sound's pretty loving it.
Jeez Louise. What on earth are you supposed to do with this one? Upgrade to the Galil, give them a sound cue to set themselves up. A smoke first makes sense. And he does manage to not take a single point of damage upon his initial adventure. Recovers the bomb and that Galil. The next step will be the walk up middle. The rotate's coming in all the way through CT spawn. Shax is in no rush, and I don't blame him.
I like this setup from Heroic. They have all the information they will need with Cadian's.
Because he's got short, yeah, sure.
And then you have Nico covering the hole towards mid to B, so they don't need to panic off any of this. Actually, they do. Look exactly where Jax's smoke went. It landed front sight. That means that Cadian's lost his vision.
It's actually really smart. He was hoping to catch the banana rotator and then run B. And if Stam does go down, there's a real world where Jax is playing 40 chess. Down saves the day. Damn. Cool idea from Jax. Really like that. You were bang on, Chad. You outlined exactly how Heroic had set themselves up, and we saw how he foiled it with the use of his utility. But let's see this one rushing down middle again. Down, getting himself out of that flashbang just in the nick of time to stabilize onto Amanek, and he continues to find his third here as well. So exchanging triple kills. Hunter in the first, Down in the second. What on earth has the third got in store for us, I wonder?
Forced by back and a little bit of utility, but I think it's going to be harder for G2 to find their way into this. And we can see they don't want to take any early damage or aggression. They're just sitting very, very passively. Amanek is the most further forward, and he's just been chunked on down to 50 HP. So maybe he was considering he should have stayed with the boys.
Yeah, certainly a tempered pace from the T's. Second mid, very cautious as they go. Maybe gonna try and overwhelm. Cadian still very mobile. Scout, nice work from Jax. He showed such promise in that previous round. Might have another shot at it here. God, makes it over as well. Did he double dip? No, he was considering it though, because the others haven't crossed yet. Tessus and Nico yet to be challenged on the side, so they know they're still around.
Kenny's job entirely to contain this version.
Oh!
Flawless.
What?
Groovy, baby. It's down in. Nothing he can really contribute, unfortunately. The bomb's already down, and he's just going to have to position himself in a way to contain. I wouldn't mind seeing him stick around for the Dosia X-Squad dunk. He's got the HE necessary, but it's unlikely that he's going to be in position to be able to get that one set up safely. No info as to where the T's are.
That was 3 simultaneous kills.
In the a matter of
that
seconds.
Was wild. No wonder Rush is having a hard time keeping up with it. It's impossible to be in 3 places at once. Well, he physically couldn't have watched them all at the same time. That's how quick it happened.
Yeah, that's true.
Rush, how are you feeling about this game?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm feeling pretty good. You're right. There were 3 simultaneous kills. Not my fault. The player's fault, sadly, but I think it was a fun round regardless.
We'd never blame you for anything.
Well,
Rush.
yeah, of course not.
I know now that Henry's gone, you and Alex are going to be stepping into the ring, having a bit of a tussle.
Yeah, Alex has really taken up the spot. He's slightly anti-Rush, but that's okay.
I mean, anti-Rush is a stretch, dude. Like, I mean, I just know that Henry had a degree of friction with you.
The disdain.
There definitely was.
And I believe that friction was warranted, and in his absence, I have to maintain it. That's
warranted?
Well, I mean, look at the way you speak to us. You're nothing but a disrespectful cat.
Lord. Well, anyway, this is a big round coming in. Some saved weapons on the board. Take it away.
Yeah, absolutely, Rush. There's some saved weapons on the board, so let's take it away.
I wonder if anyone's going to be malleable in this round.
And there could be some incandescence of the flame as well to be cautious upon.
A little poppy flash here from Jax, which goes into hold at the individual tail end. It is a sacky one.
Groovy.
And they will get control of the boiler and Hall's area, respectively. As
I don't envy Cadian's hold there. Moving around Graveyard, I mean, it's great for one, but in support of Borup, headshot angle makes sense, but no rush at all from Nexus squad here.
No. Patience, certainly the case. And they've still got plenty of utility to post up whenever they please.
I don't like that Stound's doing such a exposed jump peak with 30 HP, because it's just, it takes one jiggle from Amanek and a nade to dunk him.
He's playing forward with this, and the flash is good.
Well, he's still able to get one, but 4-on-4, weapons recoverable. I want to try and pressure on that, deny that info on B, but it's not going to work out. Tessus is in a position to confirm its absence. Borup in the apps to be tested. Oh, he needed that. Perfect. Gets the AK. Cadian trying to keep the distraction working, but the bomb is going down regardless. And his shots are just not quite connecting.
Oh, Jax is treating Cadian like a little mosquito on him. Just unfussed. He's got the old can of spray out, but even with the dealing of Cadian, you had the support finally arrive. Borup and Nico turned up, cleaned up, and his job done again. We've seen some very topsy-turvy rounds so far, Chad. It feels like the worse you buy is, the better the chances.
And that is not the equation that we were looking for here today. I was doing my algebraic formulas, and this is not how it was meant to play on out. That's the game of Counter-Strike. It's G2 with the plans and a little bit of extra damage here from Jax before the round was closed on down. Maybe a bit of spitting on the screen there from Tessus. We've all been there. But it will be the buy round again from the side of things for G2. They have the money to work with. Oh, we're getting the hand warming back out. I reckon Jax could start a fire with those bad boys if he goes any quicker. So you can see we're 5 rounds into the game and the pies are relative. You know, look at this. SMGs on either side. Obviously, Kenny is having to go with that pistol, but everybody else with some big boy rifles. Heroics is definitely a little bit neater, a little bit keener, but depending on the approach of G2s, they could level that playing field.
Absolutely good. Molly towards top mid there. Tessus barely holding back the flood. Flashes, and here they come. Amanek in the flames.
Yeah, Cadian actually did enough damage there to finish off the job. Does take a brunt of it back. bot lane's going to get things hot and bothered for Nico. It's going to be forced to smoke that out. He opts for a deeper one to aid his escape. Kenny burning now as well. It's a proper nade exchange. It does seem like it's favored Heroic every time.
Heroic look good to break serve here. Tess is set up well with the MP9. Should get Nexer as he comes on through. Nico can babysit Katie and the rotation in from Bo-Ups down with all of the info over towards Banana. Hard to see G2 breaking in. Someone needs a multi-kill.
That's not out of Hunter's wheelhouse to go for a quick 1-2.
One flash.
Yeah, exactly. Someone to set him up. That flash would catch Nico, but it's going to be a bit high. Turns into the side, goes next. Hunter's only got the one. Not enough. Insufficient. Jax adds to the list as well. So Heroic third, keeping 4 alive. Interestingly enough, 3 AKs alive as well. Worth noting that T weaponry has been plied and been working wonderfully for Heroic. Tessus needs to drop. Warwick can provide. Let's see how this one starts. So that was the MP9 damage combined with the Molotov. It made taking that risk even more damaging and lethal. Borov's second effect here. Bringing home the round.
Jax blocking his teammate a bit there didn't help the scenario either.
See you there, mate.
He's out. Maybe he comes back for the next round. I don't blame him.
He had a terrarium there, Chad. I wonder if he's got any snapping turtles or alligators in there.
Okay.
Shouldn't have them as pets. They get very large and dangerous.
Snakes or
snapping turtles?
Oh.
Not so large and not so dangerous. Just clocks apparently. But they managed to take Cadian's life, which is quite surprising.
Nico's just defending this weapon. Standing on top of it. Hunter baited. And eliminated. Amine spotted. Yeah, 3 remain.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it clean now, honestly. Has that gun been recovered yet? No, it's still there, the prized possession. They're all guarding. It looks like T's are heading elsewhere. Maybe to try their luck with that P250. It's down. He's not subtle about this. You mentioned it before, the very wide peak on that, but smoke down. He's actually going to stick around up close, maybe be willing to fight for the territory. I don't know where these T's are trying to head towards.
They've done the perfect job. Look at the utility left on the Heroic side of things. They have a kill, and we only have a Molotov and a flash left. So they have done a great job of milking all the utility out of Heroic, and now it's just a matter of waiting until the last few moments, running on in, and definitely getting taken on down. So Stan should deal with both of these quite easily. He will do exactly that, and that's now 4 on the board for Heroic here. Now, both of these teams, the last time they played this map was in Pro League, both with losses. G2 lost to OG, and Heroic lost to Ents just the other day, 16-13. We had the pleasure of covering that one. And I think Nico in the pit was one of our highlights.
He was
a bit of a monster over towards that side of things.
Big sustain.
Big sustain? Is that like a stat line? Oh, okay. I was like, maybe it's like a stat line in like a MMORPG or...
No, he just had sustainability. I mean, he was able to stay alive for an incredibly long amount of time while also still doing great deals of damage by time rotations.
Yeah, but in terms of the secondary stats available, Chad, I mean, critical strike, versatility, mastery, stamina, intellect, agility. There's a wide abundance.
So you can choose the tree, or is it more about...
It's more about what synchronizes well with your specialization.
Okay.
For you, if you're a plumber build, you probably want some versatility.
Yeah.
You definitely want to make sure that you're not only fixing the pipes better, but also breaking the ground more effectively.
Okay, so some strength. I need some
strength is absolutely a some strength, some versatility, maybe a bit of mastery.
All right.
I don't know what a plumber's mastery would be. Maybe it's to do with how quickly you can unclog a toilet.
Well, more so probably be like the flow of water. The gradient
Down, isn't it, with gravity?
Gravity has evolved a lot, I heard, in the whole plumbing situation.
It's a bit more
maybe
nuanced.
More nuanced.
It's a bit more
there's more to
There's the floaty bobber bit in the toilet. That does a real...
Floaty bobber bit in the toilet?
What's that called then, Chad?
I mean, in the cistern?
Yeah. That part, yeah.
Is it part of a toilet?
What's the floaty bobber called in the cistern, though?
I've
heard of the cistern chapel, is it?
Yes, it's quite beautiful.
Heard of that one.
Now, this is a technical timeout, so we will continue to talk about nonsense.
You know what I want to talk about? Why has bloody KDS got a glowing Rainbow Six logo and not a glowing Counter-Strike logo?
I keep seeing that, and I'm really not sure.
What's going on there, Kenny?
Do you have glowing logos?
We don't have any glowing CS logos. Maybe Rainbow Six sent it to him, and now he's kept it there as like a passive-aggressive reminder. That Rainbow Six sent him cooler things.
Maybe if someone in the Counter-Strike community wants to send Kenny a glowing Counter-Strike sign, he can replace it.
It looks quite well made, though. You know, it doesn't look, you know, like someone in home tech or whatever, woodworking shop. Put it together.
I did metalwork.
Metalwork?
We made like toolboxes.
Did you do woodworking as well?
I was a woodworker.
Yeah, we all had to do it. Did you make a pencil case?
No, actually.
A clock
pencil case in woodwork?
Yeah, you make a little like pencil box with like the
No, you get to practice your drilling and your dovetail joints.
hammering.
That's the one.
Bit bitter.
Is there any hammering?
I'm sure there was some hammering. We weren't really using nails back then.
No.
It was just the dovetails and a little wood glue.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Didn't trust us with the pointer.
No. I do remember my first cooking lesson.
Oh yeah, what do you make?
At DT, Design Technology. I think we made a pasta salad.
I made a pasta bake.
Yeah. You know, like it's the first thing. It's like, all right, teenagers, we're going to teach you how to cook. You're going to put some vegetables in some pasta. That was enough. Like, that was a full lesson.
I remember going to my mum every time at like 10 p.m. at night going, Mum,
oh, exactly.
I've forgotten it's cooking tomorrow, Mum.
Cooking a pasta salad. You're like storming around Sainsbury's reluctantly, just tossing passive-aggressively at you at every pickup.
As much as I loved high school, in high school I was just playing Counter-Strike, and when you're in high school just playing Counter-Strike, you need some tips, right? And we actually have a pro tip that we can throw to right now, because this time out we'll be going a little bit longer. So check out this Inferno pro tip, and we'll come on back and we'll get it underway for you.
So what you got, Rush?
Hey guys, going to be doing a short video of showing you how to retake top mid with what util you can use. Pretty straightforward, nothing too much going on. The first util you can throw is from pit. If you're the Apps player watching pit from circular, you can throw the smoke, basically get into this corner and aim at this second antenna right in here, this little bulb thing, whatever it is. So yeah, just get into the corner, line it up, just jump throw. Pretty simple. Should land straight into mid, smokes off any orbers, any rifler that wants to hold a line, and they would have to be pushed forward into mid. The combo you'll be using will be this flash as well, so you get behind the barrel, aiming at the top of the antenna, and you just throw. Very good flash, very common flash as well. Gets everything, gets boiler, and all of mid as well. The second piece of util you can throw is a Molotov. It lands the same place as where the smoke does, but it is a Molotov instead. So after you do take mid with a Molotov, you can actually smoke off mid, giving you more time, or you can hold onto your util as well. Once you do retake, you can fall off and have your smoke for later in the round. So the Molotov would be around here. Pretty much how you line it up is you're aiming at the top of the roof of the church, and you're lining up on this right side of this thing here into the sky. And you pretty much throw when you hit the roof of the site. So you're just running, throw the roof. You can throw a little bit later, just so that the mole is deeper. Basically pushing off anyone that's holding the line as an AWPer or as a rifler, and doing the same thing pretty much as a smoke. Now, the third util you can use is another Molotov, and you throw it from sight, basically behind default. You just aim at the right side of the window here. You make sure you throw it really deep, and you want it really deep so it gets into boiler, just so no one is holding these lines, or even in these lines, just ready to trade if you do flash onto diggity, not diggity, that's what people say in Australia, but into short. So, yeah, very good Molotov. You can also use the same kind of flash lineup if you want to use the flash, or you can get your teammate to throw a flash as well. From here, the same flash I was thrown before. Now, obviously, you want to make sure you talk with your team to coordinate the retake to be as efficient as possible, so it's all in good timing and making sure that the retake is very smooth. And that's pretty much about it with all the util you can throw and to retake top mid on Inferno. Thank you for tuning in.
Now, the reason we were looking at that pro tip was because we lost down. It sounds like he's just having a bit of a problem with the old router.
my other leg now. That was hats from Renegades, by the way, for everybody playing at home. He did call it diggity for everyone.
Yeah, you used to say that. I remember when you used to show up, you'd be like, yeah, they're named diggity, and now it's not really...
I just kept going, oh, that's hats. I was like, I don't know what that means. He gives me no context.
It's hats.
It's hats. That's it. Absolutely no idea. All I knew was it wasn't Rush. So, don't know how I feel.
I've received word, actually. So just before you click that X, before you start loading up the old MM...
Hang here.
Chill.
Shut up.
Hang 10.
Can I do this? I want to center everybody. I want to center everybody at home. I want to center everybody in the room. We're going to take a big, deep breath in through the nose. I want everyone to hear it. Wait. I'm going to count down for 3. 3, 2, 1.
It's a horrible sound.
Mouth. All right, we're back in the game. We're going to get back underway. And we're going to be kicking off Inferno, or not kicking.
No, that's
something less violent.
We're going to be
harassing.
Commencing.
Oh, God, this is very uncomfortable.
First and more softly spoken Inferno. Welcome to the ASMR approaches to you to an heroic. Taking a quick look at the scores, you'll notice
tapping.
It's down and... It's got 7. That's 7 racks so far. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And of course, on the other side of things, we have Hunter, Nexa, Jax, Amanek, and Kenny S. Yet to see too much from Kenny, but my goodness, isn't there time for us to enjoy more from his opening delights upon re-entry into the server?
Okay, can I get a resident sleeper in chat? Thank you very much. Just to encourage and engage. I need it. I need it.
Why do you cater to the lowest common denominator?
Because they're funny.
Well, we're funny.
They think they're funny.
We're funny.
It's a funny picture. It's a funny picture. Cat jam, like everything's exciting when it's just like an animated little emote.
Lauren's being brainwashed. She went away for 3 years, they brainwashed her, and then they sent her back to indoctrinate you and I.
Lauren I knew never had Twitch chat open. She was like, screw those guys. Now she's sitting there resident sleepering.
Oh, no.
They're quite funny.
She's
champing.
I pause champ a lot with you guys.
Champing.
There's like a Pepe.
I don't know.
Thanks to do with hands.
Yeah, we need to do. We are planning a lesson with Chad. We might have to bring you in as well, Alex. If this is the case. Me and Rush will be leading that lesson.
Lauren, I heard you use the word vibe check unironically recently.
Yeah, it's because I try and cater to the youth of today, so they feel that I'm also one of them. But also because I now actually unironically watch TikTok a lot because it's also quite funny.
I heard that, yeah.
Yeah.
What does vibe check mean?
Well, I mean, so vibrations, vibes.
Good vibes.
It's been around for a while.
Yeah.
The idea of positive energy. It's actually got rooted in some sanity and some actual, sense. The idea of
baby.
Good vibrations. The idea of if you bring negative vibrations into a space, those negative vibrations pass on to others. And so, if you live in a dark world and you push out dark vibes, then everyone around you will be perceived in a more darker sense. Precisely. Yeah. So the idea was good vibes, and now they've kind of used vibe check. I imagine, Lauren, this is an assumption that it's just checking the vibe of the room.
Correct. I mean, not anything. I mean, you can apply it.
So if I say vibe check my crepes right now,
just like the vibe right now with what's on the screen, the vibe's bad. It doesn't. You know what I mean? Like that's not a bad vibe. Do you think that's a good vibe?
Well, it's a different vibe. I don't know. It's maybe
game's
like
not started.
Middle of the road
I'm just
vibe.
telling you that he's in a dark room. Game's not started.
Sure.
Vibes are bad.
I only learned what mood was about 2 years ago. That people would just say like mood, and then I was like, well, that's just a word. Okay.
Lauren, I've been struggling with one. What's people keep saying WAP to me. No, Lauren,
I'm really surprised you wouldn't know what that means.
I have no idea.
Oh, that's very surprising.
No.
Should probably Google it. I don't know.
I'll have a look. Okay, see what I can find.
Wet something.
Do some research. WAP.
I'm going to derail this because that sounds like it's going down a scary path.
I've got it here.
Yeah.
The definition of a WAP is a wireless application protocol, which is a process in cell networks that use to transfer.
Oh, if you enable WAP.
Precisely.
Is that like WAN? Like there's
LAN, there's WAN, and there's WAP.
There's networking. There's all these different networking things that you go on. Rush, do you know much about networking?
I actually did learn what a modem was quite recently.
Oh, yes, we had that discussion, didn't we?
Yeah, because should we see if we can remember, basically, the internet comes through a cable, which is like a weird-looking cable, and that weird-looking cable goes into the modem, which makes it into like a normal-looking cable.
Holy moly, do you know WAP is actually 8 points in Scrabble as well? It's a viable word.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, I guess, the W and the P.
W and the P, pretty fat.
Quite substantial.
Yeah.
So Rush.
So anyway, the normal looking Ethernet cable goes then into the router, or the router, and then that does a bunch of other stuff, and then you can route more Ethernet cables, and if it's a Wi-Fi router, you can send internet basically through the air.
Wow.
I preferred our conversation.
Such a resident conversation.
I have a good question.
All right, go on.
How's the 3D printing going?
It's good. Well, I haven't printed much. I think the last thing I printed was the Baby Yoda for Lauren.
You want anything else, Lauren? You want any other presents?
No, I'm all right.
You sure, Lauren?
You don't want like a Pepe hands or like a weird champ or whatever the thing.
You said you can print anything, right?
Well, to a certain degree. I can print a peepo, sure.
Yeah, dude, that'd be good.
Do you want a wide peepo or just a
maybe a wide peepo sad?
Wide peepo sad,
and then a wide peepo happy, and then we can give them to these two as like ways to show their emotions.
Yeah, yin and the yang of the crew.
No, don't say yin and yang. We're not, come on, mate.
What were we talking about, like Zen stuff before?
Wide peepo happy, wide peepo sad. That's what you got to say now. That's yin and yang.
Okay. That's a rabbit hole that also...
Okay, Chad, do you know what emote people use most when you're talking?
I don't want to offend the people in the chat, but I don't...
I imagine it's positive, bro. So
it is. It's quite good.
Okay, what is it?
Could you theorize? Oh, it's not quite. It's a peepo think.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a talkie.
It's good. They like it. They appreciate the content.
That's good. I'm glad that they enjoyed it.
Yeah, they're having fun. We're having a good time.
Well, why don't we talk a bit about Malta? Because look,
I can't bring much to the conversation.
Well, Alex and I can.
Went on holiday when I was 16 once. Lovely. Don't think I left the hotel.
The Queen has a house there. I think it's a bit decrepit these days. I'm not sure if she visits often.
She's travelling much these days.
Well, no, you would hope not. But look, Malta, it has lovely sea.
So we can actually just have a forum of discussion here. We can go to a break. It sounds like we do have another extended
again?
Do you want to, or do you want to just talk nonsense and get told off first?
I quite like talking.
Yeah, let's just do that then.
But I don't want us to get told off.
I don't know if we'll get told off.
No. I'm not saying that our overlords will tell us off. I'm saying
Palpatine walks in.
Yeah, exactly. Not necessarily
across the balcony.
I'm just saying that there may be, some that tune in and go, oh, analysts, stop talk.
Okay, we need to get the red phone back out. I'm not sure where that prop is. I'll see if I can
What was the red phone?
We had some props here last time round. The red phone was one of them. I brought the red phone back at Leicester when we were doing Pro League last year. I don't know what, really the gag was for. I just kind of like having things on standby.
It'd be nice to have something that signifies it's nonsense time.
Oh,
you cheeky producers.
We're getting played off.
Sarah took the cost.
She took the kids.
Sarah.
You guys sing this in the car on the way home. Don't embrace it.
I really didn't imagine that when I came back, you were like, you need to look at chat. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Why would I look at chat when there's not a part? This is what I hear.
I don't know how to do this
anymore.
Ollie just another man, Danny's to the something.
Well, we're on camera now. We need to at least a little bit, but we can stay seated.
I can at least hide behind them.
Straddling the desk as well.
Hold on, maybe I go a little bit. Much higher. I think this is it.
Well,
you guys much higher.
What? How have you pulled that off? That kind of worked, actually.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't go. Breakdown.
Oh, I was about to dance and I realised we're on camera. No, the curtain's been pulled back. So I have so much room to manoeuvre. So when we're casting, this is kind of how I patrol.
He's a pacer.
I'm a pacer. I'm a manoeuvrer.
You haven't thrown over the chair yet, which is obviously not the routine.
That's because I sit like this, right? Like a proper plum. Yeah. This is the only way I can kind of see the screen. Kneel on this. I kneel on the stool like that. And it's such a liability.
Sorry,
oh my god.
So crazy, dude.
Chat, I hope you don't mind. It's either this or you go to a break, so what do you prefer?
Well, don't ask him that. Don't give him an ultimatum, you silly sausage.
All right, now let's
bring it down.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back into the room.
Why?
Well, because what I want.
What's the point? Have you got direction?
I was trying to get a direction for us. I was trying to give us somewhere to go with this. Now, last week we played a couple of games together, matchmaking games.
Oh, we did, yeah.
And I was curious if we wanted to play some more. Now, I don't know when we would play some more. I don't know.
You've been socialising a lot. You guys, not obviously within quarantine.
Within our quarantine crew.
A little group that everyone's been very responsible with. Yeah. You've been out and about. You've been enjoying.
We do like a Monday dinner.
Yeah.
So we can have some friends and a little bit of normality within our lives. And we basically just go to the same restaurant every single time.
Maybe in the evening? We do the single days, so like tomorrow and
Wednesday.
And would it be Friday then?
Friday would be the other one.
Okay.
But I was going to say, do we want to get a fifth again? Or I know that you guys enjoy the random.
I don't enjoy the random. But sometimes it's necessity because we don't have a fifth.
Me and Henry used to call the fifth a Nikolai.
Okay.
Because we at one point met a relatively friendly Nikolai. And so we've kind of kept his name alive. And so we'd often refer to, if we were keeping just four, we'd say, should we have a Nikolai?
Okay.
And I've invited many a Nikolai. I actually have quite a penchant for finding a fifth random.
It's very, very talented how you seem to get the best name, the best everything. It's quite something. But I prefer a 4-5 if we want to be actually serious about it.
Sure, I know that Rush doesn't like the serious vibe, but he's more of like a fun gamer.
But what?
I don't want to have a rant.
Go on the rant.
It really annoys me with this. It really winds me up.
No, but Rush. Okay, so Rush has this. No, it's not a rant, guys. I shouldn't have prepared like that. Rush has this thing where he seems to have this image in his head that matchmaking is like a stressful, competitive environment.
Yes, because I think I sometimes can
No, but he was like that before he even knew you, so let's not pretend you're the...
okay.
It's like 9 p.m. and he's like, yeah, but I have to do DM. I'd have to do at least 2 weeks of DM before I could play. You know, like he's got this kind of idea that he has to be super warmed up to play a single game. Please, Green?
Yeah, I am here. I'm here.
Defend yourself.
You know, when it gets the super serious, you know, I've never played super serious, you know. I mean, I do like to... but
you're
also
like one of the capable fraggers of the team.
Yeah, but that's if I'm warmed up a little bit, you know. When I'm coming in out of danger zone, you know, I'm doing 180s, bumping, and then, you know, everything's so claustrophobic when I play CS at the moment. Everything's so tight, all the corners are so close, and I'm just not used to that at the moment. So I do want to have like a solid day of just DM to get back in form.
Have you ever actively made the time to do a day of DM?
Oh, yes,
which you deem compulsory?
Compulsory? Well, I should be DMing every single day if I'm going to be completely honest. But sadly, I don't do that.
It's a shame, really.
Yeah. So
how long of DM per day do you think you'd need, Rush? If you were to do it every day as opposed to one solid day of DM, would you say 15 minutes would be
I don't think there's enough time in the day, to be honest. I should be, I don't know. Before a game, I'd like to do like 30 minutes or so.
30 minutes of
What do you get from deathmatch?
I just want some I am.
It does.
You need a whole day of it.
Oh, he said 30 minutes.
No,
30 minutes.
That's to ingrain some more, you know, what do they call that? Muscle memory? Is that the word?
Yeah, that is the one.
I always find it curious about deathmatch because they're not really Counter-Strike scenarios you often find. So it's interesting muscle memory whether it's valuable or not.
I'm so glad you said that, Lauren, because that reminds me to remind you of the ESEA's new tool available exclusively to the insiders of the ESEA before check it out with your pre-fires and your other ones. Yeah. But like Joseph started, the pre-fiery one.
Really good.
It's super useful.
The idea of, you know how you just said it's not really angels you take? The pre-fire one, they just put bots that legit kill you if you don't pre-fire. And I was doing the overpass one the other day. It took me like an embarrassing amount of attempts to do the B-site one.
That's useful. That's valuable time invested. I feel like sometimes deathmatch is just like mechanical. Sure, you'll feel warm, but you can do that in anything. Like it doesn't. I don't think it's as valuable as people think.
Well, while Rush is hopefully still floating around, I know the CS:GO hub map that they created, right? Is they have movement stuff in there, Rush? Are they relatively difficult as well? Because I know you're a bit of a movement specialist.
The KZ one did take me a little bit. By the way, this is going to go live in like 30 seconds, just so you know. But the KZ one I completed. The Surf one's pretty hard, and the B hub one is pretty damn hard, if I'm going to be honest.
All right. So if we played that match every day together as a collective unit before we were to play matchmaking games, would that be cool with you, Rush? And we could all go movement-wise, we could do some aim, and then we could play?
We could do some offline back in Sirocco or Blacksite as well.
We weren't talking about Danger Zone. We were talking
about...
But,
10 seconds.
All right. 10, 9, 8, 7. It's like with the fireworks. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! We're back in game. Happy 2021, everyone. We're skipping the last few months. Oh, what?
Oh, no one's moving.
There's only 4 in the server. Rush, come here right now, young man. Rushley.
Yeah, what up?
10 seconds, you said to me.
So from what I'm aware, this is actually live, believe it or not.
Oh.
What, with the floating CT?
You wouldn't believe it, but
Okay,
I do believe this is actually a force live right now.
So my understanding, and I'm not Graham Pitt, and I'm definitely not an admin. They only get a certain amount of technical timeout if it is something that is just related to being a ping issue. So if it is just a ping issue on the heroic side, which is what apparently we were reported to, Stan was having issues with his router. Both teams are doing.
So this might be like a gentlemanly
Oh yeah, G2 are the ones.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense that because Stam's there.
Okay, well,
this is running around the server.
Well, let's hope that this gets fixed.
I'm sure once we get like full confirmation of what's going on, we'll let you guys know. It's a little interesting, though, isn't it?
It's a curious one.
Curious. I think it's the first time we've encountered this. Have you
What we
had
can do, could you free fly this camera to the little second middle, this, where the little stairs are?
Yeah, yeet.
I saw the other day, just around this corner here, the fact it's via Dante. I know no one really cares, but Dante's Inferno, via Dante, and you went past it. Alt mid, yeah, just there, yeah. And what's the could you just keep look at the little menu board just to your left? I want to know the pricing of the various snacks. Okay, so we've got the.
What do we have?
Lauren, how's your Italian?
Okay, so no, just seriously for a second. I know that we're looking at this stuff and we're filling some time, but I'm receiving word.
Have you got actual updates?
Yeah, but they should know the rules. I'm sure it's being quite clearly communicated to them via the League Ops department, who would be in the server with them right now. So this is unprecedented what's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. We will try our absolute best to keep you updated as all of this unfolds.
How peculiar. I've never in my life experienced this.
Yeah.
I guess this is an online exclusive, so I apologize for the downtime.
Oh, this is going to be a big mess, isn't it?
It is. I can sense it. I can feel it in my waters.
Now, it's going to...
So the flan, the zucchini flan was €7.
Oh yeah, let's go back there, Rush, as well, because we can't commentate nothing, and we can't sit here speculating, because that's the last thing.
Here we go. I can commentate the noughts and crosses going on at T-Spawn, though. That looked pretty good. Oh, it's a big play. He does block it off.
Oh, did they go for the centre play there? Top right.
Oh, he's looked it down. One chance. Oh, nice defence. Solid stuff in round 8. Looking for Jax to make the first move.
Going again. Is anyone stepping up to the plate for round 2?
Borups coming to spawn.
Oh, we have a competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, Borup.
The arena.
Oh, oh, they ruined it. Okay, get this one. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Amanek and Jax too smart for their own good.
Yeah.
Reset.
We need a trickier game.
Jax and Tessus, face to face. Tessus thinking about this one. The young gun.
Poised.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's
really clearly. I mean, Chad, it's relevant to what you were saying. Neither of these guys know the rules.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh dear. So, I gotta make a phone call.
Yeah, on the bell.
I've received some confirmation.
Okay.
We are going to replay that round.
Oh, nice.
So we can all just take a chill pill.
All right, cool.
Pill of chill.
So I guess they need to use the old remajiggy on the bot.
Imagine if because Jax just shot Tessus, this counts as live. Yikes from me, dog.
Oh dear. Or Junge.
Oh, he's got an iBuy Power sticker on the old M4 there, but it's like a poopy M4. Seems like a bit of a waste. Is it a cool M4? Am I insulting someone?
It's the wrong iBuy Power sticker.
And it's not the cool one, yeah, true. Yeah. Kavit's 14 of the bougie ones.
Yeah. Rush, don't you have a Reason sticker on yours?
Yes, I have a Reason Holo. I sold one for 700, but I think they're worth $1,000 now. It's just maybe even more
like
than that.
M4 cash.
Yeah, it looks very nice.
I don't know what I did with all those stickers. I literally don't remember.
I sold my cobble case eventually. I got one.
Oh, yeah?
The souvenir cobblestone dragon.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, so it's paused again, which is a good sign.
And they got 5.
Yeah, so we're getting some positive news.
We like 5 in the
score was 4-2 when we had the technical issue come through. So if we're rolling it back to that round, hopefully that happens pretty quickly.
I would love to do... Can we do a show match on Cobble at some point?
Yeah, look, we probably won't have show matches for a while.
Why?
Counter-Strike's online.
Yeah,
Same
but
reason.
that's time for fun, right?
I guess. Some people don't like the fun.
Oh.
Yeah. But...
Video games are not a place for fun, Chad. This is for hardcore conversation.
We could talk about the geopolitics. Maybe we could talk about
Goodness
the
gracious
economy.
me, those words are...
economy.
All right. I have received positive news.
You haven't?
I have.
Oh.
Okay.
The backup will be loaded within the next 75 seconds.
Okay, 75.
I said 90. I got told 90 and then I rounded down.
Oh.
You had a little bit of time.
I did have a little bit of buffer, and I'm not so good at counting. Obviously, Alex has to be able to do it when, Alex, coming back to you. We have 30 seconds of an intro, which we need
Have you ever count that down?
I usually just in my head start doing the 10 thing with my fingers when I reckon it's 10.
Okay.
Most of the time, I'm pretty close.
Close enough.
Close
I always
enough.
just pray that the producer's listening somewhere to what I'm actually saying.
It's not.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous game.
When I'm doing the segments where I just do like a telestrator one, and they're like, all right, we need you to fill 3.5 minutes, and I'm like, well, I'm just going to talk, and we'll see what happens.
I remember Blast Copenhagen. I'm standing there in front of a crowd of 15,000. It's just me with giant hair, and I'm just sitting there, and they go, "Sorry, Alex, PC down the stage. You're going to have to keep talking."
I didn't even know.
Just me, Lauren. Just me. Imagine filling with a microphone. Are you ready, Copenhagen?
Hey, wait, I was there.
No, you were a backup. You came in halfway through.
The backup dancers.
I remember. You came and saved me. They threw a mic in your hand, and you became my duo.
Oh, yeah.
But for a while, it was just me going, "You ready, Copenhagen? You are? Tough luck."
Okay. Well, they rolled it back. Rolling back the years there for a moment. So I'm glad that there was no dramas and we can get this one underway. Everybody's shaking hands. Smiles have come through. Babies are being kissed. The admins have given it the okay, the double thumbs up. And away we go.
And away.
So where we left off, we had these weird moments where all the lower, crappier end of the buy scale was winning every seemingly round. I think Heroic just tied 2 together. I'm trying to catch back up here myself.
4 spies. Eventually, Heroic won the 4 spy wars, and now we're sitting at a 4-2 spree. The only 2 rounds G2 have posted were on the lower 5 rounds.
There it is.
Whew, okay, through the flames, Amanek. Isn't quite going to connect anything just yet. It's a great, heavy price to pay for seemingly nothing. Cadian boosted up on that half wall. I am a bit of a sucker for this position for an AWPer, especially if he does. Okay, stick around. Not interested.
Get your hopes up.
Like when you see a solo AWPer on that half wall, it's like the perfect way to start a fallback AWPing route, right? You're going to get 1, you're off the wall, it's super easy. You've got the tight line for number 2, a little wall bang. Number 3, you're in CT, you're in coffins. You've got 4 kills there, all from different angles. But he's not going to go for it, and I'll get over it. Nico tucked in.
5 at A right now for Heroic.
They don't have utility to really flush out Nico, so this is actually a pretty solid setup from the CTs. But you're right, yeah, a bit of a gamble it seems. Cadian just coming over to throw more utility.
That is wild. That's an in-game leader move right there. No one else is making a play like that.
Yeah, he knows he's got enough time to go and lob over and send it. I say he knows, nobody knows with conviction. So this looks like it could be a fake into B. They've got 2 smokes they can line up from bottom of middle. Kind of like the way they fly through. Let's see what that does. Oh, both sides of the A site. Here we go. Nico spots the bomb and the lion's share of the G2 squad. But with 25 seconds, they opt to tuck in. Good flash. Returns his vision. He can't pull the trigger in time. Down. Needs more than 1. He gets 2. Hunter to plant. 17 seconds. Tessus in pit needs another. Bomb down courtesy of Hunter. Cadian closing that gap. He needs Kenny, and he has found him. A 2-on-2. The action continues. It's all onto Hunter. Excuse me. Kenny gone. 2 target spots. Tessus expecting the hook close in from Cadian. He needs to separate these into 1v1s. He's only got 9 bullets, and Cadian only needs 1.
Different smoke wall that we're seeing coming out there. It is a curious one. I think the idea is to just completely ignore the pit player and get site control. And the old way that we'd see teams do that is with the wall across from the hay bale cut to pit and then jumping out and taking site that way. So this is a new variation that I haven't witnessed too many times before. It's down. A bit of a hero right there. As now the scoreline will be 5-2. And we're finally back underway. So hopefully we can continue in a good pace from this point onwards. Who's that in the background? Was that ahead of Nico? Yeah.
Is that a LAN?
I guess.
That's like a gaming event maybe. I'm not sure. That was a nice backdrop.
Yeah, big picture of Nico yelling about something.
Oh, Tech is out.
Lauren's favourite.
Honestly. Such a fun weapon to play with, but yeah. And he's got a good idea though. A little look down towards second middle, and now this 3-2 approach towards, at least for now, Apps is going to be met by sheer force. Cadian here, Nico by his side. I don't know if they're going to get much out of this. Oh! Jax with a belter. It's traded on, but this is a little rough around the edges. And Nico having to relay race that AWPer away, back down towards pit. But look at this, Tech9's up towards CT Arch, jumping over, looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, Nico's hit a great shot there. He is single-handedly defending this A all in. Amanek strafing. Whoa! The transfer. He did not let go of Mouse 1 to find Amanek in that swerve. Nice save of the AWP as well from Nico. Honestly, very impressed by his handling of that. That could have been... A lot of players are overwhelmed when his body's being thrown at him, but he did so many things right in a short space of time.
It's a difficult thing to measure. I know in the past when I was playing within tournaments and I tried to do exactly that, players were too close, I got overwhelmed, I fumbled the guns and I died. So for him to be able to do it, especially against a low buyer, that is some thumbs up right there. Didn't get run down, they kept them at bay, and well, now the guns will be back out for G2. AWP in the hands of Kenny S. Enough utility to make whatever they want work. Next with the Molotov towards top banana, just to go force some control. And it is a 5-man lean towards B. No joke. I have never seen this style ever before in my life. What the hell is happening? What is going on?
How many mollies are they putting down? This is insane, Alex.
Yeah, look at Nexa. He's avoided as many as he could, but there's now Flames forcing him forward. How does he get away with that? Gets away with murder, but still heroic maintained thanks to the dunk of Borup.
That is actually insane. That is such a gamble.
It's unique. Maybe they've got the stats to back up the G2 of never going for a fast day.
I mean, I don't think I've seen many teams doing fast mid plays. I remember obviously Fnatic once upon a time,
American.
but
it's very rare. It's very rare.
Just doesn't seem
look
like
at that pixel gap. Ah, Kenny found it too. Borup's gone. B site's open. Cadian does pluck Amanek out. That's the bomb. He will slow them right down with that. The advantage they once had, and it was only momentary lapse of judgment. Oh, barrel and a frag. Great work from Kenny. Been quite quiet here, and wow, yeah, the fact that he's got 2 frags of his 3 this round is testament to that. Should be set for one here, though. I've got a good feeling for Kenny S. He gets a couple more here.
Oh, Nico.
Oh, yeah.
Did he get through?
Yeah.
Jax, though, called upon, checks on it. Nice work between the two of them. Now, Tessus is left in a spot of bother here. Creeping around the church, going towards ruins. Through he goes. Kenny, unawares. Not checking on this. That's... Oh, no! God, what just happened? What was that call? What was the miscommunication that made both those players completely sure that no one was there?
What on earth is happening in this game?
I don't understand it.
I don't get this whatsoever. A 5-man B lean at the start and just more utility than I think I've ever seen thrown in Banana. This wicked shot from Kenny. And then 2 individuals just... I'm speechless on that one right there.
I've truly never seen that.
Surely that's a tilt from G2.
It has to be. It has to be.
How does that happen? We're calling a stop again.
Something going on. Just want to disconnect. Was Kenny disconnected that whole time?
Not moving.
Hunter's not moving again. He was the one they had issues before. Man, what a shame to see such a promising third map of a series get kind of tarred now with the technical issue brush. Yeah. It's not fair, not fun. And of course, we apologize for the delay for your free entertainment. We have no control over it.
Yeah, hopefully we get it back underway pretty quick because I'm enjoying what Heroic are doing with the gambles. So this is an exciting game just based off of what Cadian wants to... Yeah, because they've done a couple of these little maneuvers and I love the balls to be able to make calls like that and even to get your teammates to subscribe to something like that. I would call like gamble 3-man rotates to be bomb sites on a map like this when I was feeling it, right? Just a gut read. And that's one of the cool things that you get to do if you are an in-game leader, but you need your teammates to buy in and they have to buy in 100% because if it's just a... Look at this. I would love to see it from Jax's POV. Like, okay, so he's pivoting. Jax is covering him, but that's the worst crossfire I've ever seen in my life.
It can't be a crossfire.
No, it doesn't make sense.
No,
maybe Kenny DC. I mean,
he's crouched. That's the thing. He's crouched and like there. I don't know. I think maybe it's a huge misplay. Maybe they thought they heard something.
Tessus went banana. I guess he was unknown. He was an unknown entity, was he?
Yeah, he's still behind the smoke, right? Nico snuck through the smoke and they went
you're right.
deeper.
He was the unknown from CT, so maybe Nico was the only CT player. Kenny's trying to fill the banana gap. Wow, interesting. Just waiting for an update.
That's another G2 round to add to that list.
Yeah, there's so many on that list.
Yeah.
Looks like it's live.
Okay, back underway. Guns will come out. Ist alles gut.
Sehr gut.
Yeah.
Tessus. Phenomenal clutch to put the 7th on the board. Heroic.
It's a special one. He'll remember it.
Yeah.
That clutch.
That is unreal. And he's still representing the org. So these new gen players, it was Bronn on the Krieg, it was Plopsky on the Krieg, it was Tessus on the org. And so we're off to the races. I would be a little salty if I'm a G2 Esports member. Definitely feeling like I've been half done by here. Oh, it comes in droves. More punishment straight down middle. Amanek's gone 2, just sending them home. Oh my God, Nexa can get 2.
watching two teams splice together. Like, you know, the CT side is playing someone else and the T's are playing someone else. It doesn't look like a real game to me.
The Twilight Zone right now.
Very obscure. I do love the fact that Heroic are turning the screws a bit.
Yeah, well, look, remember the scoreline on Vertigo, Lauren?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an 8-1 scoreline. It quickly became a 16-14 loss for Heroic. So G2 definitely aren't out of it yet, and the mental resilience, which we didn't really associate with them previously, is something which they have been working on and showing us with all the overtimes and the victories they've been able to post in recent times. They can do it. Canadian can't do that one, but he certainly can get away.
I want to see what they muster from this one. We've seen a curious line of smokes from the T's. That was to kind of isolate the pit play. Then we saw that brilliant B lead. We've such curiosities this game. Certainly to be remembered in the most weird fashion, but for now, Tech9's couple of smokes. We could be seeing something similar towards A.
They've just cleared out top Banana, but they have no information. So Brackets and Banana is given up in the favour of G2 Esports right now. Looks like another A executor's going off.
Yeah, and they're going into the three-man stack. Up long, pulls the trigger regardless of the flashbang, so no sight, but still the frag. They got any fight left in them.
Perfect gun for the job, isn't it?
Yeah.
That range was tailored for it.
Yep. Next to now. Walked away. Every position noted. There was an opportunity. A missed shot will give you a moment, but Nico, the immovable object really when it comes to pit.
Okay, well, right now is where we need to see G2 bounce back. Obviously, when the momentum gets sucked out of the room and the flow gets disrupted a little bit, things can be hard to turn around, but that's what I was just saying, is that mental fortitude on their team. It's something that has been tested in recent times, and it's something they haven't had any problems with. So Malik, get in the ear, put them back on the straight and narrow, and let's get some G2 Esports rounds on the board so we can have a competitive third and final map of the second series. But look at Cadian's push, he's going straight down the guts. He finds the headshot onto Kenny. No ult for Kenny this time round, and that's a 4v5 off the bat.
He's feeling himself, Cadian. That's a move you only play when you want to truly just continue to make insult of injury. Oh, yo. Horrible call to clear, close call. Making sure no one is close up and it enables them to get another deep smoke deployed. No nades to chase them yet. But Cadian's reposting up. It's actually a down, double AWP play. And he's so actively ready for this fight. He wants to get the one and done. They're going to flash for him. Oh, and there's the flash to get away. Yeah, cool. That's really cool. He actually repeats on that. Oh, okay. Getting sketchy for G2 now. It's down, can hold the close line. Yeah, exactamundo. Boost first.
I got the flippity floppity knife.
That's what they call it.
Yeah, if you get that animation, you know you're in good luck. Goes away a little, smoke comes in. Let's see if that luck holds true. Goes towards Emo, swings out a little. Let's be proactive on this. Catching the flashes though. Going to put him out of it. Borup's going to be the first port of call, but they're kind of pressuring towards Ruins. Cadian's seen it. Now they know they're in trouble of all sorts. What is that from Stown?
Nice,
Quick as anything, but the trade instantaneous.
Yeah, he's got a shot. He does need to see Borup die, and that's the opposite. Finds the head and Exa all onto Lamanek, and Borup playing this fantastically. They've got Borup on A real problem. They've got Nico on pit, a real problem. Like this CT setup from Heroic, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but it does feel like they're definitely the better team today. They're taking a lot of these audacious angles. They know they have a lead. They're trying to stop G2 from finding a foothold in this T side by continually dismantling and disabling their full game plan to be executed off the go. And it's worked. Again, back to the Deagles quasi. They will not go for the full buy. Tech9's flying up second middle, and Cadian might even get some info here. He's going to instead just post up, make sure there's no late T steps action. There's a timer on this, and he knows it. Yeah, we'll fall back and prepare to quash any early T aggression up mid.
If they're setting up and execute and only going through the mid corridor, it makes their life a lot harder. Having no one teaming out of apps and trying to jump into pit is a difficult task, and the smokes and flashes they go over. Back towards the arch side they saunter, and through the flames they burn.
Flank as well. This is brutal. Stam doesn't need to fight, he knows it. distracted, and Borrow goes 1 for 1. That does give Hunter and Manek a little bit of space to maneuver, but Cadian's holding the edge of the smoke. He sees it and blows it off. Manek down, round over. G2 fall flat again on the Tech 9 armor.
It's looking a bit done, isn't it?
I wouldn't be sticking a fork in it just yet.
Did you put it in the oven there?
Definitely.
A need for. I think G2 need for just for their own confidence sake here. If it's a 13-2 half and Heroic go into the second half with this blistering confidence, even if they lose pistol round and then they go for the force buy in the second, it's not the same as what we were talking about over there on Vertigo. It's a whole different kettle of fish. Right now, it just looks way too easy. No AWP for Kenny yet again. So if Cadian wants to keep going aggressive and finding some jewels, he can do exactly that. Stoun's moved off the secondary orb, so they're staying very versatile on their CT side. If you're G2, you're like, well, wait, hold up, the double orb, is it in play, is it not in play?
I find it amazing as well. We go from the initial kind of banana back and forth of every molly being put down there to now none being placed. I think maybe one got put down in the end, potentially. And if even that, I don't think the B players have used theirs. T-side being almost broken on the clock here. By the time they go towards B potentially or anywhere else, they're up against so much utility. Yes, here's the steps nade comes in.
Right now,
beautiful nade towards Jax. You can't ask for anything more. And we do see the lean now coming back out from B. Players coming over, flashed in. Borup gets out a little bit of a peek, but no one made it that far from the T's. They're still in mid.
Look how much utility Stoun has left still towards the B bomb site. Their economy of utility has been fantastic. He has a smoke, a Molotov, and a flash. So even if they try and overrun him, they're going to have to run through smoke or flames, or both.
This couldn't be better for Stoun. He's played this very well. There goes the molly. Smoke goes in. So he's buying time at least for the rotation. Because if they come through, they're burning alive. Stoun! Absolutely masterful play. And now the CTs are there in support. It's perfect for Heroic.
Couldn't ask for anything more. It's just one man. Nexa up and over, gets taken down. Cadian finishes him off. 12-2 on the scoreboard here. Money, well, max loss bonus, cool. But G2, they don't have an entry. They don't even have a way in. The door's been slammed in their face. Heroic are looking fantastic.
So we've got an issue with Alex headphones. Hopefully that'll be fixed up nice and quick for you. Otherwise, it will be me and Chatty B. But yeah, Stoun, I mean, we initially seeing the fact that there was molly left on those B players and it coming in late, that was just perfect. Again, this is one of those games that Heroic are going to be absolutely chuffed with. This is something that you can kind of post up for. Obviously, G2, it does look a little flat here, Chad. I don't know what the road to recovery is, but 2 rounds, I don't think it's going to be enough.
G2 obviously need this round. I don't know if I need to say that, but Heroic as well, just to keep their foot on the gas. Don't drop this one. You've done a fantastic first half. Jax postured forward, grabs one in the flash, passes off the trade. You find more spamming wildly. Kenny eventually grabs one. This is more like it.
Hold on, don't get ahead of yourself here. Nico's still alive and kicking, but that kill over towards the bottom of mid could be opening something. The bomb's still there towards next. Oh, Nico, this could be great. He comes around, he spots out 2, he knows where the play is. He's going to make the call to Borup. Borup's over there. But Nico now maybe taking a second to consider, because Borup's seen nothing. And they were meant to be heading towards Banana, so Nico, does he go for the double look? He's going for a look again. That's brave! It's brazen from Nico. And now a 2v2. What was a 2v4? Something around that marker, all favorable. He's going to fall away.
He's done the job, right? He can fall away. Now he can play the percentage Counter-Strike. He's taken the risk. He's leveled it up. He's done one of those Nico aggressive plays he's never afraid to get involved with. Borup has the time to walk through this smoke, use it to his advantage. 37 seconds left on the clock. By the time that smoke's fading, we're probably looking at roughly 15 seconds. So he can use that to his advantage. Wow, maybe a little bit more. 20-ish. He still have more smokes, more nades. They have to clear him out. He doesn't have to fight. He can let them into the trap.
Oh, Borup. Play the time. He played this position really well before. They've got to be aware he could be here. First check. Oh, he's won it, surely. Kenny going down is massive. Nexa trying to hold on. He will have time for the plant. The smoke shouldn't dissipate before it goes down. It doesn't. And now Nexa and Nico. Nexa not given too much time to adjust, but Nico, how much did he see? Not enough. He's having to check as he goes. Kit in hand, flash as well, but Emo will be the final port of call. And
oh my god!
Nico, the adjustment is filthy. 3 kills that round, and Heroic have looked honestly pretty nuts this half. I don't know what to say about it. It looks like a broken G2. We'll find out if there's any recovery after the break.
I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights and honey. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay. Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't face it. I can't help you now, okay. Follow me around, okay. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said, woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no sex. They say, darn, it's why you sad. I said, I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black bass, show you everything you need to your phone, can't hit it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay. Got too much up on my follow me around, okay. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay. Got too much up on my follow me around, okay.
We're back, and as you can see on G2's faces, maybe a little baffled after Heroic CT side. Some new looks, some unique plays, and a belting scoreline of 13-2.
I cannot believe how that last round went down. Just Nico taking the last round into his own hands. 2 massive kills down mid, postured forward, continues to pick, and then that pivot onto Nexa. Holy moly, red beans and bloody ravioli. Trace on Saranthus would have been losing his mind over that one right there. And GG.bet, the odds, well, I think that's a pretty good call considering how that first half panned on out. So let's get this one back underway. We're looking at truckload of utility on the side of things for G2 and for Heroic. Both teams well strapped.
Yeah, we got mollies galore, flashes, smokes, CZs. What an eclectic mix, as our dearest machine would like to say. But as once he is returned to us from headset hell, we'll have him back on the mic. Don't worry, we didn't get rid of him. He hasn't been carted away. But for now, the T's do take that top banana control. All in as well. No one watching the back at all.
If they go for the front side execute here, they could do 2 smokes. So there could be one for the post plan if they just want to do the standard coffin and CT smokes. Or we could also have a look here at the Molotovs towards Emo and New Box. So it looks like it's a standard execute. Here they come, coffin and CT. Molotov towards Emo, one towards New Box. They should get in for free right now. Amanek has to respect this. They have 2 smokes for the retake, though. So this is going to be a 5v5 post-plant scenario with the ability from Cadian to re-smoke spawn. And he's just done it.
God, what a unique set of rounds we are having. This is a very unorthodox game, but the scenario posted up well for the T's for now. All present. No pressure yet, but it's going to flood in. Sound. Sitting anti-flash in case there's anything, but no, it's Tessus to take contact. Kenny there, Amanek there, and everyone taking the challenge. Not a single T player has fallen just yet, as Kenny switching up to that CZ, trying to put up numbers, but by now it's just Jax and Tessus. Outstanding play. I didn't even see the ace, really. He put, what, 2 or 3 kills up, and then the rest just fell into place. Lovely, lovely work. 14-2 now.
All right, well, if we didn't think the game was over before, the game could be over now. This is the couple of kills over towards Coffin from Tessus there with the Glock very poised, didn't panic, didn't spam.
Damn.
Just able to mow them all down, and then with the US... Oh, the USB.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's tasty. I think Heroic want to get this one done. They had enough of the technical issues that plagued them earlier, and, well, they want to get back on track, back on schedule. I think everybody at home will be thanking them for that, because up next we do have another match of Counter-Strike coming your way.
Wheel never stops turning, Chad. The Counter-Strike wheel.
Well, it is FaZe versus Fnatic, so that could be a banger of a game. Want to see more out of Kirby and Yanko and the boys, see if they've been able to change anything up. But the change-up on the force buy from G2, it's nothing to write home about within the early stages. They've actually decided to forego control of the B bomb site, playing over towards the CT spawn side of things. And, well, Heroic with 4 out of the 5 posted up and ready to go. So any moment now, well, we don't really wait for the smoke zone because Kenny's dead. B's open for business, and, well, G2 are probably down 15-2.
Yeah, Tessa's feeling it. I mean, he's playing ahead of whatever he wants to do. Hey, I wonder if he's going to make some cash out of this. Jax, a little better off than the previous. Maybe going, wow, you really did tank all those bullets then. But probably working out, there might be another.
Hopefully he's putting 2 and 2 together.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. It's just going to be exit frags, so that we can get the bombs being down for already 15 plus seconds. Almost to 20. We can see they're not moving, they're not looking for it, they're not coming on over. We've got the poltergeist out of the system. No, we don't. We don't have the poltergeist out of the system. Well,
I'll say to close the show, I'll just give Alex my headset. I'll get it outside. Don't you worry.
There's a ghost in the studio, so gotta get the Ghostbusters on the phone. Luckily, it was a short half. If oh no, hold up a second. I shouldn't have said that.
What have you done?
I shouldn't have said that.
What have you done? We've already got a poltergeist in the studio, and now
I shouldn't have said that.
He's very distracted.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
This one's a real nuisance out here.
Oh dear, I've never actually come across any spiritual creatures before, so this is the...
Well, this could be all but over, so let's close this one out as it should be if Heroic can do this round. And bear in mind, G2 have brought together what they can, Chad, and it really isn't a great deal.
G2 back against the wall. They need 13 rounds straight on their CT side of Inferno as they've dumped 3 individuals over towards the B side of things early for control. But guess what? Amanek, he's all alone. Cadian patrolling in the banana, making sure that the information stays with Heroic. As the final 4 or 3 are clearing out the boiler and halls control side of the map. Once that is taken, we can just see Heroic go back towards either side and run in with a set piece. They don't need to overthink this. It doesn't need to be too tricky. Keep it simple, stupid. They're anything but stupid with a 15-2 scoreline here. This has been some fantastic Counter-Strike from Heroic.
Oi. I know. Still always going to be a bit deadly though on any SMG it seems.
Oh my lord, Sound, be careful.
You've got Cadian low, down low. Maybe there's a chance for a bit more white to come through. And the right prediction if you're going to keep going this way from Amanek. Swings around, goes to the library. T-side poised with 35 seconds now. Looks like Amanek will stop it. Will be the one to receive over by library. Nades again. Heroic. Oh, he turned away. Oh gosh, the timing's outstanding from Hunter. Well played, but the rest have success. Cadian all there, but Hunter's doing everything he can in Heroic now. The last 2 alive to make this one start the plant. This was down to the wire, quite literally. And maybe there's life still in them. Tessus, it's the first round, nothing left. The defuse comes in.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. I don't know if Alex, back. I can hear something.
You can hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
The poltergeist is back.
I don't know. We just turn it all up so I can hear myself. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh wow, it's good to be
How was
back.
your adventure to the netherworld?
Goodness me, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm really not looking forward to death because I've had a little sneak peek. Not the one.
Didn't like it?
It's an infinite void of black, Lauren.
Oh.
An infinite void of black to make these last moments on Earth count. That's what I'm saying.
Last moments?
Well, I look into the future as well.
I'm sorry, Lauren. I'm going to miss you.
Well, no, I wasn't kind of. Oh, that's cool. So look at Jax. He's throwing a smoke all the way to set up for the fast mid play.
God, that looked like the old smokes that everyone used to throw from spawn there that kind of got taken out. Nice to see new versions being found.
Stimmt. Yes.
What?
Agreed.
They speak German in the nether realm, obvious. At least we've got you back on the line here.
So fill me in, guys. I looked away from the screen a bit. I was faffing around with some cables and.
Yeah, so it's Ace the pistol.
Oh.
Then they dealt with the force buy.
Yeah.
Then G2 scrapped together whatever they could.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Did a lot of damage early to Katie and Stown. And then Heroic went for a little bit of a trick.
Is that the
bar?
A finish? I kind of caught the end of that.
Yeah, that was the round right there.
Yeah,
so now you're in the room and now you're up to date. And
nice to be back.
Yeah, well, we've all
Shout out to our audio guru who just had a very stressful 5 minutes.
Bless his heart.
It's running in,
back and
tape,
forth.
there's cables.
Did you hear like duct tape being rolled out?
Oh, it was very dramatic. It's good to be back though. And with 50 seconds left, it's the A hit. Pop flashes galore. Next can't do anything. Neither can Amanek until about now.
Even though they're through?
Yeah, no idea. Now they do, but we expect a second, and that's next up. Fell Tessus onto Amanek. Kenny has to save the day. Does find it, but the transfer's not quite there. It is into the second. Goes down. Bombs loose. It's a 2-on-2, and if they get away with picking up that bomb, it could have been different. But bar up so low, it looks good. They've full flashed. Whoa, that hasty rush to pick up the bomb could have cost them the round here. They're set up in such prime positions, and that was the angle Hunter was waiting for. So 4 for G2. Fighting tooth and nail to keep it competitive. I don't know if 11 CT rounds in a row is going to be on the agenda. Certainly does sound like too tall of an order for many. This was getting holding down last one.
God, how did that bullet even hit? He's having a nightmare.
We lost him again?
No,
Chad. The whole mouse pad, keyboard, and mouse all kind of conglomerated on my lap.
Oh no, not this again.
Oh, no. Now.
Guys, this is probably just one of the rounds they're going to... It's Eco. Okay, all right. I panicked for a little second.
Congratulations, Tessus. Takes the win.
Up next to the plate. Gideon central.
Tessus?
Tessus going wide. Gideon clearly couldn't win from that move. Not sure if he's trying to build here. And Tessus thinking outside the box. There's one option. He's closed it off. Gideon now. How does he respond? Oh dear. That's a tie.
As you call it in the biz, Chad, it's a
dead rubber.
Dead rubber. So glad you finished that. I was not going to get it perfectly, and it was going to sound even worse. I was going to combine damp squib and dead rubber.
Damp squib.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Although Chad didn't get that for a first second. Like, damp squib.
Damp squib. That's squib, not squid.
Now, Tom, our producer, was watching the actual game. Look at all the utilities that have been thrown from G2, and they're still. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's the point. Look at what they have left.
Oh, look, they're RPing.
Got your X, boys.
Hi guys, all right. What are we making? There's what do we got under the counter?
Got stuck. Okay, well, you are bang on, Chad. There isn't a single nade left on the CTs. It has worked. Heroic played noughts and crosses, then had a small breakfast in the kitchen. And they've actually achieved more than most Glock rounds.
Imagine if they get bombed down or something.
No, Ron, come on now. 20 seconds. Now. Dinged him. And that's about all. This is the SMG Master. Lovely handling from Amanek. He does do a fancy little knife spin to celebrate, but now it is time for their judgment, or at least one of the many.
I'm glad Heroic is still having fun.
Yeah.
I don't think G2 are. I think theirs is probably much more of a serious vibe.
Yeah.
Hey guys, if we lose a single round, we lose the game. So
Chad, you called the comeback. So
I didn't call the comeback.
What did you say?
I forgot, Lauren. I'm not quite sure exactly what I said, but this one's going to be fast, and I can tell you that because Tessus has a back 10.
No.
We lost him again. Oh, no, the ghost is back. Oh, no.
Oh, he's pressed some buttons. Oh, it's a nightmare.
No. All right, it's just Lauren and I again.
Oh, God, I'm going to have to close the bloody show.
We had to fit an interview in before that as well.
Oh.
I got to drive you, and we need to get fuel, so strap yourself in, literally.
Here we go. G2, though, still putting up a really good fight, the best they can, but pouring out the apartments to the T side. Heroic one away, of course, is all they need. Bora poised, but Jax unchecked on. The molly goes deep, so he's still going to have a moment to be so vital, and he is. Jax, when the time is of the essence, does seem to be able to deliver. Nico, though, he knows this spot oh so well. Very proficient in play. But Hunter outdoes him in the end, and now a 3v1 and Stown's on 15 HP.
Yeah, no, can't. But Stown can't either because he's dead. Zamanek finishes him off right there, and well, the comeback for G2 as it begins. 6 rounds on the board. They need another 9 to make this one possible.
I don't know if it's a good idea, you know, the Rona.
That's true. We need to make sure we're keeping our distance with the whole quarantine scenario, but...
we give Hannah a mic or something.
I'm less worried about us because we're done very soon, but the guys coming up next, if Grace isn't on the headset with a mic, that is going to be an absolute
that'd be bloody funny, though.
All right, so Kenny orping down Banana here. Has the Asimov out, and Burrup will be tagged a little bit there.
This shouldn't pose a threat, but there is always that little bit of danger now. Last time it was only literally just the Glocks. This time there is obviously a Deagles and a bit of armor, smoke or two. Playing ahead of it could have been a problem, but Nico gets quelled. Nicely handled by Jax. And Hunter. Waiting if KDM was going to repeat. No, they've got the bomb for it.
Okay.
Is that an AWP gone, actually? That was Kenny.
Was, but unless Burrup throws it away, it's probably not much use. So he's just running into the site, giving up his life. 15-7 now. Round 22 in the back pocket as we move into round 23. Heroic, you're going to hear that lovely sound round after round after round until we either get to overtime.
Oh no, I pressed my talk back and it sounded funny then for a second too. No, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry, guys. Production, I'm just going to talk right to you. Alright?
We're going to be honest and open with each other, and that's the way that you need to be with everybody in your life. Lauren?
Excuse me?
I wasn't having a jab. I was just, you're the only one I can talk to at the moment.
That's true. Well, Alex, you can talk to him, but he won't talk back. Jax. I just want to walk down mid. He's got Hunter by his side. We saw this before. We're seeing it again, but here comes that second mid pressure, though. Nico wrapping around. They're ready, but not ready enough. Hunter, the last one alive down there, and this could be the round to potentially do it.
Well, Tessus, he's heard that scope. Or has he? He just... Oh, the scope was toward quad. I thought it was towards balcony, so he definitely heard it. Okay, 2v3. They know that there's 2 at A because of that scope and the kill. If they go to B quickly, they can isolate this duel onto Amanek and potentially get that bomb down.
Has he got any util? Nothing left. It's going to be just Amanek and potentially, like, what, a nade? No smokes, no flashes. It's all about time here. 1 minute on the board, and he needs to mitigate any danger, any threats. Keep himself very much alive. I'm going to go down, so time will tick favorably towards the T's now. And for the post-plant, they have nothing to work with themselves. Just the guns by their side, and maybe that's all they need. Molly forcing out KD, and his position's noted. Doesn't want to give away the game. He's going to push forward. He's going to press the issue, and oh, God, it's a disaster for him. It could have been a great attempt. But Bore up now. 1v2. Gets the first.
Oh!
Second. One way to close it. Heroic do make it to 16. Even with G2 bringing a bit of competition right back to him.
I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't face me anymore. I can do my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care. I said, 'cause baby, every fucking time you play me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, try to note. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you I know people come and go away. Sun is low, that's my time to shine again. 'Cause baby, every fucking time you play me, you should know that I don't. East, what you finish, no defense. I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic. Come on back for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck. Too much in my club. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you talk? 'Cause you not my team, Bob. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you talk? 'Cause you not my team, Bob. My team, Bob. Really got the block, sipping to rock in the cup, they say they wanna party with us, well, that's an hours, be that goofy, it's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only fashion with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if you're so cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food.
G2 Heroic 2-1. Heroic do take it. It seems a bit of a El Clasico being born here again and again. G2 and Heroic meeting. It was first Cologne group, then the semis, and here in the Pro League group stage, again they clash, and again Heroic do manage to pit from the post. It is Inferno where it all wraps up, and a rather convincing victory at that 16-7 by my memory, but it was practically a 16-2. It could have been so much more
Spanking,
dramatic.
wasn't it?
It really was, and I'd like to just be able to kind of contextualize that. I can't help but feel, and I'm sure it's an excuse that I'd be ready to use, is that, you know, G2 are going to have been basically just salty. Like, I mean, like that first, like you had like 10 rounds from Heroic, shooting your bodies, everything you're trying to do. Caden's running through smokes, peeking Kenny on
aggressive CS, yeah.
The CS they were playing,
stack banana.
the CS they were playing was designed to completely destabilize Nexus' plan.
Yeah, and I think they did a very good job of that. I thought it might simmer off, Ryan. We did paint a caveat at the start of the show. Hunter's not behind them to be helping out with any of those decisions. Well, they didn't need to worry about the decisions going into overtime in this game because they had such a massive lead. So when you look at this, you look at the two rosters going toe-to-toe. I think we've had some really good moments from both teams today. We had G2 having to battle back to get that in the Vertigo game, but Inferno, it was a whole different story. It doesn't really paint the picture of the entire series, I think. But I'm glad that Heroic were able to play this. And Nico had a banger. Look at that, 74 kills over 3 maps. He was on a tear today.
Brutal, absolutely brutal. And of course, you can see Caden there in the middle of the pack as well. Keeping up, ADR in the middle of the pack, considering he's an AWPer as well. Very impressive, had his fair share of moments. And we do have a chance to speak to him now. He's calling into the studio. He's going to appear right there. Cadian, Casper Cadian Muller, the shirt stealer himself. Congratulations, my dude. Congratulations, back in business. Can you just give me a bit of insight into why you guys were playing like crazy cats on Inferno? Because it looked like you were, like every round you had something new in store, whether you're pushing through your mid-smoke, you destabilized G2 every single round. Was that the game plan?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, sorry to ESL and the broadcast and all the viewers for the delay. There was some ping issues that was out of our hand, and yeah, sorry for delaying the broadcast, making you guys stay longer and maybe delaying the next game. So first and foremost, sorry for that. yeah, well, we were just, I think, making a lot of plays at the right time. I was calling 5 guys banana when they were defaulting B. I was running through the mid smoke to P Kenny. We were doing our things, and yeah, Tessa stepped up big time on the Inferno, and Nico just had one of his very good days.
Yeah, today was a crazy day, but I want to just dig into a couple more of those calls. Making a call like that, is that just a gut feeling from you, especially the 5-man B lane? There was even a round where you were solo B with the AWP, and then you rotated all the way over, Molotov mid, and then rotated all the way back. Like, what's going on there? Are these just gut feelings?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, most of the time, if you think about it, you probably know it yourself, Chad. Like, if they're like behind 6-0 or 5-0, and maybe the last round they lost banana control heavily, for example, when we go 5B, you know that the next round they're not just going to go blind A, right? They want to contest banana, they want to gain some information. So if you play with like some kind of logical sense, you know what most of the teams are doing. There's a small chance, but it's very small, that they're doing some kind of fast A. So that's why we did the 5 banana thing. And then the other round, I had deep banana control. And I knew that they knew I had that information with AWP, so there was no way they would retake banana without flashing and making noise. So due to that, I had no regrets of rotating to A, helping them lock down middle and creating chaos before going back to B.
Sweet.
Yeah, fantastic stuff all around, Katie, and I really enjoyed watching you guys play. It's good to see Heroic putting up another win, and against G2 as well. You're fast becoming their goddamn nemesis, so keep it up. Looking forward to seeing you guys in the server again, and thank you for the apology. It was unneeded,
and look at this hair machine. This hair is a sign of, this hair is a sign of us not giving a damn about all the things that's happening outside. We're just focusing on showing what we're made of in the server. So yeah, shout out.
What about the beard? Do you reckon you could get a beard going on? Go for the full, like, rugger look?
I could, but I have nothing on some of those guys growing nice ones.
You got the Viking blood, bro. You got no excuse. All right, I'll let you go. Cheers, mate. Thank you, Kadian. That's, of course, a victorious in-game leader from Heroic, and he dropped a comfortable 39 in that series.
Oh, we didn't ask about
That's the first 2 maps, Alex. That makes no sense. Carry on.
We didn't ask about it, but what he was basically alluding to here is the dramas with the coaching bug that's happened recently, in case you haven't been keeping your fingers on the pulse. Hunden's not behind them. He's suspended for a period of time, and the 5 guys in that server, look, they're the ones working hard. They're the ones getting it done, and it's good to see a win from them.
It absolutely is. Let's get out of here. We're going to take a break, and when we do come back, it'll be Trace, Harry, and Hugo guiding you through FaZe Clan versus Fnatic. And if you've got the B stream open, if you've got 4 eyes, you can check out Genji and Chaos as well.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
On my couch, commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. There's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, don't pretend. Yo, think I might have found my 10. Oh, toasted up in my 10. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Get substituted. You're not recruited. Cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. What? I'm ruthless. Yeah, I prove this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. What? You're so dumb to choose this. Yeah, I'm going outside, I make it work. I'm in my bag. Cause every person on my back is that your girl. She got it. She make it twerk. Yeah, why you mad? I got here first. You say you rap. You got it first. I say the swag. You probably hurt. Back to the lab. You gotta search. On my country commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. There's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, don't pretend. Yo, think I might have found my 10. Toasted up in my 10. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Euronics, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GGBet, and America's Navy.
Well, the stage has been set, and we are ready to go with the show that is Fnatic taking on FaZe right here for the ESL Pro League season of 12. My name being Trace Durant has been taking over the reins here for Mr. Richardson. But, of course, that's not the only replacement that we have for this afternoon. We've got Harry and Hugo looking sprightly, looking brightly, and moreover, they come from Brighton. So, guys, let's talk a little bit about Brighton and your upbringing.
Yeah, Hugo, you want to take this one?
No, as a man who was born in Brighton, Harry, I think this is more your scene.
Man, it's great. It's banging, dude. There's no party like a Brighton party. That's what they say, Trace.
Is that what
Ever been to Brighton Beach?
No, I was just
imagine like I don't know, what's the best beach in America?
Oh man, that's also a tough question.
Yeah,
you know, like clear water. And
okay, yeah, imagine that, but like no sand, and it's all stones, and everyone's just hammered, and that's basically it.
So it's not great. Nah, okay.
Man, it's glorious. It's like our Glastonbury, you know.
Yeah, man, we can shift away from I've kind of like dug myself into a hole here, but I do have to get us out. FaZe versus Fnatic. And I just got to ask you guys, since we're on to silly buggers, if you will, if you had to be one player in the server, who would it be and why?
Oh, I think I'd be Rain, man. You know, the architect, the old Rain Man, counting cards on the side of getting aces against the best teams in the world. Yeah, man, Rain. He's a bit of a beast, Trace.
Yeah, and of course he is. Of course, this whole lineup for FaZe, while they have shown some vulnerability, they've also shown some resilience.
Yeah, they've been here for a while, and they have no plans on going down. I think one of the worries for FaZe right now is people look down on them, but you got to take into account their recent results, right? Even looking at Cologne, okay, yeah, they bombed there, but their opponents, man, they lost to the Victors and the second place, Heroic and Vitality. Those are the only games FaZe lost at Cologne. They beat MIBR in a 2-1 fashion. It got a bit scary on train, but other than that, they looked good.
Let's talk about some of the players that we've identified. Not only did I ask you, who would you cosplay if you had the opportunity given, but now we can actually look at our XGG cards and kind of say, okay, well, these are the players we've identified on both sides. Brolin being one for Fnatic, and why, Harry?
Yeah, I went with Brolin just because it feels like whenever Fnatic are winning, Brolin's winning. Like he's top in the charts. He's often the guy up towards the top of the board, and I think he is like the most important key to success here for Fnatic.
Yeah, for me, funnily enough, it's Rain, Trace. I'm going to run it right back. This guy looked really good the other night, and hopefully he can bring that same heat today. We got an old school, we got an architect, we got the man behind this roster. He even said, in the interview that he wanted to keep one of the old rosters of FaZe. They've gone through a lot of changes over the past few years, but I'd say FaZe are in a good spot now, or at least they can be in a good spot, Trace.
Well, let's talk about the spot that Fnatic are in. Obviously, we're going to have to talk a little bit about maps, too, and we're running low on time, but for Fnatic, I feel like this is a team that has that powerhouse mentality, and moreover, they have the mentality to jump in the server and try to knife you, too. So,
yeah,
what's really going on here?
Yeah, man, that's the thing. Like Fnatic, they had a really, like pretty poor performance back at Cologne. They bottomed out. They were like alongside teams like Big, right, that made the kind of unexpected exit. And Fnatic, they fell into like that same symptom of a lot of the teams, which is like they hit the time when they were #1 in the world, and then immediately just dropped off the face of the cliff. Like they kind of paralleled a team like Esports in that sense. But for Fnatic, man, I don't know. When they were doing so damn well, it felt like they were playing really, really confident. They didn't look necessarily, I don't want to say carefree, but that's kind of the vibe that it was, right? They were like knifing players. They were messing around. They were seeing how many knives they could get in like grand finals, man. And that was a really nice Fnatic squad to see. Then they hit that #1. It's like performance anxiety is like peaking for everyone in the team. And it just kind of dropped off the face of the cliff. But I want to get back to that old Fnatic that we had just a few months ago. I want to get back to that golden age. And that's the title of any news articles that have to come out, the golden era. Because,
that's not bad.
Yeah.
But can you kind of give us a golden prediction as to what the maps are going to be? Because we need to kind of focus. I mean, this is a best of 3. I'm going to hedge my bets here for just 1 second. I'm going to say it's got to be an Inferno pick for Fnatic. It's got to be a CT-sided start there for the other side of FaZe. I think you probably go to Nuke thereafter if you're FaZe. You think, okay, we feel good on this
you
map.
pick Nuke as like one of the worst maps for both of these teams. That's an interesting one.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay.
But
FaZe have been picking Nuke through and through across all these series recently, even though the results have been choppy. 6-loss streak for them. Trace, man.
Nice.
He's in the Matrix.
Well, let's go ahead and go a little bit further. And we all know where, series go to die. And in this case, it's not Inferno. It's actually going to be Mirage as the third map. It's got to be, right? Yes, easy, guys. Come on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's actually crazy how, like, you got them all, bro. Like, you actually
nailed
them all. Yeah, like 100%. Like, what's the key?
Buy a lottery ticket.
You should, man. We should have done. We were going to earlier. What was it, like 60 billion?
90 million, I think. Anyway, we're looking at winning the lottery, but I think we already have here with Fnatic and FaZe, at least in terms of perhaps what FaZe shows up today. I think that's going to be the difference maker because they were really flat the other day.
Yeah, it's a team that we're hoping are getting more and more comfortable and more confident every game with Kievi in this roster. But right now, yeah, it is shaky. The results are not there. And so this is a key matchup for FaZe, right? For Fnatic, they got history in EPL, right? Like, look back to last season, they won it. It was online back a few months ago. We were here in Cologne. We were just in that studio over there. And yeah, Fnatic picked it up over Mousesports. And then we go a season further back when it was online in the regular season back in London. Well, they came second in the finals, right? They did fall to Mousesports at Odense. So Fnatic, they've had good results here despite things being online. We see more teams struggle than others. I think FaZe are a team that I wouldn't even say necessarily struggle online, but it's just so much better on LAN. These guys are used to LAN tournaments.
Odense, not to be confused with like Odense.
Odense,
right?
Oh yeah, Odense. That's a completely different place, Trace. I could tell you all about. It's right near Brighton, actually. Odense, Brighton.
What do you guys do in Odense?
Oh, we're just hanging out, keeping it loose. That's the kind of vibe that we go for.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I guess you could do that. We can take a look at the odds too, and perhaps they aren't necessarily super tilted in one direction. Hugo.
No, we'll see if FaZe get even more tilted as the game goes on, right? Because Fnatic favoured. I think that's a safe bet, right? And looking at recent results, music starts.
They teased
the game is cancelled.
You got me.
They almost got it.
It was coming, but it's
what kind of teaser is that? But anyway, I didn't want to say that Daenerys is, she's on the throne at the end of Game of Thrones. So
that show is it's over. It's ended. Forget about it.
I never watched it, and I felt quite good because I saw everyone complaining like, "Man, what a terrible way to end this show." And I'm like, I'm very glad I didn't put years of my life into that.
Years and multi-millions of dollars, and that's a totally different conversation altogether. For you guys, I look at this series and I want to know where you sit, as well as you at home by using hashtag ESL Pro League. That's how you go online, get involved with us up here. Perhaps we can even mention or show your tweets on stream. But now you get to tweet in real time, verbally. So what are you going to do?
Hashtag ESL Pro League. I'm leaning the way of Fnatic for this one. I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe can take their pick of Nuke, but Fnatic will look really good on Inferno later.
That's about 160 characters. So
sorry, I'll cut it down.
We'll just
Fnatic. Hashtag ESL Pro League.
Okay, there we go. Fair enough. That works. Harry, something along the same lines?
Yeah, man. I would just tweet like... I don't know, it would be pretty terrible if I was going to tweet it, like it would be all memey and gross. So like the general gist would be I think Fnatic win this, and then I'd probably hashtag it ESL Pro League as well if I had to.
And is there hashtags you guys would throw in there? Or?
Yeah, like hashtag Golden Boy as like another one.
That's what they call it.
I'll try to start a new thing, like get a new hashtag going.
Don't know if it'll take off.
Yeah, we'll find out. I was thinking more like Orange Boy. But anyway, we're going to go to a break. There is quite the hashtag to be had when it comes to hashtag network issues, which is unfortunately what we have. We will be right back, everybody, and it will be time for FaZe to take on Fnatic for ESL Pro League Season 12. this is definitely not a rodeo in Odense. This is certainly something much different, a much different beast. Online Counter-Strike. We're ready to jump right into it between Fnatic and FaZe. Potentially 3 maps on the cards today, but at least 1 for sure. Maybe 2 for sure, because that's how best of 3s work. But as far as I know, we're going to Inferno to kick this series off. Welcome back, everybody. This is Pro League Season 12, and I love having you here. So we hope you enjoy the show. When I say we, I'm talking about Harry. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about me. My name's Trace. It's nice to meet you all again.
Yeah, we have a little wait around at the beginning. That's just to get you all hyped, get you all anticipating this matchup, and boy, am I ready? Am I ready? I don't know. Fnatic over here towards the B site, and they're looking a little invested as to what it has in store. Now, I can tell you what it has in store. It's got Brokey, Rain, and Nico there, but these are just names. And what we're looking for is an execute that's going to be moving in towards a stacked bomb site here. Nico going to try and give us his own happy D moment from CT, but he gets smoked off right away. And what can he do with the pistol? Rain does not fare well. Nico has got flashes out, and it's awkward. It's awkward. There's no clear winner in sight just yet. There still isn't. But it's JW against all odds in 4 HP. And he's able to best Nico in the head-to-head. The kit gets blown a little bit further forward as well. Cold looking to try and retrieve it. Now, Crims is holding close, and with this P2, he's made quick work as both players coming in on this retake. Fnatic, they're going to start this off with a pistol round victory.
Yeah, that's a messy one, but it's one you'll take if you're Fnatic, right? Flashing through, going through the smoke blind. JW and Nico can't see a thing. And Flushman, I don't know how he does it, but he continues to be a utility god, getting about 100 damage into the spawn on those 2 CT rotations from A. Why has he got a nade? Why is he throwing it late? Who knows? It's Flusher, and he's locking down the round for Fnatic, finding the lead, finding the pistol on their pick as well.
Why is, Jin G losing Chaos over on the B stream? These are answers that we need to know. 13-10 currently. Vanity and crew are showing Jin G how to play.
Yeah, I mean, EUCS is just a lot slower than NACS. We've only had 1 round, and they've had 23, so that just really goes to show the difference. Oh, boy. Dominant stuff.
Straight domination here. FaZe Clan looking a little out of their element currently.
Pretty Eagles, though, force up in the second. Fnatic, they love a bit of Inferno. They love hunting down these exits as well. The bomb's going in, but they've crafted a path towards the A site. 2 players clearing out everything. I like how this is methodical as well. Too often do you see timings when a player will come through library and they'll lose the timing onto a CT going archway. The Fnatic don't allow that to happen. They spot 1, now 2 of the Deegs. They start to hunt them down. Great shots from Brokey off the flash provided by Kiebi. And Prince is still here to make a mockery of these 2 in the site.
They really want to take the guns away. They're still hunting it down. Have you not learned your lesson? Fnatic losing players left and right. Crims doesn't want to give the AK away, so if anyone was going to go hunting here, surely it's got to be Brolin. Crims gets 1. Brolin now rapping. But still, if you're FaZe, you'll take that. There was a chance that Fnatic left this round with 5 players alive, and you hold on to 2 sets of Deagles. Well, it ends up with, 2 players surviving for Fnatic, and you still get to hold on to one of these Eagles. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'll be taking this, thank you.
I mean, you acted like I put that there, Trace.
I know you did.
Well, me.
So, it's a little warm here in the summer.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Harry took my fan, I just took it back. That's it.
Actually, this is one of the scummiest things I do on plays as well. I basically do the same thing. I turn all the fans to face me before anyone gets on, and then hopefully they're just too awkward to correct it, and then I get them all. And, that's the power of fans. Here's the push down through middle. Brolin, he's going to spray down 3, and so that's the power of an AK in Brolin's hand, showing its worth as this round out, and any danger that it ever possessed has been dealt with right away. And still, Fnatic are holding. This is I think the word I'm looking for is gross.
Playing it by the percentages, though, knowing that FaZe are likely going to give them the gunfights they desire. And the classic, kill 3A, go B, because you expect FaZe to rotate to the side they lost players, so they were already here, but not for long. It's looking like a cleanup for Fnatic, a flawless round. Certainly feels better than losing 3 players rather on Hunt in the previous round. So Fnatic, they're going to build some money up. FaZe have been waiting for this moment, and now they're going to be able to buy themselves. So a true test on this CT side. The Orcs even in for Brokey as well. No kits for FaZe, but we know what the saves are like on Inferno regardless, so it might not matter.
Nothing really matters, anyone can see. Ooh, his run boost is going to work for Brokey. Flash grenade, though, going to land right in his face. And Molotov at the top of Banana has stopped a hard stop, actually, here. Now start to work their way a little bit closer, but all the audible sound cues in the world, and one grenade streaming over the top. They've got just enough mana control to keep FaZe on their toes and back away if they want to.
That smoke actually missed. It didn't bounce off the wall, and so Flush is still here waiting for FaZe to reaggress. Meanwhile, his team are going towards A. FaZe have read this one. They're rotating 2 players over as we speak. Fnatic are being loud and proud about their approach. Good grenade right back from the pit does a lot of damage. Cold still has long lockdown, but the Molotov that will stall Fnatic out even further. It's an absolute barrage of utility on both sides, and I don't know how Golden stays alive, but Fnatic still looking to commit, and now they finally bail back as Cold gets the info minutes clear. Nico needs to run B, because that's where Fnatic are going. Or not.
Or are they, Hugo?
Or are they?
It's one of these big questions. Sometimes you never get the answers to the big questions in life, but this is one we've surely got to get an answer to sometime soon. It's going to be Fnatic going back towards the A site. Cold is still holding it long. Cold Sarah, how patient is he? He's going to swing once Brokey makes that contact, and now Cold delivers another kill in for FaZe. Golden, don't know how he's still helping, honestly. There we go, finally Kirby gets rid of him, and Cold's going to deal with Crims as well. Golden gets hit by 3 Molotovs and a nade in that round, and lives to keep on fighting until he doesn't anymore.
It definitely felt like B was the better call for Fnatic, right? Considering FaZe weren't running any kind of crazy setups, just very standard positioning. And Fnatic only had 2 smokes left when they reaggressed middle in the late rounds. So they didn't have any flashbangs. They didn't have more mollies to keep Cole back from peeking long and getting that info. And 2 smokes, so that's the exact amount of smokes you need for the B-bomb site. So not a worry for Fnatic. They can still buy back in, but FaZe have now tasted blood and they want more. Molly down Bananas. There's multiple apparently. JW's got his AWP, but oh, it's getting hot and spicy. The nades, they're good for FaZe. Golden going up the tippity top, but he's going to get blindsided by Nico. 2 here for the FaZe clan. Rain doesn't want to peek back in as he sees the orb, moving away from any shot through the wall and conceding Banana with a man advantage. Things are going well for FaZe.
And the only thing that could have went better there for FaZe was if they had a Bison or something of that caliber at least. But that's not a hill I'm ready to die on.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, that's one that you might be arguing for solo. Yeah, man, I guess you're right. There's not enough Bisons in play. I'll have to see if that comes back to her. There is this little ump on the back of Flush. He's going to take that down out of Banana. I do think JW's missed the trick by not calling his AWP the JWP. I think that's something that should be explored in the future. We'll have to leave them a memo for that one.
Oh, look, 2 smokes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. They throw those in now. One at CT. The other they're going to hold on to, but I imagine that's going to go Coffin's bound, and now it is. That Rain's on in. That's going to try and cut out a man by the name of Nico, but they didn't see Rain up on that second boost. Now he finds himself in a spot of bother. Going to try flash himself for the peak. Does have support from Nico to hold the cross, but not deep enough, and Nico can't really see anything from here. He's trying to help. He's trying to not make Rain's death in vain, and he does do a lot of damage onto Crims. He gets by on 1 point of health. Cold is not being quiet, and JW just ain't listening. So Crims now left in the clutch, and he's going to get put down as well. It's Cold with a double. And this B site retaken by FaZe as they keep 3 alive. They grab that defuse. And now they lock in that second round as they look to try and grind their way back to an even scoreline. They're certainly in the spot to do it now.
Yeah, nice stalling for FaZe there on that B-bomb side, right? Nico not giving away his presence till he had a guaranteed kill. Ray just hiding in the corner. He knows he's going to die. He knows he can get seen without seeing them. Look at the shot for Brolin. He's not even a wallbang. It's just through the center. Yeah, that thing is spammable, although it doesn't feel like it. And that buys enough time. The Fnatic are just forced into planting blue. They can't take ruins, which is the ideal post-plant for that position. JW still banana with his AWP, and as you said, he doesn't hear the running behind him. And it all comes tumbling down after that for Fnatic. FaZe have had good utility in this map so far. We're only a few rounds in, but the nades have been a problem, and they continue to be. Molly onto Crims. HE does follow. But Fnatic, they're not in pursuit. They're waiting around in middle still. One smoke and some deegs to play with. Oh. I think nothing more.
Well, coldzera gets the flash and ultimately the info. He drops him off on the feet of JW. JW is just a little too quick. Takes out coldzera at Arch, but still the problems don't stop there for Fnatic. 2-on-4 with some pistols. So a bomb plant would be nice. Around the win would be Fnatic being extra. Wow, JW takes out KRB somehow on that duel. I'm not entirely sure how KRB didn't win that one, but the bomb plant will come through now at 3v2.
Flashed up in the graveyard. Tries to line up that shot, but now they know he's here, and so he gets dealt with. Rain even spams down JW. And so the crisis has been averted there. Bomb plant, though, as you say, is a nice little bonus for Fnatic, as now they move in to this buy round with the scoreline getting tied up at 3-3. Gonna have that all maybe back out in the hands of JW. Didn't really deliver much when we had him on it last time.
Albeit we've gotten ourselves back to a 3-3. You know what? I think it's time, Hugo. I think it's time we tell the people what's up.
What's up?
ESL.gg/fancam. Yeah. That's how you can get on the stream. That's how you can go in there and act bananas. We had a guy on a treadmill 2 days ago with the Star Wars.
Says he's still there.
Yeah, no running. Any different. Anyway, AWP shots went out, and what is a buy round here? One of those gun buys, as Fnatic would have them called. Presence towards banana, and the bomb's still down. Not a whole lot built up in this round just yet. 3 deep for FaZe over here on the A side.
There he is.
Sound effects are just, it's almost uncanny how close it is to the sound of the jump noise.
It's a strenuous jump, you know. Cold, he's an athletic man. He's above all right now. Fnatic, they don't know it. They've got a long smoke down. Cole's been playing it. Ollie for Brolin, they'll land in front of the porch, so it's not going to catch Cold off the roof. It might push Rain out, and he has to smoke it to survive. He's running into the wall, he's blind, but no one's pushing here for Fnatic. And it's just feigning this attack. Meanwhile, FaZe are regressing at B, and the AWP for Brokey shuts down the lurker flush of Fnatic. They have nothing left but this A control. They have to commit at this point. 40 seconds, and again, the lack of utility could be a problem here for Fnatic. Cold holds down the long side, the AWP post, but it misses a shot, and now FaZe can start to tuck back into the site. And it's Fnatic, they're losing seconds, they're losing time. They can't wrap B. They've got to take this site.
And this smoke buys Kirby even more freedom up on balcony. Now they've just got to flush out the players in the site, and they do deal with Cold. Kirby still a threat, though. Able to drop Crims in the apartments and now just fall back and play for the retake in a 3-on-3. That can make all the difference, as it's left this side of the map open to rotate in, and you don't have to be all careful checking all these angles. The little goblins on the other side could be tucked away into. But a lot of time ticking off for this bomb. They are going to go for it. They've got to pick up the pace at some point. Molotov down into the pit. At least gives Kirby a little bit more free reign. Does get shut down by Brolin. JW holding close as well. And Brokey, there's just no time for him. He's going to back on out of there. So Fnatic, they actually get that one over the line in the 3v3 post plant. I do think that FaZe taking it very, very cautiously. Maybe coming back to punish them a little bit there. As even if Brokey wanted to attempt that 1v2, there just wasn't time for him. He even landed the wall bang onto Brolin in graffiti. What am I on about? Graveyards. Both start with the G on. And an A.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, very prioritized with, or preoccupied rather, with the pit as well, putting down that molly. And Fnatic had no one there. They had just a crossfire on the site. Easy hold. JW, oh my, it's the AWP that kills. Nico gets the dink. JW ducks. He pokes his head back up, and Brokey swiftly puts it back down. This is not the best of buys for Fnatic. Flush is going to grab the AWP though, and that leaves Golden to upgrade as well. FaZe with 3 on B. Bit of a stack. They've moved the AWP back. And they're going to move it into Flush. So he just looks, or just starts to jiggle, reposition. Brokey's gone in with a second. The Flash puts them forward, and he knocks down the bomb. That's a big problem for Fnatic. They now have to dedicate their entire round to getting this package back before they can do anything with it. And FaZe, this entire time, have had 3 here ready and waiting. Brokey could get a headshot at the corner if he goes any further, but no need. When FaZe have the sandbags and re-smoke in, and Brolin, even with a boost, can't see a thing.
Does have a Molotov. He can use that to force these players out of the sandbags and into his crosshair, which gives him a chance. Oh, mid-air, Brolin. Gonna shut down Rain on the land, and even spots Brokey at the corner, but it's Cold who kind of surprises them there. And FaZe keep everything in check. Brokey delivering 4 with the AWP over on this CT side. That's nice to have him hitting the ground running early on.
Yeah, and this is already a better looking FaZe than we got to step off with the other day. Godlin.
Yeah, it's Golden with hair.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Nice to see the AWP immediately peek mid and then fast rotate to B. Like, as you said, Harry, the surprise of Cold was one thing when Brolin gets that kill on Rain but doesn't expect another with the sandbags. But the fact that the AWP's there as well is just such a problem for Fnatic. They try to avoid it and instead walk into it, and it just ruins the round. It drops the bomb, and Fnatic never get it back under control.
So Brolin, one of the most prolific modern-day CZ users in my mind. Wow. He's got a Tech 9 in hand.
Respect.
That's an interesting change. If one guy could get me to start questioning it, hang on.
You okay, man?
Yeah, hang on, dude. It's just a slow start.
Just the brain just...
Yeah, it really did, man. I just stalled mentally. Yeah, but no, Brolin could definitely get me questioning the allegiance to the CZ if he shows the Tech 9's value in this round. So let's see. We've put some pressure on him. It's only 2 flashbangs to make this play happen. Does leave them vulnerable to a CT rotate, but luckily enough, it's a long way away. Golden is the first to fall. Brolin with the tech shuts down the first, and then Flusher wrapping in has dealt with another. This beat. Oh! Alright, Brokey has actually just saved the day. This AWP is so damn good. JW does manage to get the bomb down. Brolin is onto an M4, but he gets Molotov'd out. CT smoke bails him out of that potentially awkward situation. And FaZe, they almost went quickly there into the retake. They were about to flash through that smoke, but they decided against it. And instead approached this one nice and slowly. Brolin holding this angle, but aim punch could be his reckoning. Cole just going to punch him down regardless. And FaZe, they do manage to get a handle back on that round. They pick up a 5th. They take the lead. It's looking good. It's looking nice. It gets a little bit close to Brolin getting the opener and Flusher wrap in CT, but ultimately they get it back under control.
Yeah, great work from Brokey. That never really should have been an easy side take for Fnatic. The reason it is because Rain, he's back at U-Box. He throws a flash into the pool. It misses. It bounces off Coffins, and it lands in front of his teammate. Then he tries to throw a molly that bounces off the back wall, and it hits the railing of the window, and actually bounces back to him and mollies himself out of U-Box. He has to fight. He has to pull. And then Fnatic just running down because he's stuck in the open.
I hoped it was going to be a redemption arc for Rain.
No, both of his grenades got him killed.
Oh no!
But he'll make up for it this round with 2 of his own, just running down Banana and bringing the fight back to Fnatic. He's trapped Nico in it as well. What is going on here for FaZe? They have got a 4-on-3. They'll take it. Cold's still trapped at long. Brolin doesn't check it as he goes through the smoke. And that's another further advantage for the FaZe clan. Kievi's still locking down middle, and Crimson might not be aware of this re-aggression as well. FaZe's positioning has been catching Fnatic off guard in some of these rounds, and the cuckoo again as a flash is thrown. Kiebi, oh, he's white. Oh, dear, he doesn't see. Crims gets a chance to live. Kiebi can just put the knife in right now, and that's exactly what he does, leaving the bomb back at B. It's an expectation for FaZe Clan with middle cleared, and so Rain has nowhere to go but here.
Yeah, leaves cold. Zera in CT, crosses back into the site. And Flusher gonna have to do something just really, really unfeasible here in this 1v4. He's waiting for that smoke to fade. FaZe are holding on to mid. Now that they've spotted him, they can begin these rotates, and Rain's there to lock it in. It's Rain, like, he gives, he takes, he does it all. I like seeing Crims' bedroom again as well. I missed the...
You missed Crims' bedroom, huh?
I missed the top over the... He has, like, plastic over his door. Like, he's about to be murdered at any minute now.
I mean...
That's something that happens, right? They cover everything in, like, plastic wraps so they don't get all bloody.
Well, yeah, that's probably why they put plastic sheets on your bed in the hotel, if I'd imagine. If I had to guess, I'm just really spitballing at that point.
More pistols, Fnatic. They spent most of this game broke. They do love their low buys, their interesting weapon purchases, but other than the Tech 9, there's nothing to glorify in this round. FaZe with 4 on A as well. Fnatic are walking into this setup. Flash is good though. Kiebi goes back. Nico's not blind, but no one's crossed past his crosshair. Might even re-aggress. He's got a gap. He's got a chance, and JW's going to be doing the dance on long. Nico traded by the double tap of the tech. Crims makes it worthwhile, but Kiebi's still here, as said, so he should be able to realise the Fnatic aren't pushing and alert Rain to get ready for what's about to come his way. Ooh, it's going to be a retake here by the looks of things.
Oh, Rain, yeah, he's not able to deny it. Oh, Kiebi might be. Good for one. Rain now arriving as well, doesn't want to let them get this bomb planted, and that tap has given up the aim of the game for Rain. They know where he is now. But he does stop the bomb plant, the wall bang onto Golden. Crims here alone, he taps it, but he gets dropped, and so now Brolin's like, guys, come on, I'm all the way over on A, and he's treating it like it's their fault. But he was all the way over on A, so now he's rotating around. Obviously, he was just trying to keep players there. I'm not like ragging Brolin. He's pretty great at video games.
Unbelievable. Man, Brolin.
Oh, look, is that JW's house, or is he in the office right now?
Nah, it's
his
summer home, man.
He has like a conservatory in his living room.
The telescope stuff.
Yeah, man, yeah, like telescopes and whatnot. Yeah, we all have one of them, telescope room. You got one in your place yet?
Yeah. That's where we look at things real closely.
Yeah, I live next to a school, so I'm just not ever going to buy a telescope because, yeah, connotations. That's weird, isn't it?
Well, it's only weird if you make it weird, which it appears though you have. Here comes the smoke over the top of the middle.
Right then.
And FaZe backing up a little bit. Some of this utility causing them to retreat just enough for a safety net. However, Caribbean has a pretty advanced position, and he's going to elect not to peek off back to that either smartly. They are all around him. Bullets bouncing all the way around. Timing works out for him. Roland just tries to just squeak on by, and it just doesn't happen, does it?
Nico eats an nade, but it's only a smoke, so on a couple of compulsory bounces, he's fine. Re-smoke back in Banana as well to keep Fnatic out. Flusher, he's just trying to sell a fake. He's been doing this most rounds towards B anyway. Fnatic have the grouping up on A, and they're trying to take long with the Cubby Molly to clear out cold, but he's not here. He's actually up on apps right now. Fnatic have been given all this room. They can wrap B if they want. The only issue is Nico with his second orb up on the long side in the speedway, looking to make their day. And there it is from Nico, back up into B. The bomb now alone doesn't want to get dropped in no man's land, so might just have to retreat towards Banana. This is 20 seconds for Fnatic. They're still so split, and they've got to go somewhere right now, up short, into the site, sneaky, all quiet for Fnatic. They've walked past 2 opponents. They could even plant here, but FaZe is so set up for a retake. Flush has been dropped to B. Cole's about to peak, and they could have planted, but they lost their opportunity. FaZe will finally pounce from the pit, and I like that setup. Good communication is what I'm seeing from FaZe right now. They know what's open, they know where to look, they know when to hunker down, and even though Fnatic are getting all this room, they're not doing a lot with it.
It's like a good old peach tea, Hugo. Little sweet peach tea.
Sit it down.
It's not as good as a Game Fuel. A Mountain Dew Game Fuel at that.
Oh, look at this.
He's got the KRB jersey on backwards now to show his support. Respect.
Someone had an image of the Swedish flag in a bin. So,
fair enough.
FaZe Clan fan, I'm predicting on that one. Do you remember Olaf was in this team? But he's no longer.
Was is the operative word there.
Makes sense.
Once upon a time. Or several times, but like,
yeah,
once.
Several events, one team, one name, FaZe.com. Yeah. Really long domain.
You guys want to try and cash in on the .com bubble? I think it's coming back around.
Is it?
I heard the internet's going to be really big.
I think it's going to be pretty big this year, man.
Wow.
Like, especially next year, dude. Just you wait. 2021, that's when the internet really gets out there.
Like 6G, 7G? What are we talking here?
Guys, I actually bought a website and it's blank. It's totally empty. We can do whatever we want on it. It's just a white page.
So it's like GOC.
We have our own website, guys.
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
What are we going to put on there, man?
Whatever we want.
Anything. Like,
it's blank.
Wow. Well, look at this. Fnatic. They are also a blank page in the strat book right now. They're trying to invent one on the fly. And, well, let's see if it works out for them. Brolin's going to drop a bit of util to try and keep players A, but FaZe, they're not convinced. They're saying to themselves, like, probably not. And they would be right in that. Nico's starting to regress. Oh boy, Eagle out for Nico. They're very close, but Nico's just lit up the board. Brolin does best him with the tech. And now there is an AWP that could be retrieved. I wonder, did that nade put it closer or further away to Fnatic? It looked like it blew it away just a little bit, but Brolin's still able to retrieve this. What's he going to do? Brolin, give us something gross. There's one. There's another man nearby, and Cole's going to get the trade. JW now left up alone. And Cole coming into his own, makes this B site home and puts the 9th round on the board for FaZe.
This is something you mentioned the other day. It feels like for FaZe, one of the standout players in recent history has been Cole. He's been the most consistent, the highest performing player in FaZe for some time now. So, that's great. Again, showing up in the 3K here, that late positioning, Coffin trading his teammate who is caught by Brolin on the AWP. And FaZe, man, they've had the reads in this game. 3B on the anti-eco. Fnatic walked right into the stack, even though Golden is selling the A fake, or Brolin rather was selling the A fake with Molly's up short. So, yeah, props to FaZe. They've had great calls in this game so far. And Fnatic back on guns. It's been eco buy all damn night. And finally, they've got to put up something. They can't keep sleeping. 6 in a row for FaZe Clan, 2 left at the half. Fnatic, maybe they should go for a faster round here. This would be the time to do it. FaZe only have 2 on the A side. They're double rotating. They're going quickly. But Fnatic has smoked and mollied on either side of middle. FaZe decide against the full rotation, and they keep Nico back at B. They know how slow and how late these rounds have come down, but not here now for Fnatic. Flashed out is Cold. He's going to go back into the pop, and it's perfect. Spray onto the second. Takes down JW in that action. Crims is mollied, and Nico's reaggressing. FaZe putting the pressure on. Fnatic are finally going to get up long, but there's 2 players in the site waiting for them.
Yeah, it's one of these awkward, like, stalls again, where Fnatic have just had to stop, but Crims with the wall bang. Deals with Brokey back in library. Flusher is still here at B, and they deal with him. Nico just runs through the smoke. He's like, look, Flusher, I ain't playing your mind games, all right? I'll just win it heads up. So now, FaZe is a fast push B. I'm loving the pace that we're seeing from FaZe. This is a very different looking team to what we've seen over these last few days. That's a really good flash. Brolin there, flash of the year perhaps. But is it a bit of a flash in the pan as Kierby has held down this site single-handedly, 3 in the round? and 10 on the board.
I completely agree with you. I was about to ask you that exact question. Same exact question coming after that round, right?
Yeah.
Like this is what we wanted from FaZe, right?
The
flashing back in, the re-aggression, the not giving away control for free, not tucking in those man advantages. Yeah, you're going to get punished sometime.
It feels like they're just ready to own the fact that this is a group of legends. And at the end of the day, you know, not every call has to be perfectly by the numbers. You can take some risks. Because, you know, it's through taking risks that you tend to reap the greatest rewards. And, well, Nico, he's prepared to risk it all in that round there. Has paid the price for it. Still, it's the lack of utility in round 15 that could come back to hurt Fnatic, and that's something that we've said an awful lot throughout this first half, because the money's just been really rough for them. Two players over here along. Might catch cold, but Roki here, he was meant to trade that. JW gets it back under wraps, and Flush is held down the top of B, but the bottom is all the way back in T-Spawn, so Fnatic, I feel like I'm watching an MM game right now, as they've actually got both bomb sites, but they don't have the package. It doesn't matter. They hunt down a kill, and they do find a 5th round. It's 10 for FaZe, 5 for Fnatic here on the map pick of the Swedes, no less. FaZe are leading the way, and can they keep that up? Well, we're going to have to wait until after this little break to find out, aren't we? You guys know the drill.
You give up the fight if you had no time to even surrender. Would you give up your rights and let your life slide away?
Yes, that's Nico wiping away the tears that he doesn't necessarily have. FaZe looking, pretty good there in the first half, I guess. Maybe they're tears of happiness. Who knows? JW, on the other hand, a nice little smirk as we jump into the second half of play here for the ESL Pro League Season 12. Harry, Hugo, and Trace will be guiding you through this one. And I'm Trace. So, hey, 10-5 at half. Inferno and Fuego. We continue on. This is the pick of Fnatic, as you can tell on the top right. Nuke will be the next one. And then Mirage, should we need to go to all three, we're going to find out. just around could be very telling as to the half play in front of a CT side for Fnatic.
Yeah, the classic nade by on Flusher right down Banana. He's not going to save it for the coffin part, and he gets 109 damage off, so pretty damn good. As Golden gets flashed back in for a second fight. He's blind from cold, but he takes the kill. 2 for Fnatic. Flusher trying to buy time at the back of the site. He doesn't want to go down, but it dinked on the exit. Still gets across off the new box, and they're trying to run him down. They will. Bomb dropped in the process, and the smoke's faded, giving open path for CT. Fnatic run through the site and find a 6th, making this series interesting after all. It wasn't just a slow T-side start. They've come into the second with a bang.
Somebody had to say it.
Flusher's bought a nade on both pistols, and he's racked together like 200 damage, over 200 damage in the pistols combined.
I'm just curious if, like, in Denmark, there was, like, a deal where if you went to, like, the opticians now, you got a free pair of glasses or something. Or maybe glasses are free there anyway. But, like, Glaive has them, Kirby's got them. Quite soon, we'll see the rest of Astralis with them.
Well, you know, you got to be able to see.
That is one of the important things here in this game.
I worry where, not just players, but even myself, like where my ears are going to be in like 20 years, considering we wear headphones.
on your head.
Yeah, preferably, right? But we wear headphones every day.
Well, I mean, if you think about it in that context, I've definitely thought, like, most days you're wearing headphones over 12 hours a day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Whether it's you sitting there playing games or, you know, you have some sort of earbuds in or something, definitely subjecting yourself to 2 magnets between your head. But anyway...
Yeah, let's not worry about that.
That's a totally different thing. 5G, that's what we need to be talking about.
Oh, God.
I'm kidding.
Well, we got 5 gamers walking through the apartments right now for FaZe.
G's even.
Yeah. Yes. Not for long, they're going to get dethroned. Crim's mowing them down, and Nico is late to the party through the flash from middle. And, well... Not going to get out of this one alive, Nico. Sorry to break it to you. A 7-4 Fnatic keeping a clean anti-eco, as they should be. That was full Glocks. FaZe now buying up in the third, waiting for nothing.
This is where I want to see that crazy pace and that kind of confident-looking FaZe come back from that first half of play. I feel like the way that this could all fall apart is if they fall back into the old familiar, what Fnatic are going to be ready for, and the style that just doesn't seem to give FaZe the results that they've been hoping for. It's just a bonus round here for Fnatic as well. They've got 3 MP9s still in play, and the best rifles they've got are those 3 MP9s. So let's see. As they smoke mid, they double nade down the ramp, and that's a bit of damage onto Brokey. One of the nades misses, and in response to this, FaZe go, we'll bring the fight to you guys. They barrel through the smoke. JW gets one, just spraying in through the corner of the long smoke. They're trying to wrap CT, but Crims has blindsided them from library. And now the alarm bells are going off. JW's down mid while Cold is still in top mid. There's a man in CT as well in Nico. And actually, it's the aggression from Fnatic that's betrayed them here. They had a 5-on-3. Well, if you blinked, you'll now know that it's a 2-on-2. And that's just Fnatic getting a bit ahead of themselves, trying to take map control away before they properly cleared the close angles. They do have the bomb at least. And FaZe don't know where these remaining 2 players are.
2v2. Speaking of those remaining FaZe players, Brokey on 36 HP, 83 for coldzera. Have their eyes over there towards where the bomb is, but good luck getting that. Because it's Crimson Flusha, and we know what they're all about. Smoke going off over there towards the library moto area. It's actually going to land right on top of him. However, Crim's playing in front of it, and a little bit of a swing after a Molotov towards the cubby.
Ooh, the wrap.
Yeah, that's it. Pack it up. Flush to Crim. Get it done. 2v2. Easy as that. We see another round for Fnatic. 8-10. And they're starting to make this a competitive scoreline. FaZe are going to have to save this round again. Probably get themselves some deagles or something. We got their deagles are on an individual level.
Yeah, saved by the observing there as well, right? Catching every kill from the mid push to the long wrap to the library player to the boiler guy, like everything being caught. So shout out Jakey again. telling the story that is this tribulation for FaZe on the T side. I do like the pace. I like how they went, fast through the middle. Fnatic had a lot of utility to deny that, and FaZe still had more room than they did getting into CT, but not considering Library. And now back to Pistols. How does it feel? As FaZe broken once again, and Fnatic have so much control down Banana. They know where this one's ending up. They're ready for the apps drop. JW climbing up. Oh boy, needs to get in position soon. He's not going to try and take a peek in, and that's probably smart because FaZe, they're hit by the numbers. The flash is great, but Broden still sprays and gets away with the second bomb picked back up. But on just Cold Zero, does he want to commit? Is that the call here for FaZe? They're hoping a kill comes their way, but the bomb goes flying off. And at this point, this round is done. FaZe is just looking to make it expensive for Fnatic and not giving them $1.
Nico hit this. Well, someone did at least. JW responds with a shot through the pixel gap, and now it is just Brokey left. He's been hiding in this smoke for about 2 minutes now, and well, there you go. JW just swings it and kills him, doesn't he? Between the two of them, they lock in the 9th round. That's Brolin and JW putting up all 5 kills needed. And now the pressure on a bit for FaZe, because, you were 10-5 at the end of the first half. Everything was feeling good. You were feeling happy with it. And yeah, maybe Fnatic shouldn't have got that 5th round, but it's fine. You were going to bounce back. At least that's what you were telling yourself. But now, at this 9-10 scoreline, you finally have another bye coming on through. But thus far for Fnatic, you think about how this has gone since the pistol. They play bonus round into the first rifle, which they win. They upgrade onto AKs there. They don't incur any casualties in the round after that. They keep it flawless. So the money is just really good right now for Fnatic, and they didn't have any in that first half. The nades, man, that is brutal. Nico and Kirby, they haven't even seen anyone yet. They've both been naded down to within basically 1 shot of certain death. So this is certainly a worrying beginning for FaZe in this second half.
Yeah, this El Clasico is really starting to take shape. Slow round so far. Not a whole lot has developed up to this point. Believe it or not, a lot of shooting, not a lot of dying going on. Nico and Cold, both low HP. Excuse me, I meant KRB. Kind of the same thing, kind of not. Ooh! It's a nice shot from Nico on the flush at the top of Banana, and that's going to open a doorway and cause a rotation. Fnatic start to set their sights on the idea of B because this clock has gone down so far. Counter flashes in, but still, FaZe get into the site. Bomb crossing now, but with the boost, Crims has the opportunity to deny that, finds one to rain. Only good for 1, but that's completely fine. Brokey with 2, and now Brolin sets up and wait. All he's got between him and the Almighty is a smoke. He's good for 1. JW starts to become a Banana King himself.
What is this round? What has just happened? Brolin just hit a 180 return fire through the smoke, and now it's back into a doable situation for Fnatic. This was 4 on 2 as that bomb went down. JW up through Banana, spots a man at the pillar. Brokey, his elbow is sticking out a little too far. And now just Cold over on the coffin, has to start to fill it with some bodies. Wow. And it's not going to happen. JW locks in the round there as the defuse comes on him with plenty of time, not even breaking a sweat.
Not even close.
Fnatic tying things up, 10-5 at the end of the half, but immediately bringing us to 10-10.
That was crazy. Yeah, JW didn't want to defuse on the other side and have the molly spread and kill him. We've all seen that happen, so sits on top. It doesn't cost him anything. Great retake for Fnatic, and this has been a 5-round comeback, right? They were struggling on that T side. They were barely getting into sights at times, and yeah, now back in control, almost in the lead. This could be it for them.
Yes, the horse mask is back. 2 of them, I think. I think I saw a second one. You see some typing?
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen, called in.
Oh, dear. Let's go back to the noughts and crosses from earlier. I mean, that's why CS is groundbreaking, like it's multiple games in one. We've got CS, we've got noughts and crosses, we've got all the classics. I hear that Vertigo, they're adding Scrabble. Then I can't wait for Nuke to get Cluedo put into it. It's going to be real good, man. That's actually a sick idea, by the way. You know, just put games inside of games. Like, imagine if you and your mates could meet up and play, like, Monopoly in CS. Boom.
That'd be crazy. I mean, yeah.
I'd do it.
Bought the property banana.
Yeah.
Pass go.
Oh my god, we're onto something. Actually, right, guys, pretend that we didn't say any of that. That's not an idea we've just had, but it will be releasing in 3 to 6 months. Keep your eyes peeled.
No, it will not. And that is Harry Russell guarantee that he is surely alone on that endeavor. A lot of grenades being used over here towards banana. Caribbean's going to catch one. It's a really good catch. In fact, it's such a good catch, it caused it to jump out of place. And all the damage that he's put down range, and it's all landed on Golden. It's still Flusha that takes out Nico in the round early on. Smoke pops towards the arch. It's still... FaZe aren't sure where they want to go with this. It's pretty spread. Smells like a B play. Looks like a B play. And it also looks like Fnatic have 3 deep on B. So good luck with that, FaZe. Let's see how this one pans out.
Crim's coming at the perfect time. This nade could spell disaster for someone like Kievi on 20 health. If it goes down, the smoke is in, and there comes the nade. Bit late, Kievi. Oh dear, he won't make it past the AWP. Instead, through the smoke, it's Golden. Crims gets some shots, and he even finishes the job onto Cold Brain. Down to 20. Flush does get burnt out. There's a chance for a plant as Fnatic are pushed out of the site, but in terms of retaking, this should be theirs every single day of the week. 4-1-2, no utility. That's a great re-smoke, but the spam through it again. Second kill through the smoke. Third in the round, actually, for Fnatic, and that leaves Brokey alone on the coffin. Good luck.
Well, the lineup's there, but the shots are not. You see Fnatic go up 11-10. It was a pretty one-sided first half. Now we've got a ball game in our hands. Not a handball game, not a football game, not a soccer game. A ball game. Which is also another thing we could add. We already have the soccer ball in Dust 2.
That's a good point. I think there's a lot of maneuverability here.
Like, let's just get a full deck of cards, and everybody gets dealt, you know, a deck of cards right at the beginning of the game.
We each get a deck.
Well, yeah, there'll be 10 decks of cards, so that way it's completely random.
Right, and then...
Apart from the dealer's deck, of course. Custom
deck for the dealer.
As usual.
I just, man, like... Yeah, dude, that would be sick. And then, like, you know, you're given cards, and then the cards have, like, little perks on that you can use at random.
Yeah, like a drone strike.
Plus 300 damage in a round.
Like a care package.
Care package, dude, that's a good one. I don't think I've seen that in a game in a hot minute.
You can do, like, flashes, like, bend around corners and stuff.
Like, yeah, dude, that's cool as well. Like, rain, and, like, one where you get loads of knives, and then every single time you throw the knife to kill someone instantly, it auto-regens all the knives.
Oh, wow.
That would be a cool one.
That's pretty good. Anyway, you're crazy. So, Crim's going to drop a Molotov towards the bottom of the middle. And KRB has ran back to the spawn, perhaps.
Getting some nades.
Yeah, getting himself a little bit of extra loot that he forgot to pick up on his way out.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
Got you, man.
Cheers, man.
Press button next time. You know?
Yeah. I mean, we spent all this money making the soundboard. We should probably use it.
Let me use it one time real quick. Hold on. All right, you ready?
Yep. Give me the loot! Give me the loot! That was good, man. I think you hit it twice by mistake there, but that's
got some lead in time.
Yeah, yeah.
You really got to be on your toes for that. Sorry. Nonetheless, still, in a round that seems to have just started, you wouldn't tell much of a difference other than JW having been taken down to half health. Still with the AWP.
Yeah, FaZe are waiting for a reaction that has yet to come, and might never. Whoa, JW, very close timing shot. Nade will follow, and he will wrap around the short side. Rain's going to back up out of middle. But that long smoke still down. FaZe can use this to their advantage for the time being. Crimson's actually also just redeployed it. Rain's going to go through the smoke. Knife out. Might want to switch back and check the copy, but he's been flashed by Nico, and that's not gone the way the FaZe wanted. Now 30 seconds and only 2 on B for Fnatic. FaZe has got to go. The nade's deep. Flush is spraying, but he's going to get smoked off. We've seen those smoke shots for Fnatic. They're not needed. Golden gets out. Coming through the CT side, and now Nico in a 1-on-5. He's found the first, but no time to plant. He's going to go for the fight through the smoke. Lots of damage, but the longer that goes on, the closer Fnatic get, and the more those smokes fade.
Oh. It's just awful, man. Like, that round there is like the metaphor for like the whole experience of FaZe this game. Nico knows that Flush is on the other side of the smoke, sprays a full 30 rounds just left and right through it, hits it maybe once for like 4 damage somehow. Meanwhile, the rest of FaZe just dying like the opening bullet through a smoke every single time. Crim still looks like he's like head in his hands, like, man, you're winning. I don't know what more you would want here. 12 to 10. Fnatic are looking crisp. Crim's is top of the board, and he's still like, nah, not good enough, man. Not good enough. JW here, he's got to be damn good as they rush up through mid. They do slow it right down, and that's going to give Crim's time to get boosted up and over. Close to this smoke is where FaZe find themselves, so they're going to go through, especially now that they hear JW running back. That spurred them on, especially with the smoke down. They're allowed to get nice and close. They get toasted a little bit. They try and wrap in a CT, but you're going to get past JW here. And they do get past JW here. So now, 3-on-4 and an AWP retrieved in the hands of Rain, no less. That could even find its way over to Brokey.
Look at the awkward situation. The bomb is back towards middle in this sort of like net that Fnatic have set. It's like a trap almost. Brokey gets an unsuspecting friend in Crims from the top of middle. Now Nico with this bomb. He doesn't have many options to play with here. If he tries to go out boiler, that's covered. If he tries to go out the apartments, that's covered. And his teammates, well, they're hanging out in the library just trying to read.
And wrapping Nico as well, so the more time that goes on, the more that gets cleared here for Fnatic. Oh, great shot from Brolin, just not dropping anything, and now the bomb, it's lost for FaZe. They've got to get back into the site past Crims. They can't, he's down to 1. Brokey's on the AWP, he's been flashed out. They're not going to line up here either. He gets a quick shot, but the repeat should come through. Crims has crossed to the site, but Brolin will save his life. Nice round for Fnatic, rather, getting rid of the pistols again.
Fnatic.
Exactly.
Monster kill.
It's like that keyboard that we all had at school, and each button did a different sound effect. Trace is just hitting it left, right, center.
Did you have them?
No, we didn't just walk around with keyboards with sound effects on them all the time.
Man, it was pretty cool. That's like a UK classic, I think. That's like a real UK pastime. You hit the buttons, it would say DJ, and then you realise pretty observing this. We got Jakey instead. It's Crims down towards the bottom of mid. Whoa! Rain will trade that out into a 4-on-4. So Fnatic, they try and get a bit fancy. They try and push the boat out, and they do. But then it comes back to bite them pretty damn quickly. And now, even with an advantage leaning their way. Oh, JW goes back the second time around and Cold bites the dust. Gonna be a B play here for FaZe. Flusher lies in wait and still has a lot of utility. Now this man, he's pretty good with his utility, so I would watch out for it. The flash is now going in. Flusher. Oh, it's scary. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of the smoke that Flusher is fighting. This guy's a bit terrifying when it comes to the smoke damage. They return with some of their own, and it's Kirby to actually rid us of Flusher. JW and Golden now in this 2-on-3, creeping, seeping their way up through Banana. JW's got to hit an opening here, especially with 2 players tucked over towards Dark. Jiggling on the angle. That's not quite the death sentence they were hoping for, but that molly certainly could be. That forces everyone out into the open. It's a tag for JW. But Brokey's the man dealing killing blows. And so FaZe, it takes them a long while to break the silence, right? We are, 10 rounds into this second half of play as of right now, and they finally get their first on the board.
8 in a row for Fnatic on the CT side before FaZe break the curse and break it. They shout. Flusher probably wishing he called it quits after the bomb got planted with a smoke spam. He also had a Molotov to throw towards U-Box and Dark. That could have been a really well executed retake for Fnatic, but all coming from the same position and multi-peaked by FaZe. They realise the molly's coming their way. They don't hesitate to swing. And winning all the fights has kept FaZe in this one. I think if they lost that round, it might have been, close to GG because Fnatic would have had their number in terms of the money as well. FaZe running up long. The Orcs here. Crims is standing strong. He's got 1. Cold's going to back up low HP. JW wrapping with the AWP towards Library, and Fnatic, they've just bailed off a B. They know this one's a commitment. They got the read, and it's perfect. Missed shot, though, from JW. They're getting closer. Brolin's trapped. How is he still here? Kirby's going to try and come from the top of the graveyard to shoot death down upon him, but Flush has already taken down one of his teammates, and Brolin hiding in the smoke. He finally gets him above the bike. Flush's second smoke kill of the round, by the way. He's been boosted above it on the Moto side. He's trying to stop the plant, and he can't. The retake on for Fnatic with a man up.
Yeah, JW's wrapping short side, or rather Golden is. Gabby's going to take a peek for it and gets that info at least. And now they've got knowledge where both these FaZe players are. Golden just sprinting in. Look at it, take the fight from the front, and my word, does he do that? It's a double kill for Golden. The retake comes in. Flusher with 2 smoke kills. And Fnatic picking up a 14th round. Getting this game back into their hands. And with that victory, setting themselves up here to try and take this map away.
2, by the way, 2. I thought at least one of them would have come from the boost, but no, of course, it's just Flusher things. Half his kills in this game have been through smoke. A nice 2-piece for Golden on the retake. Fnatic, they lose one round, they instantly respond, even though FaZe get the plant. They got to buy, right? But this could be it. This could be the end of the run for FaZe Clan on Inferno. Fnatic with all the money, with the AWP, and it's even taking a blind kill. Nico gone as soon as the round begins. 3 on B as well for Fnatic, and that's going to mean Banana controllers theirs. All the utility going down. FaZe can't compete. They've got to respect it, and they look to speed it up towards A.
Oh, JW knows he's lucky to be alive. He goes back in for more, and that is his undoing. Rain with a double. Makes this round a bit more exciting now. Brolin down in the pit. Oh, all right, mate. Rain just gets deleted. Brolin playing around this smoke, and he dances in the smoke, brings the fire. It's a nade onto Cold, and he's left very, very low in this 1v3. They're wrapping Library. The nade doesn't actually finish the job, but Cold has got to keep an eye on 100 angles at once.
Yeah, not a lot of wiggle room here, and that's going to show. It's going to be Fnatic. They're going to go up to 15 in what was a very much one-sided FaZe Clan first half. Here's the defuse come through. 15-11. Fnatic have all the cards, and now FaZe are like, you know what? Let's play checkers instead. You know? Or let's all rendezvous with T-Spawn. They've been doing that all day, so we should probably do the same.
Something that's kind of nuts, right, is that like in every FaZe game we've seen them play, because they do kind of lean towards this slower style, they've always been pretty long games. Well, this is, you know, bear in mind this is 26 rounds deep right now. It's only taken 45 minutes, so this has been like a very, very fast map of Inferno. Quite the contrary to what we've been used to seeing here, especially when we have guys like FaZe in the server. And so that's a testament to this change of pace that we've been talking about. And while it worked on their CT side, here on the T side, it just hasn't been given the results they were hoping for. Fnatic as well, like, they don't even need to see their enemy to be killing them is what it feels like right now, and that's never fun.
Yeah, they can't even get off a T-ramp now. Fnatic look to close this one out from the B side. They push down. They've already got Nico down to 9 HP, calculated jump off of the bridge. And of course now down to 9 HP.
He didn't want to die first 2 rounds in a row, right? He got orbed by JW the round prior. This time almost dies to Banana at the start, but does escape and take the orb away from Brokey. We know what Nico can do with that weapon. Oh boy, Flusher, he sees him. There's no smoke for Flusher, but there is Kiabi on the other side. A well-placed couple of shots could spell his demise, but Flusher backs up as the smoke begins to fade. Oh dear. Doesn't want to hang around forever. He has no util as well, right? So as a solo B player, you definitely don't want to die here. Flusher,
I don't mind. Whatever I do, this. How do you even explain that one? I feel like showing that to someone like, yeah, man.
Oh, it's for sure aim lock. What a crisp, clean lock, man.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good British impression, Trace.
It was one of my worst Scottish impressions.
That was Scottish.
Yeah, that really was bad if it was Scottish.
Yeah, that was... All right, well, revoke that credit, and now we're going to see where FaZe try and claim their credit in the round. It's an A play, but JW not moving a muscle, and it's all left onto the low HP Nico. JW finishes it off with the double and locks in a victory for Fnatic on their map pick from 5
25-10 down at the half to a 16-11 finish. Talk about finishing strong for the Swedes. But now with Nuke up next, it's been a turbulent one for FaZe. It's been their pick in this series and in many series has gone by. So can they pick up the pieces and lengthen this one out a little bit? Join us in just a moment to find out. On the first map of this series, it's Fnatic that topples FaZe, who after had a great run in the first half. You know what? They even just go as far as to, what is a 10-5 first half, all the way back the other way. Very unfortunate stuff there as Fnatic do end up picking up the series. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 12. There's Harry, Hugo, and me, and the trophy right in front of you. Also, I found this little guy hanging around the studio. He's up for the challenge. What do you guys think?
It's a fish trace.
Yes. 10 points for you. Harry,
No, I didn't get it right.
No, I did.
Oh, we're going to keep him up here. That's cool.
He's already here. So
what's going on with this?
Well, this is kind of like just kind of homage to that second half of play there for FaZe. You know, they've kind of been put up on the wall for a display of what not to do.
Yeah,
one debate, and you ultimately pay the price.
There we go. That's how you link it back in. No, yeah, that's the thing, right? For FaZe, initially it was looking really good. I was like, oh man, FaZe have showed up. They're looking exciting. They're playing rounds nice and fast. We're seeing a bit more initiative to take these advantages. Trace, man, you're very off-footed.
It's kind of weird.
All right, go on then, hang on. Right, so as I was saying, oh, it is weird. Yeah, FaZe, they were playing it. We've been really sidetracked here. They were playing, like, looking different to how they often do. There was a lot of pace. There was a lot of purpose behind every decision that was being made. And even though Fnatic were looking good, FaZe still put up a really decent first half of play. And then they move over to that T side. And they just had no answers ever. And it's like so often they would just be losing that opening fight and then kind of slowing down, hoping that Fnatic would make mistakes. And oftentimes the Fnatic aggression would just net them further advantages. And so, yeah, you know, all that effort, how good they looked in the first half, it all kind of came toppling down when they reached that second half of play, which must be a pretty horrible feeling.
Well, especially if you're looking at it this way, you go and you think like at the beginning of every T round for FaZe, and he goes down to like 10 HP every single time, no matter where he went. He just always was taking damage, and that's an unfortunate start to any round, much less the one that's calling the shots, if you will.
Yeah, you have to respect the Fnatic utility in a game like this, especially on Inferno. Their grenades are great, right? From flustering pistols, finding 200 damage across both sides, to smoke spamming back for Fnatic. So many kills through smokes on those B holes and even retakes as well. Every time FaZe got a B site, Fnatic would just successfully retake it. They get it done, and you're still playing with a fish. FaZe get one T round. Like, I know they've had bad T sides recently, but that is really something. After a 10-5 lead, after everything looks good, everything looks in control, and now I get really worried for a map like Nuke, a map that FaZe, yeah, okay, they've picked, they feel like they know what they're doing, they've got a 5-loss streak there, they're getting battered every time they take it.
Well, that's kind of where we need to go with this. We don't have much time before we jump into that map, but...
Battered. Come on, that was good, Hugo. That was nice.
Oh, yeah.
I got it.
Hugo, Nuke, why is this going to be a one-sided affair?
Oh, I didn't ever say that. I don't know.
What I've sensed from you in this moment, so I just wanted to know if that's what we're looking for.
I think that's an easy thing to assume. For Fnatic, I don't really know what to expect either. They've looked rough on you as well. Both these teams have played over